Disclaimer. We are regular guys who love to talk Bone Thugs and Harmony. We do not represent Bone Thugs or any Bone affiliate. We are also not Bone Thugs experts. The views and information you hear in this podcast may be based on personal opinion. Please feel free to leave corrections and clarifying information in the comments. And enjoy. What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com, back again with the one and only
legendary Jonathan Lippy.
And he is the co-host in Coast to Coast and Come Up Creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Matthew Weaver.
And this is Beyond the Harmony, the number one Bone Thugs and Harmony podcast in the world. The 6-year anniversary, 50th episode extravaganza, Beyond the Harmony Awards. It's so many things rolled up in one, and here we are. What's happening, y'all?
It's the award show, man. Beyond the Harmony, baby. 6 years. You know, we wanted to do this award show a while back, and it's finally happening. Beautiful graphics you've made over the past week. These things, I've been hyped up for it. I hope everybody in the audience is fired up to hear some Beyond the Harmony award givings tonight.
It's pretty interesting because we come up with things, right? And we'll come up with them, and it's like we don't know when these things will be used. Just like Skull and Crossroads. Like, we had no idea when it would be used. The award show, same thing, right? We had no idea, but we knew at some point there would be an award show. And it's something I've been talking about for a long time, but there wasn't a reason. But now we got a reason. 50 episodes. Let's talk about what that means real quick, okay? It means 50 actual episodes of Thug Thursday, Beyond the Harmony Live have happened. That doesn't mean the side content. That doesn't mean the question of the day, the question of the week. You know, we just found out today we have 700 uploads to our YouTube page right now. 700. So of those 700, there's 50 actual episodes of Beyond the Harmony where we sit down in a formal setting and we talk bone, or we interview somebody, or whatever it is. Today makes 50 of those. And y'all notice we took a 2-week break. And by taking that 2-week break, it made the 50th episode also land on the same day as the 6-year anniversary of the show. What's happening?
So that means, man, Mo Thug's greatest hits is 6 years old already?
Yeah.
Man. All right, well, that's how it all began. I'm sure we're going to get into a little bit of history tonight. Also, we wanted to point out that tonight, this is a night we're celebrating. For the fans, we celebrating, but we're celebrating Beyond the Harmony tonight. So, Cece, you want to explain that one a bit?
Yeah. Look, we always come on here. We always talk about Bone, or interview an affiliate or whatever it may be. But tonight it's about Beyond the Harmony. So tonight we're going to talk about, our favorite episodes, our favorite moments. We're going to take some callers. You know, we're going to do it all. Tonight is about us. We got a few things lined up. I do want to shout out immediately. You'll notice on your screen we have a sponsor for the evening, Beatbox LLC, and we're going to be doing a Beatbox LLC giveaway tonight. We're going to be presenting awards to all kinds of people tonight. We got a special presentation from my man Capone tonight. It's gonna be crazy, y'all. It's gonna be crazy. And when we start taking calls, I will say they're gonna be limited. There's a lot to do tonight. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do like a question of the show. It's like the question of the day, question of the week, but it's the question of the show. And the question of the show when you call in is going to be, what is your favorite Beyond the Harmony moment of all time? It could be an interview. It could be something said. What's your favorite Beyond the Harmony moment of all time?
I'm writing that one down because that one's news to me too. Also, regarding Beatbox and the giveaway, there's some special special criteria
Let's talk about it.
We want to make sure everybody understands.
So first of all, let me show y'all. What you're gonna get here. I'm gonna put this on the screen.
Oh,
you'll have to bear with me. I got so much going on tonight with the award show that things are running a little slow. You'll see on your screen, Beatbox LLC. They have multiple levels. They do a lot of things, but one of the things that they do is they have the Busy Bone and Sons collection, and they do it in multiple tiers. Okay, and what we're gonna do tonight is we are gonna give away their level 1 Busy Bone and Sons collection. And what that has is a Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt. And these are nice. Like, this is quality. It comes with the Busy album signed by Lil Busy and YBL Sinatra. And then this is the big one. It comes with a gold edition of Carbon Monoxide. And if that wasn't good enough, if that wasn't rare enough to get the gold edition of Carbon Monoxide, it's fucking signed by Busy Bone himself. And we're going to give this away completely. The shipping's covered, everything. The only thing that you got to do is what we've been telling y'all wanted to do this whole season. We've been saying, Skull and Crossroads Society, we're going to start doing some stuff special for y'all. Tonight, that giveaway is exclusive for members of the Skull and Crossroads Society, but that's for anybody. That could be the $3, $2.99 tier, all the way up to $99 tier. If you are a member of the Skull and Crossroads Society, then you are eligible to win tonight. We're going to pick that around 11 o'clock, so it's not too late. You can join the Skull and Crossroads Society right now. On your screen, you should see there's probably a button for membership or join. You can also go to beyondtheharmony.com, and you can click on Skull and Crossroads there. You can do join.beyondtheharmony.com. So there's a bunch of ways that you can join and be eligible. At 11 o'clock, we're going to spin the wheel. Every name of every Skull and Crossroads Society member, with the exception of myself and John, because we're both Skull and Crossroads Society members. Show them that shirt, John. Show them that.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know if it's still showing the beatbox, but for the 99th degree members.
Let me switch over here, Johnny. There you go. So.
Alrighty. Yeah, if for the 90, I think this is this exclusive?
That's
to
exclusive
just
for the 99th degree members.
99th degree, man, and there's a back to it too. Did y'all see that?
It's a beautiful design.
Thank you. So, but the good news is any Skull and Crossroads Society member is eligible to win that level 1 Beatbox LLC Busy Bone and Sons collection. I got good news though. We gonna spin the wheel twice. Because they sent me a package as well. And in that, there's a Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt. And I'm like, you know what? I don't wear a lot of band shirts. I'm going to tell you right now. So we're going to spin once. and one winner is going to get the whole package. We're going to spin again, and another Skull and Crossroads Society member is going to win a Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt, all from Beatbox LLC tonight. That's going to happen around 11 o'clock. So, like I said, you can join Skull and Crossroads Society. There's a ton of ways to do it. Join.beyondtheharmony.com. You can go to beyondtheharmony.com, hit Skull and Crossroads, or right at YouTube, you should see membership or join, and you can do it like that as well. And it doesn't matter what tier you join, you're going to be eligible to win that level 1 package. I'm going to put it on the screen one more time.
And what's the approximate value of that package there?
They sell that package for, I think it's like $100, which I gotta tell you is even the price that they sell it for, because we know that it's got the gold carbon monoxide in it. Even the price they sell it for is really good. But they have a lot of other packages on there as well. They got a package that you can get the carbon monoxide, but it's not signed. So they sell it for $80, that level 1. So it's an $80 package. Okay. And that, like I said,
Cecil, remind me what the gold means, because you can't even get that anymore, right?
Yeah.
The gold version.
So when carbon monoxide came out, they then did a special edition gold edition to go with it. And it was printed in a more like rare printing. There wasn't as many. It may have a bonus. I don't know if it's got a bonus or not, so I don't want to say that it does. But it was just the more rare of the actual printing. So and now you can't get it, and now you can get it, and you can get it signed as well. So yeah, it's an $80 package, but they sell packages on Beatbox LLC all the way to their level 6 for $25. And they change depending on which package you pick, obviously. But they're giving out tonight the top tier. We're going to talk to them around 10:45, talk a little bit about their company. It's a family-owned company trying to do something exciting in the world of Bone Thugs and Harmony for y'all. So yeah, that's going to happen. But believe me, y'all want to be a part of this. Skull and Crossroads Society members, it's exclusive for y'all. So make sure that you sign up, become a member of the Skull and Crossroads Society, because around 11 o'clock, one of y'all is going to win that Beatbox LLC level 1 package. You also notice top of your screen, we got a super chat goal of $500. It's the 50th episode, so I figured 50, 500, add a 0 to the 50. We trying to make $500 in super chats tonight. We appreciate every single person that's ever put $1 into this show. All the money that you put into this show goes back into this show to make it happen, whether it's Skull and Crossroads, whether it's a super chat, whether it's a Cash App at Beyond the Harmony 1999. It doesn't matter how you go about it. That money goes back into the show. So our goal tonight is to reach $500. You can super chat anytime on YouTube. If you're watching on Facebook, you can give us Facebook stars. We don't have many Twitch subscribers, so I don't expect much over there, but you can drop money over there as well. So there's a bunch of things going on tonight. But yeah, man, that's the Beatbox LLC. I'm excited about that. And yeah,
I got it's not an announcement. This is oh, did we just get a new member?
Yeah.
Just subscribe. Nice. All right. So this is an idea I've had shaking around. We try to do it many ways. We killed Matt with single-handedly having to handle all the news. So for everybody listening out there, whether you're in the shower, whether you're at work, if you're a Super Bone fan, and preferably if you're part of like a Bone camp or an affiliate camp or any of the camps, I want to start like around the Harmony thing per month. And that is, so right now I'm looking for 10 people to be a representative to put in a 3-minute video per month where you're talking about what your camp is doing, or if you're a collector, like a Super Bone fan, you could talk about what you're collecting. But pretty much just a 3-minute video from 10 different people. So it'll be a 30-minute show per month, maybe happening on the 1st or the 15th. But then again, as months go, it it can't mess with our Thursday show. But that's the idea. So just picture around the horn, around the country, around the nation. If you think about Beyond the Harmony itself, we're 4 guys on 4 different coasts, 3 that you see with our secret guy. Plus we got Jordan Corey. Big shout out to Jordan Corey. Huge shout out. He may be one of the 10 that I'm looking for. But basically just 3 minutes a month. And if you're with a camp, you could advertise, showcase, talk about any project you guys are doing. Songs, albums, videos, documentaries, books, or just if you're in Cleveland, you want to just show what life is in the double Glock per month. I just looking for 3 minutes, 10 guys. It'll be a great show, and it's going to evolve over time, and we'll have variety. So picture some collectors, picture some rappers, picture some video makers, this is going to help build the community. It's going to help all of us keep track of who's who. All of our faces and all of the people we represent will start to become more familiar with everybody, especially with this concept of the Skull and Crossroads Society. We're trying to create a brotherhood, not just a brotherhood, but also business, right? So like I said, if you're with a camp or you're with somebody that's doing things, moving things, if you're an independent artist trying to make it, whatever it is, hey, I'm giving you 3 minutes a month on the show. And over time, that's what marketing is. Marketing is getting your face known, getting your brand known, getting your logo known. And that's what we're offering, man. Beyond the Harmony is reaching out, trying to bring the people together. And that's my thing. So if you want to get in on that, hit me up on Facebook Messenger. Jonathan Lippy, I think, is my name. Hopefully most of you guys are already with us. Also, some of you guys that try to get in on the calls and whatnot, this is a chance for you to do 3 minutes a month to get your thing in, to get your message in, whatever it is. And it's going to evolve, like I said. So hit me up on Messenger. Don't bother poor Cecil with this, okay? Hit Johnny up. This is a Johnny project. Cecil's got enough coming into him. So just bring it over to Johnny. And in fact, if one of you guys, if it's enough of you giving us news, that will help provide kind of like the bone news that Matt was doing. But it'll be correspondence from all over. So it's not one poor guy having to sit through 2 hours of a Busy Bone Jam TV session, along with 2 hours of a Crazy Bone live session on whatever he does it now on. It used to be a stream. You get what I'm saying. So hit me up, Facebook. It's an opportunity for anybody that's doing things, moving things, and we want to bring it forward.
Yeah. I just want to say as well, I was talking about all the support. I was talking about how, of course, we're looking for that $500 super chat goal tonight, et cetera, et cetera. One thing that you can do right now that always shows the show love, and it's absolutely free, is to make sure you like this video. Likes and shares and comments, they go a long way. So if you have not liked this video yet, whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on YouTube, whatever you're on, please take the time, like this video. It goes a long way. So tonight, I guess one good thing that we can bring up is,
Yo, first off, you got to give a shout out to Joe Cal here. He did a huge super chat just now, and maybe even do a roll call of all the heads we got in the chat there before we get started.
It didn't hit the screen yet, John.
Okay.
I wait for it to alert, John. You know,
this is a big one, bro.
Today.
Hey, it just popped up on my side, so hey.
Yeah, you saw it in the chat, but it ain't popped up on the screen yet. It gives them screen props. Joe Cal is the one, man, 99th degree member of the Skull and Crossroads Society, and he has been, dude, the money that you see right now already in the meter came from him during episodes of Welcome to the West Side. So I put it up a little bit early, and he is he's been showing so much love. He's been really trying to support. And Joe Cal 84, 99th degree member with a $125 super chat. He's an example of somebody that missed us when we were gone and is saying, hey, I don't ever want to lose this show again, so I'm supporting all I can. He's over supporting, okay? I feel bad about how much Joe Cal is supporting. He's really going big. There it is. It just hit the screen. And it brought us up to $300.01. So nice. We're it's 8:30 and we're within $200 of the goal tonight on the 6-year anniversary, 50th episode, Beyond the Harmony Awards. Tonight, we are going to be giving out a ton of awards. We actually have 13 awards that are going to go out, and I might as well tell you what they're going to be. So tonight, we're going to be giving away and we'll go over the nominees when we do them. But tonight, we're going to give away awards for the best art interview, the best Beyond the Harmony side content, the best current affiliate interview, the most underrated interview, the Spin the Block Award, which is given to the person that had the best combined 2 interviews. So there's not a lot of people that have been on twice like that. Beyond Affiliated Award, which is basically an award for when you think of this person, you think of Beyond the Harmony as well. So they're a guest that kind of became like home team. It's like when you think of them, you think of us. The Best Producer Interview Award, the most informational interview, the replay factor. That's like the one that when you heard it, you were like, I got to listen to this again. Maybe I got to listen to this a third time. The Biggest Bomb Drop, which is crazy to me. That's the award for what is the one thing that was said that was like, this is the biggest bomb dropped in Beyond the Harmony history. We got an award for what the best season was, the best interview, who had the best interview of all time, and the only one that we didn't let the fans vote on, we had open voting on this for the last couple weeks, the only one that we didn't let the fans vote on, the Lifetime Achievement Award, and we'll be giving the Lifetime Achievement Award out later tonight. That is something that we internally decided on, and you know, it's been a process. Even coming up with our nominees was a hell of a process. You know, the 3 of us hashing it out with us 3 coming up with our own nominees, and then the 3 of us having to then, you know, give and take. And out of our 3 lists, then we had to come up with one Beyond the Harmony list of nominees.
Yeah, and I just want to also point out that I think we're keeping it democracy, right? So the voters, everybody that voted, your votes are being heard. We didn't rig this in our favor.
100%.
It's all transparent, other than the one that you're talking, that final one. So yeah, we've been thinking about. We've been and to bring this home, and this is almost like advice to everybody else. So Matt sent out a thing to us in our little Voxer today about Fleshbone and Lazy Bone were at, I think, the Grammys, and they were asked something about, I guess Jay-Z was complaining about something at the award show, and somebody in the comments, you know, there's always somebody that says, well, why don't you start your own award show? Well, guess what? We started our own award show. So here it is, Beyond the Harmony, the award show. We are celebrating.
And not only that, but I'm hoping now, you know, we're 5 years in, right? But now hopefully it becomes a yearly thing, and we're kind of playing catch up on 6. I said 5 years, on 6 years of awards. So, you know, if we do it again in a year, then we'll be able to base the awards on the last year instead of the last 6 years. You know, we'll be able to reel it in a little bit and talk about the last year. So, you know, we got a lot of awards.
Why don't we get into giving one away now?
You want to give one away?
Yeah, let's do one right now. Yeah.
I'm in the spirit.
I love it. I think I think it would be great to start with the best graphic award. My computer. I have so many things going on for y'all tonight that my computer is just hating it. But let's bring it up. Let's see if it hits the screen. All right.
You know, we didn't even ask. Hopefully our audios are all sounding good. Hopefully nothing's choppy.
I've been checking, baby. I've been checking.
I just assumed we were perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these. Look at this graphic.
So this award tonight, this one is for the best graphic artist interview. As you know, we've had a lot of different graphic artists that have been responsible for Bone Thugs and Harmony imagery on the show. And there's more that I want to have, but we've had a bunch. So your nominees tonight are Julio Costanzo, who worked on the Ruthless Records art team. He was responsible for some of our favorite artwork, E1999 Eternal, The Art of War, Resurrection, the Collection Volume 1 and 2. He was part of that team. He had an excellent interview in season 1. Kyra Wolf, Chasing the Devil,
Thug Stories, Strength and Loyalty.
Yeah, all that, you know. And he was on in season 2, became a great friend of John and I. So we shout out to Kyra Wolf. Jason Bibb, Faces of Death, both versions of Faces of Death. Jason Bibb was on here. He was also on in season 1. Great guy, great interview. Amazing interview, actually, for somebody that, you know, was just part of the Faces of Death artwork, you know, but still amazing interview. And, you know, he even dropped some stuff that it was like, wow, we would have never known this. Like, if you haven't seen Jason Bibb's interview and you want to know how Lazy Bone got his very first copy of the Faces of Death album, you got to check out the Jason Bibb interview. Tyree Dillahay, he was just on here in season 5. He was also part of the E1999 Eternal art team. He was responsible for all the drawings that we love in that. The Mr. Ouija Oracle, the demons, the sun, the moon, the first of the month artwork. So Tyree, and then of course Aaron Purnell. That was our first real interview that we ever did with an actual Bone affiliate. Was Aaron Purnell. Aaron Purnell responsible for it's changed a lot now, but the original intro to the show and still the first half of the intro to the show, Aaron Purnell did that for us, and he did so much Flesh and Bone Global stuff. He did the World War III graphic, some stuff for Thin Sea. So, you know, dude, what a great interviews. I see RC Thugsta in the house. Shout out to RC Thugsta.
A big, huge super chat from Turok.
Damn, Turok, $199 super chat. This is out of control, y'all.
Yeah, hey, you know what? In the midst of this right now, I just want to give, because that just happened, one of my favorite Beyond the Harmony moments of all 6 seasons was Turok coming through for Feenics Ryzin.
Yes.
On that charity,
yes,
though.
Dude.
Yeah. So that's definitely a top Beyond the Harmony. If that's definitely a top 10 Beyond the Harmony moment right there, because that was people coming together for a good cause. We kept Feenics Ryzin going, and also, you know, I heard you mention Tyree, and this is, as we always say, the eternal season. And part of this award ceremony thing, which kind of brings it home for us, is we wanted to celebrate the people that have helped make this show the show, all the guests that we had, to reflect on their contributions to it, and as to show the impact that this show plus them have. All 5 of these guys, I never knew who any of them were prior to Beyond the Harmony. Like, that includes me, not just the audience. I hadn't heard of any of them. And now they are like fixtures of my life. Like, I'll never forget Julio. I spent 3 days with Kyra Wolf in a log cabin in the middle of the forest.
Yeah.
Jason Bibb he's got to be the most Beyond the Harmony Beyond the Harmony interview ever.
He couldn't even believe it when we wanted to interview him, you know, when we were like, he was like, you want to talk to me about the Grim Reaper, you know? But we found out so many cool things in that interview. You know, he talked about how, and y'all should go listen to it if you haven't, but he talked about how, like, the yellow cover, we were like, what the fuck is with the yellow cover? He's like, yo, there's a whole graveyard scene that Grim Reaper is from. But because of the way things were printed, it was just so much cheaper for them to just print it on the one color. And so they cut the Grim Reaper out and then cut Bone out and put him on there. But that yellow cover wasn't meant to be a yellow cover. And that's why when they did the re-release, he's like, that was kind of like Jason's revenge, you know, that he got the opportunity to do the full background. So can y'all just imagine, instead of that yellow cover that has become like iconic to us now, but that was actually supposed to be a big graveyard and them in a graveyard. And so that's the type of shit that was dropped on us by Jason Bibb, dude.
If
And
you
we
guys,
got
if anyone hasn't listened to Jason Bibb interview, it is Beyond the Harmony required listening.
Yeah.
Like I think John summed it up the best. It's the most Beyond the Harmony interview of all time. Like I remember laughing really loud at that at how Lazy Bone got his first copy of Faces of Death.
Man, I just gotta, I know we're in the middle of this, but I gotta shout out Turok again and Joe Cal again. I mean, we're talking $199 super chat and $125 super chat in the first 30 minutes of the show. It's amazing. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to RC Thugsta that I see in the chat right now. Jordan Corey, two very important members of our team. Those two for season 5 have become so important to our team. RC Thugsta doing tons of research for us. RC Thugsta, we've talked about it. He really was like the final thing that brought us back. We were so close to coming back, but he was like the final thing that brought us back. Jordan Corey has been, dude, all these shorts that y'all been getting on our TikTok. If you're not on our TikTok, go follow our TikTok. But the shorts you've been getting on our TikTok, our YouTube, Jordan Corey is cutting up, at this point, I think all of them. So important members of our team. Shout out to the team in there. Shout out to the super chat. I just had to say that again. Tyree Dillahay.
Yeah. I think you left out the Bob's Burgers part, but I guess that's not really
I didn't even get into Tyree. We were talking Jason Bibb, and then I just shouted everybody out again. So you were talking about these 5 guys.
We're too excited about our own awards.
Well, I also wanted to throw just to wrap up on Bibb is, and you mentioned it, you touched on it, but just to get the clarity on the 2 different album covers of Faces of Death was, I needed that. Like, I didn't even know I needed that, but hearing it from the source was like, okay, aha, you got called. Kermit brought you back for the re-up. So it was cool that he got a second shot at it. Cause that first shot, he who knew poor Jason, but how did he know this was going to become like a collector's item, eternal piece of bone lore? Cause at the time he had no idea. So yeah, that Jason Bibb thing, phenomenal. Yeah. And seeing Tyree and seeing Aaron Purnell here early on in season 1, a couple people, they wondered like, why are you guys interviewing artists? And it's like, no. And I think you all understand it by now. Like the Beyond the Harmony audience gets it now, but the graphic artists were a huge. We didn't know it, how much the graphic artists made Bone.
Hold on, time out. I know you're on a roll, but I see Lucky Lou in here. Lucky Lou, shout out to Lucky Lou. Lou, I need you to hit me up somehow in private. I got some shit to tell you, but I will say this, and this is all I can say publicly, but I got some shit to tell you privately. But Lucky Lou listened to the Bobby Jones interview, and in that interview, Bobby Jones talks about how Flesh and Bone's World So Cruel song, that beat was originally going to be the CROSSROADS remix before the Mo Thug DJ Unique remix happened. And he talked about that. Lucky Lou turned around and based on our interview, and thank you for shouting us out, he remixed it and he put World So Cruel, the beat, to the CROSSROADS, like the song. And I sent it to Bobby Jones, and Bobby said, Lou, this guy gets it. This is pretty close to what it was going to be like. I had to manipulate some things, but he said that it was very close. He was very impressed, Lou. He thought it was awesome. There's more stuff that I want to tell you that I can't talk about publicly, but he said I could tell you privately. So, that amazing job on that remix from Bobby Jones himself. Shout out to fucking Lucky Lou that's in the building right now. I see Mr. V Games and Toys with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much for all the super chats right now.
Hey, he did that for East 1999. That is cool as heck, man. 1999 for East 1999. Ha! I like that. That was clever, bro. That's
Dude, we're never gonna get through these at at this
Hey, we
rate.
celebrating, bro.
We
And
celebrating.
shout out to Cold Blooded too. And one more time for Lucky Lou. If, in the case you guys don't know, we've been pumping it each episode, but that Lucky Lou Faces of Death remix album is killer. So
Yeah, but
if anything, yeah.
did you hear the world? That's a Beyond the Harmony remix he did. Did you hear the World So Cruel Crossroads mix?
Yeah, not only that, I saw there was like he put the video
Incredible.
with it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and there was a video with it.
Showed
That
us
was
all
cool,
that
too.
love, man.
Yeah.
All that love. Tyree Dillahay, season 5. People wondered why. That's what you were saying. People wondered why we were interviewing graphic artists, and then we interviewed Julio and learned so much, and then the light bulbs went off, and people were like, "Oh, this is why." This is why, because you think of his interview, you think of Cairo's, even like I said, Jason Bibbs and Tyree. His just happened in season 5 a few weeks ago, and he dropped bombs on us. You know,
Yeah, and thinking of Cairo was kind of like the Blaze for bone imagery. You know how like Blaze understood the bone sound and brought it back. But before we got with Blaze, we got with Cairo, and Cairo had figured out the bone imagery that the fans liked. And since Cairo was a fan, he was immersed in it. And so he brought back, what made the bone stuff cool for like Thug Stories and Strength and Loyalty and Chasing the Devil. So, without interviewing Cairo Wolf, we wouldn't have known all those things about I Tried and the little secret things that he put inside of the album covers that he did. So like keeping it with what Julio and Donald Cunningham and Tyree were doing with Eternal. Cairo did that with other, and in fact, I'm going to try to get some shorts made of Cairo explaining those and try to put some overlay of the album covers just to bring to life what Cairo was telling us.
Yeah,
But
there's
yeah,
actually a Cairo video I was supposed to make a long time ago too that maybe I'll get to. Maybe I'll get to that and I'll make it a Skull and Crossroads Society exclusive.
oh yeah, and then and Aaron Purnell, being like our first affiliated thing. So Kate Chill was like the first big moment for us. Like that was the big interview. But I think we did Aaron Purnell right before Kate Chill, right? Or was it right after?
Aaron Purnell was the first. Aaron Purnell was the first official interview with an affiliate.
Do you know that the respect and fear for Flesh, when we were interviewing Aaron Purnell, I was like still on eggshells, like, yo, I don't want to piss Fleshbone off. This is Fleshbone's art guy. Let's treat him with absolute respect.
Yeah, and he had an amazing interview as well. He shined a lot of light on things during that, that World War III, 2010-11 time period, and Flesh and Bone and all that. So and gave us and really helped us get our feet wet. I'd have to check out the actual record dates, because things weren't live back then, who he interviewed first. But his was released first anyway, and if he wasn't the very first actual affiliate interview, he was like in the first couple. And
rapping with the artists here, if you want, I know you reached out to a lot of other artists that we didn't wind up interviewing. Do you want to just briefly cover some of them, if that's okay, like if it's public available?
They're y'all know
Okay.
from the Julio interview that Donald Cunningham is an important guy. And so is Jerome, who did the Creeping on a Come Up cover, and he did the Bone Thugs and Harmony logo. So I've been trying to get Jerome. I've been trying to get Donald.
And there was another guy. You also used to text with on some of those Decoding the Double Glock early on videos. I saw you
Quentin
post
Frost. Quentin Frost.
Frost.
Quentin Frost is actually who did the E1999 Eternal cover, all the 3D rendering and shit. So we think it's all these other people, but it was actually Quentin Frost who did that. And so there, I have a great decoding, and he was like, look, I don't have enough to tell y'all to do an interview, but he's done a lot of text, gave us a lot of information. So Quentin Frost, that was the people that helped make it possible. Quentin Frost on the cover, Julio, Donald, Tyree. If you haven't seen those decodings on the cover, man, we really break it down. And then shout out to Cody Hillier as well. Cody, I got something special being worked on for Cody in the art. And Cody's been rocking with us since the beginning. Cody helped us do one of our very first giveaways, and it was an exclusive Beyond the Harmony Mo Thug's Greatest Hits, like one of one signed fucking poster. And yeah, so shout out to Cody Hillier as well. Okay.
Just let me just throw a final statement on if it hasn't been beat to death already. The idea is that the artists created the imagery that we've all loved for so many years. We think it was just Bone Thugs and Harmony, the guys, and we love the guys, but we also love the imagery, and that's also part of the culture. The Bone culture has been creating like all fake album covers for albums we wish would exist, like the Wishmaster.
Everything. The imagery is everything to us.
The imagery is everything. And that's why when you look at this, you're like, wow, these guys, Beyond the Harmony had at least five artists on the show that generated the imagery that we look at, that we love. And that's why they were on here. And that's the message that we wanted, is that the Bone enterprise, for lack of a better word, is greater than just the music. It's greater than just the guys. It's also the art. It's also the everything, the merch. And it just keeps going. And that's what makes the whole Bone world last for 30 years. But this particular award is going to the artists, and take it from here.
And I just want to say that all the winners tonight are going to receive an actual real award in the mail. Hopefully when they receive it, we can get a little acceptance speech from them all. But this isn't just digital. They're going to receive a real award in the mail from us. So that's what it is. Let's get to our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, 71% of your votes. Let's go. It's trying. 71% of your votes goes to Julio. The win for best graphic artist interview. There was 110 votes by y'all, and 71% went to Julio. Second place was Kyra Wolfen at 15%. Julio had such an amazing interview. This guy really deserves it. It was such a, I remember it being like, holy fuck, like at the beginning of the show, like we're a few episodes in and it's like, bro, we got the guy that did the fucking artwork. And you know, it's like we almost feel bad, like we ruined Christmas, you know, like we ruined Santa Claus, because during that interview, so many things, and it's things now that 6 years later we just kind of accept as, oh yeah, of course, right? Like Busy Bones always saying we had nothing to do with the artwork and shit, but they weren't saying that shit back then, right? Like Julio coming on and saying, yo, they had nothing to do with shit. Donald's who came up with the cipher.
Hate to ruin Santa Claus for you kids.
You know, 6 years ago, if you think about that, it was totally different when Julio came on and he dropped that shit. Like it seems like regular everyday shit now, but when Julio came on and did that, it was like, oh my God. Season 1, the Julio interview, 71%. Shout out to Julio winning best graphic artist interview.
And his voice lives in my head forever after. Like I sometimes think, what would Julio do? Would you say, Matt?
Absolutely. No, something that both of you guys said maybe tie something together, right? So when people, it always makes me scratch my head when people say, why are you bringing on the graphic designer, or who is this guy or whatever, right? They are actually responsible for so much of the lore we've all built on our own heads that we all went onto like the Bone board to talk about. It was all because of the imagery and how it matched the music. So like people are like, maybe like people our parents' generation, right? Or maybe even before that, they only had records, right? And so the record sleeve was part of the experience. People would go to the record store and buy it based on the sleeve. And so in many ways, these graphic designers are carrying on a form of that legacy. Is the picture on the front ties in so much about what the album means to us.
Not only that, some of the artwork they created, we even see on the screen right now. You know, we're still keeping the imagery, that iconic imagery they did all that time ago. It's part of Beyond the Harmonies imagery. So it lives on, man. And this, yeah, mad props to the artist, bro.
Yeah. And you know, I'll just say, and I want people to keep this in mind all night, that that these awards are based on their interviews. So we're not saying that Julio is the best graphic artist here. We're saying that his interview with us was, the best of the best. Because so many times tonight we're going to hear, best producer and best graphic art, and it's about their interview with us, right? So this isn't about, whose art was the best or anything like that, because all of these guys are phenomenal, right? Like they couldn't be not phenomenal and in the position that they're in. So again, I just want to remind people what these are about. These awards are specifically about their contributions to Beyond the Harmony. So one more time, a shout out to Julio season 1 winning best graphic artist, and hey man, the guy absolutely deserves it.
Hooray for Julio.
Hooray for
Hey,
Julio.
Do you have any images of our Grammy, of the Beyond the Harmony statue, or
the one that they're gonna get?
Yeah,
I could put that on the screen. Hold on.
Cecil goes above and beyond in ways that are just bananas.
I have so much shit loaded in, more shit than I've ever had loaded into a show before. So it hates me right now. I'm like praying. So, I've shown this a few times, but on your screen right now, that is the award that these guys are going to be receiving in the mail. So they'll receive that in the mail. It'll of course, it'll say the award and their name on it, the 2024 Beyond the Harmony Awards. And so, that's what they're going to get, man. And I'm excited to send them a real fucking award in the mail, a real award. This is Beyond the Harmony, the #1 Bone Thugs and Harmony podcast in the world, often imitated but cannot be duplicated. We don't just say it, we do it. We are rocking on the 50th episode, 6-year anniversary. Shout out to Julio, man. Shout out to Julio.
And shout out to all the other artists too that we did, man. Jason Bibb, Tyree, Cairo, Aaron Purnell, all 5 of them. All epic moments in Beyond the Harmony history, part of the alumni. All of them changed our perspective, our perception, and our understanding of the history of Bone. So props to all. All right, man. That was a good first award. And dude, I love that we actually have an award, like a physical award that is so Cecil West. If you guys don't know by now, Cecil always amps it up. He can't just do the ordinary. Ordinary never happens with Cecil. It's got to always be extraordinary.
Yeah, man.
If I ever was hosting it, back again with the one and only extraordinary Cecil West.
Yeah, man. Hey, I like you to know that it's us, that it's not average. Nothing we've done here for 6 years has been average. We really try to go above and beyond. Speaking of going above and beyond, tonight we are giving away a level 1 Busy Bone and Sons package from Beatbox LLC that includes a Bone Thugs and Harmony shirt, a signed copy of I'm Busy by Lil Busy and YBL Sinatra, and the very rare gold carbon monoxide signed by Busy Bone. All you got to do is be a member of the Skull and Crossroads Society. You can join that easy. Any tier wins, from the $3 tier all the way up to the $99 tier. We're going to be spinning that around 11 o'clock. So if you're not a member of the Skull and Crossroads Society yet, make sure you get over there and join. You can join at the community tab on your screen right now. You actually also have it either says join or members on your YouTube, or you can go to beyondtheharmony.com and click Skull and Crossroads Society. You can join like that around 11 o'clock. We're going to be giving that away, so make sure that you join the Skull and Crossroads Society so you can be eligible to win our Beatbox LLC level 1 package from our sponsors. I think this is a good time for us to talk about, and again, I just want to say tonight is about the show. It's not about Bone. It's not about affiliates. Tonight is about Beyond the Harmony, and this is a good time to talk about the history, because we're talking about the 6-year anniversary of the show, but what if I told you that even though this show came out in 2018, making it 6 years. What if I told you that this show went back to 2015? What if I told you it went back even further to 2010? You know, we got some history.
Theoretically, even before then, but I guess officially, yeah, 2010, and we've kind of touched on it a few times throughout the years. Starting off on that Unifive,
Yeah.
but Cecil and I go back even further to the late 90s through the bone boards, and we might have even chatted with Matt. Matt, were you on the bone boards in the 1990s, or what year did you?
Only as a lurker status. Like I've never been big on posting on or like interacting on social media. You know what I mean? But I probably read your guys' posts.
Yeah, maybe even RC Thugsters too. So all right, good. Well, that's where Cecil and I began. I had a rap group, Lyrical Fusion, at the time, and we had a Bone Thugs and Harmony sounding song called "Getting High on the South Side." And we weren't just just some internet rappers. We were kind of like the first ones of like a multicultural group, and it put me through college. Like we were charting in the top 10 on MP3.com when it was still MP3.com, before Master P bought it or before it got taken over and ruined. They used to have a program called Payback for Playback. And that was basically every time your song got played, you got a piece of the money. Keep in mind, maybe for you younger guys, you might have heard of the dot-com boom era of economics of the United States. This was happening during the dot-com boom. There was tons of money flowing into the internet. A lot of it was going to MP3.com. MP3.com had a bunch of independent artists plus some famous ones like Ice-T, Public Enemy, I think even Master P before he bought it. And I think Mobb Deep was on there. J. Rue the Damager, I think, was on there. Mariah Carey was on there. So there was some like actual names. I remember when we were actually charting in the top 10, I was like, we were the only underground group, and everybody else in the top 10 were names that you would have known in the late 90s. And so that we had 3 songs charting in the top 50. And this is a secret to any artist. Once you get in like a top list, it's like you get perpetual money, because a lot of people just click playlists and they'll just play and play. Like everybody just clicks a playlist. So even if they weren't looking for us, they were getting us. As would play like the top 10. If we were number 7, they would hit us. And when they would hit us, we'd get paid for the play. And that's why a lot of artists are trying to get part of playlists for like Spotify and other things, because once you're playlisted, the chances of your success increase exponentially. And so through that process, I was a marketer. I thought, a funny thing about this show was I thought I was the man until like I really found out who Cecil was. Like I had known Cecil for 15 years before we did the show. I've known him now for 20 plus, but discovering Cecil's game just made me just sit back. I'm happy being the guy on the couch, but prior to Cecil fully showing the full capacity of what he is, I thought I was the man. And that's how he found me. He was jamming beyond Getting High on the South Side. And then eventually I think we started working on things, and then I was getting on his projects once I got out of college. And at that point is when the beginnings of Cecil and I's friendship like really started to begin, because now we were collaborating on projects together.
Thanks to Bone. Thanks to Bone. Shout out to the BT&H board, even though some of them kind of don't like us. Shout out to the BT&H board. That's how the fuck we met. That's actually how RC Thugsta and all of us met as well. So Bone brought us together, made us friends, and in 2010, Unifive comes out, and John and I decide we're gonna do a review on it. And we were going to start a show in 2010 called Hatin' Nation, where the premise of the show was the shit we hated about Bone, right? Because you already had the BT&H board to talk about all of the dick riding shit that you loved. But this was going to be like, yo, what's the annoying shit? What's the shit you don't like? So, it was going to be your alternative. And so 2010, we review Unifive for Hatin' Nation. And I wish we still had the episode. I've tried to recover it, but we review it. 2010. I actually like that album a lot more. I remember it being a not very favorable review by us. And that was the only thing that we really did for Hatin' Nation. And I remember fast forward to when we decide that we're going to do Beyond the Harmony. And we're like, yo, because we were like, we're going to bring back Hatin' Nation is what it is. And instead of bringing back Hatin' Nation, it was like, bro, we can't do that. People don't want to see us just fucking shitting on Bone, and and we don't want to sit and shit on Bone, every episode all the time. Like it was a cute idea for a segment, but it wasn't like a good show. So, we're sitting there, and here is, and we've talked about this, but here's how Spin the Block 5 years later, 2015. So this is when Beyond the Harmony is actually birthed, y'all. 2015. I'm sitting there and I'm flipping through pages of Faces of Death, and I keep seeing K Chill's name. I'm like, who the fuck is K Chill? You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck is K Chill? Right? And I literally hit up John like, yo, who the fuck is K Chill? Do you know who this is? He's like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, bro, he's all over this Faces of Death. Like, who the fuck is K Chill? So in 2015, I go on this lunatic, like, week-long searching for K Chill. And it was crazy how much I had to go through. And I finally think I find him. And back then, Facebook, if you wanted to talk to people you didn't know, they charge you. It cost me like $5 to even send him a message. And in May of 2015, I go, hey, are you K Chill, the same K Chill that did the album Get Your Funky Off? And he's like, I am. And I was like, bro, I've been trying to find you. Da-da-da-da-da, woo-woo-woo, tell him the whole thing. I'm like, look, I got this podcast. I really want to interview you. Here's what it's all about. I want your backstory on Bone Thugs and Harmony, this and that. And he was like, yeah, all right, like, I'll do that. Now, mind you, this is 2015. Now, I'm sure y'all know from being fans of the show the last 6 years, I be into shit, and then I got other shit going on, and I be out of shit. So 2015, I find K Chill, I lock it down, all that. John's ready to go, and then I'm out. I go cold. Okay, I go cold on Beyond the Harmony. John stayed talking to K Chill though, so John kept the door open because I kind of like bailed on the project, and he kept going with K Chill. And this is what's crazy, okay? 17, John?
Yeah.
2017, John hooks up with Brother Clay because Brother Clay sees a John Lippy video about Busy Bone and Tupac. And he's like, I got to have you involved with Misery. Says, do you want to come out and be part of this Misery project? And at the time, I'm like touring, I'm doing my thing. And John's like, bro, you want to go to California and be with Busy Bone for like a fucking week and do all this shit? And I was like, nah, bro, what the fuck are you talking? I got shit going on. He's like, I'm getting on a plane. I'm going to be with Busy Bone. And I was like, I only half even believed it. I was like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Right? John's in California with Busy Bone. He's doing interviews. If y'all don't know, like, we have a Beyond the Harmony interview series and Busy Bones in it, and everyone, Excel Beats, Brother Clay, Frank Nitty, everyone involved with fucking with Misery. And this is what happens. I had this drafted, and I would bring it up on the screen, but my computer already hates everything that's going on. I draft up this really like early version of the Beyond the Harmony logo. And John does these interviews with Clay and all these motherfuckers, and he's calling it Beyond the Harmony, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I was like, oh man. And he's like, hey bro, if you ain't gonna do nothing with it, I'm gonna have to do something. Like, it's too cool for me not to do something with it. And I was like, oh, that's not even supposed to be the final logo, right? So John's doing Misery. He's using up the the logo. He's calling it Beyond the Harmony. They all love it out there. Clay loves it. Nitty, Busy Bone. Again, if you haven't seen Syndication Sunday, it's one of the playlists. There's a full Busy Bone interview with fucking John and Busy Bone for Beyond the Harmony, early 2017. And so he comes back and tells me the whole thing, and I'm like, all right, that's crazy. He sends me the videos. I'm still not really into it. Whatever. 2018. And that's what brings us to the 6-year official. So that's the whole back story for y'all before we even get to the 6 years.
Yeah, and actually in 2016, you were on, I guess, the Worldwide Weed Tour, but like an actual one for actual music business. But I kept producing bone-related content on my own channel because we hadn't created Beyond the Harmony yet. And every single one, I think I put the Beyond the Harmony logo in there. I think I always called it, this is like a Beyond the Harmony production. And I did all that for the same reason, to try to like entice you, like, hey, I'm doing these bone videos, Cecil. Maybe you want to join in on them. And here's a weird trivia tidbit that may or may not even be accurate, depending on how we think about it. But the Excel Beats interview, I think I listed as Beyond the Harmony interview 1 or episode 1. I don't even know if it made it to the channel or not, but I had recorded it. It must have been on my own channel. I don't remember if we ever migrated it over to this channel, but it's me and Excel Beats. We're in Excel's studio in Burbank, California. It was a ways away from LA. And there's the Busy interview, which I don't even know how we numbered it. Also a fun fact, somebody recorded 2 other interviews with me and Busy. So the one that we have on the channel, that's me and Busy in a car. And that was kind of like us getting we hadn't really, I'm just interviewing Busy. It was just a kind of pastime in the car. And then when we got out, I don't know if it was Aaron DeSell or through the car ride, it became evident that, hey, this guy, John Lippy, he has a deep knowledge of Bone Thugs and Harmony. He's not just some dude that's along for the ride. He actually can contribute something to this whole entire project. And so they put me in, interviewing Busy in that studio, and so I'm actually punching in on the soundboard, and Busy's in the studio booth. I don't know who has that footage. I don't know if it's with the director for the Misery video. Somebody's got that footage. And then we did another interview on a couch, and I don't know who has that footage. So out there are 2 other John Lippy Busy Bone interviews. When I got home, I checked all my chips, and there was only 1 interview on my chips, but I did 3. I conducted 3 Busy Bone interviews, only came home with 1 to share with everybody. But somewhere in LA is another Busy Bone interview with Jonathan Lippy, and I never even seen it myself. I think I have the audio recording of one of them. I gotta dig that up. But yeah, pretty wild.
Yeah, and it brings us full motion into 2018, which is what we're celebrating today. February 15th, 2018, we release the very first official episode of Beyond the Harmony, and it was based on and this is how this happens, right? Me and John are talking on Voxer, and I say, yo, I saw a thing, Lazy Bone's gonna release the Mo Thugs greatest hits. And I was like, what the fuck could possibly be on a Mo Thugs greatest hits? And we start going back and forth on Voxer. And then he goes, bro, if we're going to talk about this, why don't we just record it for the show, man? Let's just record this shit. and I'm like, let's do it. Fuck it. Let's record it. And so we record the Mo Thugs Greatest Hits, episode 1, and we release it on the 15th, 6 years ago, and that is how we got there. But we're celebrating 6 years, but this is actually something 14 years in the making.
Yeah, and the thing is, we didn't. There was actually a lot of views on that video, way more than we thought we should have got after our first video. And we're like, yo, there's a lot of people that checked into this thing. Maybe this is a destiny. And also, let me point out too, prior to Beyond the Harmony, when we would talk on Voxer, we talk about other things besides Bone, and it was kind of like this unwritten code that if we were talking whether it's Cecil's music stuff or some other project that we were working on, it was like, look, don't bring up Bone, because if you even mention Bone, you're gonna derail this whole conversation because we're gonna quit everything we're doing and we need to get this done, and we're gonna talk Bone for the next 3 hours. So just don't bring up Bone. And so yeah, later on we're like, we just got to turn this into something for everybody.
And
We do it all the time.
we did, and we put it out. And I remember we didn't think that we would get it was like, if we ever get 100 subscribers to this, it'll be amazing. If we can get 100 subscribers, it'll be amazing. John, what's the numbers at?
Last I checked, it was like 17,500.
Shout out to Brother Clay. Shout out to Brother Clay I see in the chat room. We were just
Brother
talking
Clay.
about Brother Clay. Brother Clay in the chat room, man.
Nice.
17,000 subscribers for Beyond the Harmony. This little thing that we started 6 years ago.
Well, hey, you know what? Big shouts to Brother Clay, though. That's a big part of making this what it is to this day. Had that trip not happened, then the Excel Beats interview wouldn't have happened. That logo Cecil West wouldn't have seen, and it wouldn't lit the fire on him to say, let's do the damn thing. So Brother Clay is a huge part of the Beyond the Harmony history. And we tried to showcase Brother Clay a lot through seasons 3 and 4. And there's a whole Brother Clay playlist with like 40 plus videos. If y'all ain't checked that out, check that out.
And
well.
And Brother Clay gave us, he contributed a lot to the show, a lot, footage and songs and videos that had previously not been available anymore, and so Brother Clay, Brother Clay is nominated for the Beyond Affiliated Award that I was talking about earlier, because I think when you think of a Brother Clay, you think of Beyond the Harmony. When you think of Beyond the Harmony, you think of Brother Clay.
Well, with that, should we do another award, or is it too early?
No, I think after talking the history like that, this is a great time to talk the Best Side Content Award. This is an award that, this is more Beyond the Harmony based, but this is for, what video we did that wasn't part of the show. We do a lot of things. Decoding the Double Glock is one of our favorites. We got a lot of side content out there that John and I have created, and this was for who has, or what was the best side content. And so your nominees are the NWA novel. It was NWA and Novelty Comedy Act. That actually came out during the 2-year hiatus that we were just on. Brought in huge numbers, huge subscribers, brought in a lot of different people that hadn't previously been here. Us kind of going a little bit outside of the Bone world, but still keeping it in Bone. The Thugs Cry decoding video, where I break down and decode each piece and each symbol inside of the Thugs Cry music video. It was one of our...
I just want to say, I wish I would have kept the Voxer recordings from the week that you worked on that, because that was a total obsession.
Oh man, that's all I did.
That was peak Cecil West.
That's all I did. I was psycho. Yeah, John. When y'all get a finished product from me, John's who's got to, he's got to endure.
So, and I wanted to throw in too. I'm just curious out there, and I doubt they're listening right now, but that NWA Novelty Comedy video brought in a lot of subscribers, and I just wonder what it's like for them to see all this Bone Thugs and Harmony content when they might have subscribed for other reasons. But I doubt they're in the comment. I doubt they're out there right now listening. But if you're hearing this and you came to this channel from that NWA video, let us know what it's like to endure all this Bone content.
Nominee number 3 is the Notorious Thugs picture decoding. That's a picture. It went super viral because these motherfuckers stole it from my video and didn't give us credit. But I worked really hard decoding that. And a huge thing that came from that video was we figured out in the first video, we didn't know who the 2 people in the back were. We still don't know who one is, but the other one is Mr. Majesty. And Majesty saw the video and reached out to us and said, yo, I'm the one. And we got Mr. Majesty to come on the fucking show because of that video. And I'll tell you right now, I was really disappointed at the time that we didn't get the credit. You see the picture everywhere, the pictures everywhere, and I was so upset that, you know, we weren't getting the credit for all the work that I put in. Those videos are phenomenal, by the way. Like I work through the whole process and show y'all how I came up with all the names. But the payoff wasn't getting the credit for the fucking picture. The payoff was getting Mr. Majesty. So that's the Notorious Thugs decoding. Of course, we got the classic Ouija map decoding. And this is where John, this is actually a pre-official Beyond the Harmony video when he was talking about the John Lippy channel where he was doing bone videos and calling it Beyond the Harmony. This is actually from that channel, and it's where John just does the classic thing and goes over, you know, what the backward scripture is and how you use that scripture to use, you know, the map and how to decode the map, and that's a fucking classic. And of course, the Creeping on a Come Up 10-track theory, where I talk about the possible 10 tracks that would have appeared on Creeping on a Come Up, and just certain songs that were meant for Creeping on a Come Up and not Eternal. These 5 videos were all big videos. The Notorious Thugs should have been a bigger video than it was, but these were big fucking videos for the channel, man.
Yeah, and all 5 of those represent like periods of time to me. Like when I'm looking at the covers, the thumbnails, I remember different moments. Like, I mean, obviously that NWA novelty comedy, that was a wild time just to see the views, the comments, the response, the amount of subscribers that came along, and just remembering that time. Plus, that was a story that I've been wanting to tell. And, you know, if you guys ever do go look at that, like 70% of the audience they don't like the message, but Alonzo Williams, who started NWA, well, I don't know if he started NWA, but he started the World Class Wrecking Crew. He somewhere buried in the thousands of comments, he says, this crazy white boy actually has it right, or something along those lines. So once I saw Alonzo co-sign it, I was like, I don't care what anybody says in the comments. The actual guy that put Dre on the map and DJ Yell on the map, if he says this is true, then I don't care. So mad props to that. But the Thugs Cry, that moment in time, that was a fun period. Actually, for you, it was like a real pivotal period too. I remember you were having like some crossroads going of different directions in your life. So that was a cool moment. Notorious Thugs was a cool moment. And plus
and not
Majesty.
only that, but you know, the Thugs Cry video was super important. I had talked about that for years, you know, that I had to do that video, and you know, and it was so funny because I remember after that video came out, Busy Bone saying, "Hey, there's more to that video than what meets the eye." And I just remember like feeling like, yeah, I know. You know, I brought that. I brought the pain, you know. So yeah, man, I love that
frame
video.
by frame, bro. You combed that whole video frame by frame. I would assume. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah. I mean, I fucking, if y'all haven't seen that video, you want to go through and check that video out.
And the only reason why there's not more of them is, like I said, this was a week of Cecil's life. And when I say a week, it's all he did, and it's all I heard about. And somewhere in cyberspace are hours of us discussing it ad nauseum, every frame of that thing. And in the whole ruthless aspect of it being the prison and all that. Cecil's been telling me about that since way back.
Yeah.
A long time ago, like way back in 94.
I think I had like just joined or was pretty new at that time. I remember Cecil going on a bender. I didn't really say much because I didn't know if this was just another day for Cecil at the time, right? And so I was like a passenger that like just had the curtain pulled back, and I was like, this is some intense stuff. And it was a great.
It's like, what
I'm pretty
the
sure
fuck
it was like
did
right
I get
when
into, man?
What on earth?
This is psycho shit.
But to be able to be, to move from fan to staff, and then to see a video like that be made, and then get to listen to it be made, and then, give my little, maybe one or two like funny comments or ha-has or whatever, right? But like then to see the final product um is a very good memory for me, for sure.
Yeah, I love that video. I love all these videos. The 10-track theory was like a fucking challenge. There's a bunch of great ones that didn't make it even in here. I decode the Mo Thugs 2 album cover and who is who on that. We got some great videos. There's the Decoding the Double Glock series is so good if y'all haven't checked it out. But these were the 5 that we came up with. Y'all ready? It's laggy.
Oh,
My shit's delayed. Your winner, John Lippy's Bone Thugs and Harmony E1999 Eternal Mr. Ouija Map Curse decoded with 43% of the vote. 161 people voted. My Thugs Cry video coming in just short of that with 36% of the vote. Everything else was real low, 9%, 3%, 9%. So those 3, based on what y'all told, telling us are our top side content videos, and I would agree with that. Those are 2 of the greatest side content videos we've ever fucking done.
That creeping on a come up 10-track theories, aspects of that have been revealed since you made it. Like now we know about Artillery Shop definitively. Now we know Bud Smokers Only was part of the creeping era. Through the articles that RC Thugs has given us, as well as a couple other things. I think the Down 71 thing has been admitted now, and a couple other things that you brought up in the video at the time. It was just theoretical. I think the killer piece of evidence you had in that video was that cassette tape. I don't know if that was DJ Unique's tape, but it had the original names of the songs. Like one was
the dad tape.
Yeah, that was a cool piece to see, how it was named and then how it evolved. And it's just interesting how that, some of the stuff you covered in that became, revealed.
Well, listen, that shit happens all the time, right? The question of the week where I said, yo, on the fucking, what's the fucking, the grind shit? Why am I drawing a blank?
Strictly for my grind. Strictly for my grind.
Space Hog.
If y'all go way back, there's a question of the week where I say, I believe that Busy Bone's first verse in that is a reference track for Eazy-E. And people are like, nah, this and that. And I come with proof. And years later, when people were telling me a clip is released by Ruthless Propaganda with Eazy-E rapping that fucking part and it being confirmed that I wasn't crazy, that I was on the fucking money. And now that's one of these things that we just accept as, yeah, of course. Like, you didn't know that? I'm like, yeah, I knew that. I knew that when motherfuckers said that wasn't true. I knew that. Y'all are just accepted it as truth now. So, we done did that, man. We really break the history. We really do. We really, we go beyond, man. It's called Beyond the Harmony for a reason.
And there was also that day when we were coming up with the name. I don't remember some of the other names we came up with other than Hate Nation, but once we had Beyond the Harmony, it was just like the time when 808 Pimp and me came up with Lyrical Fusion as the replacement name for Underground Dwellers. And we're just like, yo, this is the name right here. And Beyond the Harmony was the name. And, looking back too, you wanted theme music because it wasn't enough just to have a podcast. You had to have a theme song. And that's when we thought long and hard who was going to do it. Would we get like somebody from the Mo Thugs to do it? I'm like, nah, it should be an internet, person.
Yeah.
And then, and we were thinking. And then I said, yo, remember that girl that sang all the Bone songs?
I didn't. You were like, you know who fucking Feenics Ryzin is? And I'm like, bro, no, I'm not tapped in like that. Like, what are you talking about? Make me hip, man. Make me hip. And if y'all if y'all go back and listen to the first bunch of episodes, and I was gonna write down which is which, but it's a good handful of episodes before we have theme music.
Or an intro.
Yeah. Oh, the intro comes in season 1, but that comes even later.
Yeah.
I think
Probably after the Aaron Purnell interview. I guess we would have had to first interview him first, right?
Yeah. That's how we established. So in fact, if you go back and you listen to the very first interview or the very first episode, I don't even do the intro. John does the intro. There was no "What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West Beyond the Harmony." It's none. It's none of that. You know.
And that's what I was talking about earlier when I was like, "Yo, I thought I was the man," until I found out that my co-host was the man, and I was like, "I wish I would have known all these years." But yeah, that's that transition there. I was just like, "Yo, you do it way better than I do it." So. You take over the reins. And that was kind of a weird transition too at the time. It was a passing of the torch. I'm a little older by a couple of years in Cecil, and you know, the roles reversed. So it was cool. It was cool like that. And one of the things I told you that Cecil taught me through the ages about, you know, don't just tell an artist, hey, just do whatever you want. When it came to the Feenics Ryzin thing, the actual words that are part of the song, I was just like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know, Beyond the Harmony for the fans, we're celebrating.
Yeah, he's giving Feenics ideas. He's just like, oh, you know, some shit like this. And I knew better than that. I'm like, nah, you don't, you gotta say what you want. You know, you gotta say what you want. So he shot these ideas at Feenics Rising, and she was like, that's what you get. And so the words that you hear for the theme music, John wrote those words. She just read it off the paper and was like, hey, if this is what you want, I'm going to make it. And just so y'all know, we didn't have AI. There was no instrumental for that Bone song, any of that. Feenics Ryzin recreated that instrumental that during it. It's not the Bone instrumental. Like, she recreated that for us. And I think that goes under the radar as well a lot, that people don't realize. Like, she didn't jock the Bone instrumental and sing over that. She recreated that for us.
Yeah. And you know, that's it. It's synonymous with the show. Like we were talking about, you know, all the guests are part of Beyond the Harmony, and Feenics Ryzin's song. You hear it at the end of every question of the week. You hear it at the end of most of our videos. And so that is Beyond the Harmony right there. Feenics Ryzin is Beyond the Harmony, and thankfully Cecil wanted that. It pushed me to make sure we got that done. At the time, I was like, do we really need to go all out like that? Yeah. Do we really need to get Aaron Purnell to make us a 3D intro? Yeah. So I'm glad Cecil pushed it. If it was up to me, none of that would have happened. So Cecil's let's go big really paid off in the long run.
S. Perez says, I knew it was something as soon as I heard an actual disclaimer as soon as the video started. Yo, I'm so glad. Listen, that disclaimer, that audio is the same audio that I recorded 6 years ago. I said, hey, John, I go, before we do this, we gonna have to have some sort of disclaimer that we just some regular motherfuckers. Like, I don't want people, you know, people are just gonna attack. Oh, y'all didn't know this, y'all. I'm like, nah, we didn't know none of that. You know, like, we just some regular guys talking Bone. We don't know all the shit. I'm not the Bonepedia, you know? So I'm like, we need something at the beginning that says, you know, we just some regular. So I wrote the disclaimer, and in fact, again, going back to the original episodes, it's not even written on the screen. It just says disclaimer with the shitty version of the Bone logo or the Beyond the Harmony logo that I made, and you just hear the disclaimer. But the disclaimer audio that you hear today is the same disclaimer audio that was recorded 6 fucking years ago, and that was because I was like, bro, we need a bumper that goes at the beginning that tells people, hey, we just some regular guys. And the only time that it's changed is it used to say, we are 2 regular guys. And when Matt came on, I was going to re-record it. I re-recorded it. It sounded like shit. And I just cut out the word 2 instead. So now when you hear it, it goes, we are regular guys.
Yeah. And that thing came through for us. There was a couple of times where, you know, because the Bone community, obviously, they're touchy about stuff, you guys know. And I forgot what it was. Somebody said, yo, y'all better be glad you put that disclaimer at the beginning. I was like, all right. Well, once again, foresight. Cecil saw it coming before Johnny saw it, and thankfully you made that because that let us know this is just we're just having a good time. This is what we do. We might as well share it with the world. It's kind of like, a lot of people think, hey, we should just have a podcast, and we did it. Hey, you should have your own award show. Here we are. So just do it. Just do it. Just do it. And, thank all of you for being a part of this 6-year journey. I don't think when we started this, we thought we'd still be doing it 6 years later. I
Nah.
don't think we didn't think we'd have 100
years ago.
subs.
I didn't think we were gonna do it.
And we thought
After
the bone community was
Versus.
just gonna come down on us because y'all know it's pretty harsh out there. And somehow we haven't got the harshness, and hopefully we never do.
Well, and we created, it's like I referenced BT&H board, and BT&H board had kind of built its own culture, and we were all part of it. And so when I talked about the culture, that's what we thought of when we made this. But over a 6-year period, we've created our own culture. Frank, DNA level
Frank.
C in the house, man. He's an OG. Fucking Frank in the house, man. Yo, we were just talking, bro. I got to get off on a tangent. Frank, bro, he sent me so much shit. He sent us the tapes, the how he discovered Sons of Assassins, and he sent me the Faces of Death tape that is the black copy, that's not a red copy. There's so many things I could say about Frank, but when we were talking, I shared this story with Matt, and me and John were talking, and Frank did something so special. That I don't want to be a pussy. It almost chokes me up. But I remember telling the story that my mom's house burnt down when I was a kid, and a bunch of my bone shit got lost. And I remember telling the story that one of my favorite posters was the poster of Bone in the camouflage. They're against like a tile background. It just says Bone Thugs and Harmony at the top, the Art of War at the bottom. And I said, that was one of my favorite things. I lost a bunch of shit. I lost this resurrection stand, and that was one of my favorite things. And Frank said, hey, I need Cecil's address. I'm going to send him something. And he sent me an original copy of that poster. I got that poster still sitting in my office, man. It was a early thing that happened on this show, and it was so like touching to me because he sent us a bunch of cool shit, and I was super grateful for the cool stuff that he sent. But that was like some different from the heart shit. Frank has been here from the beginning, man. So much love for Frank, man. 216 DNA level C in this motherfucker. A real Beyond the Harmony OG, man. Yo, this is for the fans we celebrating right now.
Yeah, the early ones, man. And even back in the day, we used to do the giveaways all the time, and there was different winners.
1985 Gemini. We had to put the Gemini rule into effect because she kept winning the fucking giveaways, man. The fucking 1985 Gemini somehow just kept winning these motherfucking giveaways until finally we had to put the Gemini rule into effect that you couldn't win twice in a row. Shout out the 1985 Gemini, bro.
Yeah.
I think we need to give maybe a couple more flowers to Frank, because if it wasn't for Frank, I wouldn't be here.
Okay.
I told you guys this story before, but he posted you guys on Instagram season 1, and I said, "What is this Bone podcast? Let me go ridicule it. Let me go see what they know." And so I was there for episode 1, and I was just hooked instantly. I was like, "Oh, okay, I like these guys. They have the right attitude about it. They're not trying to like we knew more than you or anything like that." So if it wasn't for Frank being on top of everything, I wouldn't even, and who knows if I didn't catch it from like the very beginning, what if I wasn't like as down to ride about the whole thing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So Frank, I don't know if you know that story, if you heard that story before or not, or if you're still listening, but if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now.
That's news to me. Hey,
me
I
too, man. Frank's a
Yeah.
fucking OG, bro.
Yeah, that's how I found you guys at the beginning. Like I am not tuned into bone culture because I disagree with almost all of it.
That's what I'm saying. We created our own culture over here. You know, that's what I'm so proud of is these, you know, some of these people that we're talking about. It's like, you know, there's people like when I think of BTNH board, I think of certain people like John the Goat is somebody that when I think of BTNH board, I think of him. You know what I'm saying? And that's dope. But there's people that when I think of them, I think of this and the culture that we built over here. Turrock's another one. Like when I think of Turrock, like I think of Beyond the Harmony, you know. And yeah, man, we created a beautiful culture, bro.
Yeah, yeah, man.
Listen, speak. You know what? I was gonna wait this out, but you know, speaking of people that when I think of them, when I think of the Beyond the Harmony culture, I'll say somebody that I think of is Capone. Capone was Capone was an early fixture in Beyond the Harmony, and he gave us a huge, like, you know, jaw-dropping interview, and he was on so early and then stayed fucking with us. You know, he stayed dealing with us to the point that, you know, he would just talk to us regular, and we went on and we created Appetite for Thuggin', and all this shit. And Capone means so much to the show. I want to bring Capone on. We're not having any guests tonight, but I don't think of my man Capone like that. I think of Capone as a member of our team. Like he had his own fucking show on here. If y'all haven't seen Appetite for Thuggin', which I want to bring back, dude, we got a second episode of that's not edited that he did all the work for. But I want to bring, you know, Appetite for Thuggin' back. But I want to bring Capone in. I see him trying to get in right now. I see you, Capone. You got to turn your audio on, baby. I want to bring him in, man. That he's like, he is like a member of the team, man. He is Beyond the Harmony, just like we are, bro.
Indeed, Capone.
Yeah, he's still trying to connect us. He tries to connect though. I see you in here, Capone. It's just you may need to turn the audio on. It may say something about your audio down at the bottom.
I'm fired up to see what Capone's got in his possession.
Yeah, so you know, no, you still got nothing, Capone. Down at the bottom of your screen, there should be a thing that with a microphone. You should be able to turn your microphone on. Yeah. So the reason why we got Capone on tonight, and as he gets things figured out, you know, he's always been such a special, you know, more than a guest. You know what I'm saying? Like he became more than a guest to us. He really became part of the team. He really became a member of our team, one of our friends. You know, I be hitting Capone up, you know, just to talk to the dude. You know, I would check in with him even when we were on hiatus. You know, even when we were on hiatus from Beyond the Harmony, I would check in and I would talk to Capone, and I would see what he was up to. And, you know, he's really become a friend, and we wanted to do something really special for him. And Capone is in, he right now has a package that costs like $185 to send. He has a big ass package, and in it there is something so special, and we've been waiting to give this to Capone for fucking couple years now.
At least 2 years.
Yeah.
At least 2 years.
And I can't wait. He's working on his audio. Capone, you got to get that audio, bro. We got to get you in here. I see your video.
I was gonna say red carpet treatment, but that's really for like guests. Capone feels more like he's
the fam, man.
on the inside, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he really is. He really is like the family, you know what I'm saying? Like he really is like part of the team.
While you're queuing Capone up, I see. Oh, okay. I see Capone in the thing there.
Yeah,
it looks like
he's just struggling with his audio, getting it on.
while he's figuring that out, I just want to rehash because I see Anti Perkovic, Anti Upbeats in the chat,
NTP.
and this just reminded me of the thing. I don't know if he was in the chat at the beginning of the show when I was talking about trying to get 10 guys to do the 3 minutes, just for his location. I think to have a representative from the land down under to give us 3 minutes a month. And it doesn't have to be him. Maybe we could get Bruce Hathcock, but somebody from Australia or New Zealand, because I know Bone's always doing shows out there. If someone was like our eyes and ears reporter dropping 3 minutes on how the Bone thing is going down out there, that'd be awesome. And same with anybody. If you're from another country, if you're from another state that's not being represented, if you're one of those Mothug chapters out there, hey, hit up John Lippy on Facebook Messenger because I want to put together a 30-minute month episode around the world of Beyond the Harmony. And I want everybody to get represented and to showcase what they're up to, what their camps are doing, and what they got going. Because I want all of our faces to be just like Capone. Everybody knows Capone now. Everybody knows K Chill. And I want you guys to be the next Beyond the Harmony round the blockers. So you know what I'm saying. Hit me up. Don't hit Cecil on this. Hit Johnny up for this particular one. Do we got Capone audio?
Nah, it looks like I don't know.
That offer goes out to It's a Crazy Life as well, and anybody that's doing it. I know Crazy's doing music all the time. I'm gonna try to get some of those new songs he made up on the channel as well, just to showcase Beyond the Harmony artists out there, especially when they're working with other artists.
I'm working with Capone on the side here on his audio, so this would be
that goes for anyone, John. Like we've showcased a lot of other people's work,
Mhm.
music on the channel. I think I like just looking at our playlists. Like, did you make a video about the playlist, or was that Cecil?
I did do a video because we have so many playlists now.
Yeah, like how to navigate them. You're gonna have to update it.
Yeah. Y'all check out the playlist tab. We tried to organize, as Cecil said at the beginning of the show, we're up to like 700 uploads. So to organize it with the playlist has become tremendously important. And through that process, that's where you'll get to see the code and the double clock. We always talk about it. That's by far the best playlist we have. So if you haven't gone through that whole playlist, that's core Beyond the Harmony. That all three of us, those are the best productions we've made going forward, especially for Skull and Crossroads Society members. We're going to have a lot more exclusives like that going forward. Dude, this season has just been so jam-packed, and we were dropping daily videos up until like the season begins, and we're going to keep it going. And we still have a sheet of ideas to get through that we haven't even touched, and it's like an 8-page sheet. And not only that, I got to go through all these audios with RC Thugs that he's dropped so many ideas on us that, and he'll just like dump a gazillion ideas all at once in like a 14-minute Voxer. And like I'll be hearing it, and then I never get back to jotting down like, oh man, that was a really good idea. So we get ideas for days. We're never going to stop having ideas. It's just we're going to get it all out there at some point. Check those playlists, especially Decoding the Double Glock. Oh, hey, It's a Crazy Life says he's got a track with Capone. That is dope, bro. We got to get that. If you could find that, that's definitely going up, bro. That's going up before anything you said with Crazy Bone, dude. It's a Crazy Life with Capone. That is going up this week if you could get it to me.
I love that.
Or next week. Let's see, connecting the audio, man. I see Capone in
okay. If he's connecting the audio, that's a good thing.
That's it.
Hey, I hear him.
Hello?
Capone.
What's good with it, y'all?
There he is.
He's got the Capone shirt.
God bless everybody. Hey, thank y'all for the brand new design. You know what I'm saying? I love it and everything.
Oh man, I'm so happy to see you in here, Capone, bro, as we celebrate 6 years, bro. You were one of our first interviews, man. 6 years ago you came on with us, bro.
And God bless y'all and congratulations. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. What's up, Jonathan?
What's up, Capone?
What up, Matthew with the beard? You shaved your beard a little bit, Matthew?
Yeah, man. It was too much. Heavy is the head that wears the beard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jonathan, before we get into everything else, but shout out to Big Brother Clay. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know y'all got to have Big Brother Clay book, too. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But also, Jonathan, I love your new episodes you did talking about the stepping in faith, but you talk about the door, the caveat, and the sacrifice and stuff.
Yes, that's on my own personal channel. Man, Capone giving the shout out to my channel. I love it.
That was the raw stuff. Yeah, y'all know I gotta kick me a little verse real quick. Me. I'm about to get P.O.D. Because of what's Mr. Speed. And jump myself with the priest. I'm going to put else by the weapon, English and Hennessy. Spit it to the streets of the empty city. Sip up in the food. Lava, smoking that, talking up, loving that down. Sip it to the keep on rolling up. I'm trying to get high. So I'm riding down the highway. Heaven suggested matter where they get their Cali hustle. Man, I put to the Ellison bounce. Got it over the weed and the blue some flow. I'm so high, feeling like I could fly to the sky like a bird. How about that? That's what I was saying. God put this on the earth for you and me, so take advantage, man. I love that grain, but it'll save my brain and ease my pain. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anything happens, I'll be on the harmony, bro. Capone blazing it.
Yeah. Hey, Capone.
I think somebody had died in Ken Dog's family the other day. So, you know what I'm saying? Send a shout out to Bone Thug, Easy E. I had talked to Erica. Easy daughter yesterday, but you know what I'm saying? Mo Thug, Immortal Thug, CBG, everybody, you know what I'm saying? And Felicia. And rest in peace to Mama P.
Hey, Capone, do you got the audio on your phone as well, or just the tablet?
I'm on the tablet.
Okay. I was just making sure you didn't have it on the phone too, because we're getting a little feedback, but it's not bad. But listen, let's get into why we got him here, man. I told y'all, I sent Capone a package, man, and I've been waiting to give this to Capone for so long, and
I was just saying, I've been harassing Cecil to send it.
But again,
like, what you waiting for?
It's a timing thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a timing thing, and we've talked about it tonight that we come up with these things, and they'll happen at a perfect time. And this thing, when you open it, I'll explain this more. But I didn't know when and why you would get this. But then when this happened, I was like, this is the perfect time for us to get it to him. We sent this to Capone. It got fucking sent back to us. We had to send it to Capone again. He had to fucking go to a UPS annex to pick it up, this big fucking package. Yo, let's not wait anymore, Capone. I hope it made it to you all right. I'm going to feel bad if it got fucked up in transit. But open this up for everybody. I can't wait for you to see this. I'm proud of you that you waited and you didn't open it early, man. Look at this giant fucking box right here.
Bro.
Hey, they did a good job. They did a good job packing that motherfucker. We paid a lot to have professionals pack this thing.
God bless you. Thanks for thinking about it.
Oh, bro, we love you, Capone, man. You part of the team, bro. You part of our family over here.
This is Beyond the Harmony history right here, bro. This right here. This is gonna win my favorite the question of the night.
Favorite Beyond the Harmony moment right here.
Capone Bone unboxing.
Yeah.
Live right here with Lazy Bone on the painting in the background.
I hope it made it okay, bro.
Thing right there too. You know what I'm saying? I made my own black. You know what I'm saying? I'm on to 3 album, Lazy, then the El Burner album. You know what I'm saying? Double disc. I gotta get one more because I'm also on the one of his collection albums. But he just put money on the wood on there, you know what I'm saying? So I get a royalty check for that too. So I ain't tripping. That was some type of me. Hey, what's this? This is listening.
Oh, they packed the fuck out of this thing, boy. This is what we paid for, John.
Yeah.
You know?
Bro. Dog.
We'll make sure.
Legendary. Oh man, look at that. Did they even put the corners on it?
Yes. It's like a kid when he gets into them little box.
Oh, this is epic. Bro.
I'm so fucking happy right now.
2 years in the making.
Easily 2 years, man. I've been just sitting on this, and John's been saying I got to send it, but I said, hey, there's a perfect time, and this is it.
It's all about perfect timing. Perfect timing. Yeah, and hey, just so y'all know, while he's unboxing that, Cecil's been planning this day to happen on this day. The stars are aligning. 50th episode, 6th anniversary, February 15, 2024. Capone unboxing. Bro. He's almost got it. He's almost got it. Oh, look at that.
I swear to God, I love you.
Yo.
This Ron's here. Yeah. You started running loose. Talk to the man. You did again. My son, like,
yo. Capone, I want you to know, bro. Listen, you got to show that to the screen. Show people what that is, man. So, listen. So, first of all, Capone, I want you to know that I made that. Okay, I made that myself. I seeked out that Billboard magazine. That's from the real Billboard when Mo Thug 3 entered the charts. I found that Billboard. I cut that out. I framed that. I did all the matte work. You see, I went to the store and matched up the color mats to the cover. I made the thing at the top especially for you. I always wanted you to have your plaque, your moment, and so I by hand created that for you to congratulate you for your contributions to the Mo Thug 3 album. I wanted you to have a plaque. I made that a couple years ago, and we've just been sitting on that, and I've been waiting for the perfect time, and this was the perfect time. I present to you your own Mo Thugs 3 Billboard Beyond the Harmony plaque, my brother. You deserve it, and we're so grateful to have you be part of our team. And this is by far my favorite moment in Beyond the Harmony history is giving you this.
Man, every year, thank y'all so much. I greatly appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole blessing. I swear. I'm so happy, you know what I'm saying? It's like a miracle all over again. You know what I'm saying? What's this? 20-something years later? You know what I'm saying? What is 2024? I started in 1999. So then, you know what I'm saying? Left in 2001. Went back then, left again. But you know what I'm saying? It's wonderful. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, bro. Hey, we appreciate you, man. Everything you brought to the show and everything you did for us, and you staying down and giving us, so much entertainment and appetite for thugging. You working with me on that. I'm so glad that it got to you. Hey, John, it was worth the extra money we paid because it got there safe. Not only get there safe, but it got to him, got back to us, and got to him a second time safely.
Yeah.
God bless y'all so much. Thank you. I swear.
Yeah, bro. You deserve it, man. You deserve that, Capone. And on the 6-year anniversary, the 50th episode, man, I couldn't be more proud to give you that right there.
And it's an award show.
And it's an award show.
Bust me a bottle of champagne in a minute. That's what's up. I'm so happy, you know what I'm saying? I'm proud of y'all too for it's like God had created talkers. Y'all gave a lot of most other artists and people from Ruthless a voice to speak and you know what I'm saying on situations and stuff. Everybody loved Romeo and everything else. I was happy when y'all got CSC on there too. You know what I'm saying? I wish y'all get these Immortal Thugs. I'm trying to get Felicia to get y'all on there too, you know what I'm saying? But this, my own record company ain't even give me this. You know what I'm saying? I got to make my own. But real talk, I appreciate you so much.
Yeah,
you know
bro.
what I'm saying?
You deserve it, man. And now you got it. You got the Beyond the Harmony edition of the Mo Thugs 3 plaque for you, bro. So congratulations to you, Capone. Thank you for being part of the Beyond the Harmony team, the Beyond the Harmony family, and just being down with us and having the trust and love over the years. And you know, it's been mutual on our side. I think that, you know, no matter what, it didn't matter if people told you not to fuck with us or people told us not to fuck with you. We've always said fuck all that, and we've always stayed down with each other. And we're just proud to have you part of this team and this family. We see you rocking that Capone Bone shirt that you can get from shop.beyondtheharmony.com, you know. And yeah, man, congratulations, Capone. You know, 20 plus years in the making, and you deserve it, bro.
Man, much love, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it so much. And Jesus Christ out there with me, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy. I can't wait to have you there right now.
Hey, that motherfucker's heavy, Capone. You gotta hang that thing real good. That thing is heavy as fuck.
Yeah, I know. I swear, I can't wait, you know what I'm saying? Gonna set my living room off even better, you know what I'm saying? That's cool.
Hell yeah, man. Hey, and that's one of I've framed a lot of things. I've matted and framed a lot of things, but that's probably my favorite thing that I've ever matted and framed. And I'm so happy that we got to give it to you, man. So Capone, congratulations. I want to thank you for coming on tonight, being our guest, being patient, even though that's been sitting in your house for a week and not opening it. You were patient, and I know it was killing you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe it. But yeah, Matthew, you know you look like 10 years younger with the same damn beard, well groomed. And Jonathan, you gonna do some more episodes on UFOs?
Absolutely. No, we taking it all the way paranormal. Definitely in 2024. Yeah, no, this is my year. This is your year, and this is our year, bro. Everything's coming out this year. I'll be doing it.
It's all good. And Cecil, thank you for playing my song with EZ on the last show, you know what I'm saying? I was on the other side of Rollins Hill.
Yeah, bro.
This is so amazing, man. I'm about to go pop me a little bottle and hang this stuff right. I swear to God.
Hey, man, we love you, Capone. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for being a member of our team. I can't wait for us to do the next Appetite for Thuggin'. We're bringing Appetite for Thuggin' motherfucking back, Capone. We are bringing Appetite for Thuggin' back to the Beyond the Harmony Network.
Oh, yeah, shout out to HWA, too, because after we had did the first one, you know what I'm saying? Been listening to my kicked it with them a couple times.
Yeah.
Kim kicked it in real life, like, woo! They got a brand new show, too.
Hey, we're going to do it in 2024, Capone. Much love, brother. Thank you for coming on, man, and let's hook up real soon.
God bless y'all. Thank you.
You got it, yo. Everybody show some love for Capone in the chat.
Peace, yeah. Capone. Yeah.
Peace, Capone. Hell yeah.
Thank you, Capone.
Buck.
Yeah.
Dog.
Woo, shit. I could end the show. I could end the show right now. Right now, man. Fuck.
Dog, bro. Ah! So what award was that? I mean, you know, I know there was awards, but this one.
Yeah, like, so that was for the its first week on Billboard. So I found the Billboard magazine for its very first week. I found the original Billboard. I cut that out. I mat and frame. I got into matting and framing because I was like, I have all this cool shit, bone stuff, a lot of it. And I was like, I'm not going to pay somebody to do this. So I bought the shit myself. I started doing it. And over 2 years ago, I'm like, I'm gonna do this thing for Capone, and I find the billboard, I cut it out. I go find a copy of Mo Thugs 3. I haul that into a fucking Hobby Lobby. I'm sitting there with all the matting and I'm holding it up against all these different color mattings, picking out the perfect green. And that thing is triple fucking matted, which may not mean a lot to y'all, but that frame is thick. I went and bought the most beautiful frame I could. I didn't buy him no bullshit frame. That thing is like a beautiful frame that you put a beautiful work of art in. It's matted. It's so triple matted that the pins don't hold it closed, and I had to put the pins, and then I had to tape the whole back of it shut. And we've been sitting on it, and John's been like, send it, and I've been like, nah, bro, it ain't time. I don't know what. He's like, what the fuck are you waiting for? I'm like, I don't know, bro, but it ain't time. But man, it was the fucking time, bro. That made my day. Shout out to Joe Cal, who did a $50 super chat showing love to Capone. Mr. V, he sent a $20 super chat showing love to Capone. Thank you guys so much for the super chats, for the love tonight. We busted the $500 goal to fuck. Thank you guys so much, man. This is historic. It's beautiful. And that made my, I think that's all of us, right? I mean, Matt too, that it's got to be all of us. I don't know if there's a better Beyond the Harmony moment.
How many times did you move and lug that Capone plaque with you?
So
I think
I only moved once since having that plaque. Thankfully, because fucking A, that thing was huge. That's big. I don't know if y'all saw like the box it came in and the way it was in his hands. That's a big fucking plaque that he's holding, and it's all glass. You know what I'm saying? We paid, like I said, I'm gonna tell y'all, we paid $185 just to ship it because I went to some specialists. Like, I need this fucking thing to make it. Like, we could have shipped it for so much cheaper if I did it, but it wouldn't have made it like that. You know, we went the extra mile for professionals, so it was $200 just to ship that motherfucker, and it was worth it. Every second I put into it, every dollar I put into making it, every dollar that the show put into shipping it, it was worth it all for that, man. That
I think, did you shoot like some behind the scenes footage of you matting it? Because I remember you were going through a phase where you were doing like matting and framing, and I was like, yo, you could start a matting and framing channel, bro. Like, I didn't know you were in it like that. Yeah, and I remember you were telling me about going to Hobby Lobby all the time, and I'm like, Hobby Lobby, what the? All right, and then I think you even like you were saying like, yo, this matting and framing thing, it's like this whole industry thing. And I was like,
it's crazy.
Learning. Yeah. So, and this is an interesting part of psychology. I didn't know this till later on, but by Capone not opening the box is a sign of tremendous intelligence, like a special kind. So I remember when I was a child, I don't know if it was a doctor's office or some kind of office. And I don't know if they did this to all the kids, but they place a child in a room and they put like a donut in the room, and they tell the child, they say, hey, listen, if you wait and you don't eat that donut, we'll give you 3 donuts, or we'll give you, it's like you could get a bigger reward if you wait. But they know like a certain percentage of kids will eat the donut. They'll see it and they just can't help themselves and they'll just eat it. But then other kids will wait and then they'll get the better reward. And they said it has to do with, are they going to be a good investor later on? Because, you know, some people want to spend all their money right away, and other people know that it's a long-term strategy investing. So Capone may have it out to be a real savvy investor if he so wanted to. So props to Capone for not opening it.
Hey, I remember
you got a big future.
I'm like, you can't open this, Capone. You can't open it, bro. And he's like, I promise you, Cecil, I'm not gonna open it. I got you. I promise you, I got you. And it was, hey man, when the 3 of us envisioned what that moment was gonna be like, it still wasn't as good as what it really was.
Yeah,
I knew it wouldn't peak that, but I remember, I want to maybe say it might be more than 2 years ago when you made it, because I was like super interested. Like, I've paid to have some stuff framed before, and it's like, man. And so watching you make it, it made me real interested. And I remember like, you know, this color, that color kind of discussion, and I was super into it. And that feels like a long time ago now, but the anticipation of that and knowing that this was the right time, the award for the award show, I don't know. I know I've said, we say this a lot, but like, is this peak Beyond the Harmony? Like, are we living that moment right now? Not to
I
not
mean,
to toot our own horn too
that was a
much,
great
but
fucking moment right there. You know what I mean? That was a great.
I was smiling
That was
the
a
whole
great
time.
moment.
Yeah.
Me too, bro. Me too.
Yeah.
I just want to let everybody know we're just under an hour away from picking the level 1 Beatbox LLC Busy Bone and Sons package. We have less than 20 members of the Skull and Crossroads Society. That means there's a less, it's like 17 or 18 members. So there's a 1 in like 18 chance right now that you're going to win that level 1 package. That level 1 package includes a Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt. It includes a signed copy of I'm Busy signed by Lil Busy and YBL Sinatra. And it includes the ultra rare gold edition of Carbon Monoxide signed by Busy Bone himself. And our Skull and Crossroads Society members are the only ones eligible. It's not too late. You can sign up for Skull and Crossroads Society right now. You can do it at the community tab. On our YouTube, you can go to beyondtheharmony.com, click Skull and Crossroads Society, and any tier is eligible to win. Level 1 all the way up to the 99th tier. Everybody's eligible. We're going to pick that in about an hour. So, again, I just wanted to remind y'all, join the Skull and Crossroads Society. You got about an hour to do it. Think of it this way, right? At minimum, it's like a raffle, and you can buy the $3 raffle ticket, and you may win this $80 package that includes the gold Carbon Monoxide. Not only are we going to pick that, but we'll pick a runner-up as well who's going to win also a Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt, courtesy of beatboxllc.com. We're going to have them on in a little bit as well to talk about Beatbox. Beautiful package that they sent. I'm going to do an entire actual video on it and release it later. Beautiful package though, and I can't wait for somebody to win that. So make sure you join the Skull and Crossroads Society. Like I said, you could do it for as little as $2.99 and be entered in tonight's drawing. Spin the wheel. You're actually going to see the wheel spin. And yeah, we're going to pick it with them on here. So shout out to Beatbox LLC, our sponsor, making tonight's beautiful show happen. The Capone moment, man.
The Capone moment and this giveaway is an excellent throwback to the origins of season 1, because that is kind of how we built the following, was through the giveaways, because that was like the thing in 2018. Early 2018, a lot of channels were doing giveaways. And once again, Cecil was on track with the trend, and those giveaways
Joseph
were
Tech
big.
in the house, man. Joseph Tech in the house, man.
What happened there?
Oh, just more Skull and Crossroads Society, baby.
Oh, beautiful. Hey, the big bonus from the whole Capone thing was getting Capone giving my own channel a shout out. I'm happy to know Capone is watching my own videos, so I feel special, bro. Yeah. I see him in the comments. He's been there. He's been a sub of my channel. So mad props to Capone for checking in with John Lippy's personal stuff.
Yeah, man.
And if y'all want to subscribe to John Lippy, check out at Jonathan Lippy on YouTube. And he's also got a white Tupac, the White Book by Machiavelli channel, Decoded.
I do want to say in the last few days, I see BZN Creative joined the Skull and Crossroads Society. Just today, 5 days ago, Kyle Rickett joined. Donald Henshaw joined 5 days ago. And Leah Phillips joined 13 days ago. Those are the newest members. So shout out to them. Again, we're going to be picking. It's not too late. If you want to join Skull and Crossroads Society, you do it on beyondtheharmony.com or right on your screen. If you're watching on YouTube, you should see join or membership, and you can do it there. So shout out to all our Skull and Crossroads Society members. I look forward to one of y'all winning the big package and one of y'all winning the runners-up package. I think, we need to get some of these fucking awards done. Yeah. I think we do best current affiliate next.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's bring up the best current affiliate. All right. This award right here is for who we interviewed. We interview a lot of, former Mo Thugs, former affiliates. But this is for the people that are currently affiliated with Bone, that have come on the show, that are currently touring or working with Bone Thugs and Harmony, and took the time to come on the show. And, you know, hey, I see Jay Smooth asking what the giveaway is. If somebody can explain in the chat, that'd be great. This is Best Current Affiliate Interview, and this is for the guys that are, you know, they're with Bone right now and took the time to come on our show and support Beyond the Harmony and give us an interview. Your nominees are Smokey the Bandit from Flesh and Bone Global, Raiden Rush, who is currently producing with for Flesh and Bone the last bunch of years and giving us all those Flesh and Bone songs that we've all been loving. HC the Chemist, who is Lazy Bone and Harmony House in-house producer that's been giving us these Lazy Bone classics we've been getting the last few years, especially his most recent one that we showed so much love, Hypnotic Rhythms. Rocky Rock, Lazy Bone's like right-hand man, Harmony House Mo Thug. And of course, Cleve the Harmony God, Bloodline Harmony, Busy Bone affiliate, Bloodline Harmony in the house. And Cleve gave us an excellent interview in season 3. Smokey the Bandit was on in season 4. Raiden Rush in season 4. HC the Chemist in season 5. And Rocky Rock, I think, was actually season 4 as well. So a lot of them were live interviews, a lot of them. So, you know, these are the best current affiliates, and I had a lot of fun with these, and it was an honor, because you know that these guys are really busy, being, you know, current affiliates. Not to say that, you know, former ones are not busy, but you just know that, you know, this is a little extra for some of these guys.
Yeah, and it kind of we got into it by popular demand, because we started off just going back to the Faces of Death era, the early days, the Mo Thug era, and a bunch of people were hitting us up saying, "Yo, why don't you interview any of the current affiliates, man?" And so, like, through that process, we eventually said, yeah, I guess at this stage, because we got through all the things that we wanted to get through, and then we started branching out, and it's been a cool thing to do, because now, like, through this process, it's kind of brought us more up to speed with understanding the whole affiliates, because, you know, like a lot of Bone fans, you know, we're kind of stuck in the Eternal era, but getting to know everybody, it makes you more interested in the current stuff, and it kind of, you know, brings a life to it. You start to understand what's going on now. And so it's been an enriching, informative thing, getting to know all of these new guys that we didn't know from, you know, way back in the day.
Yeah. And you know, it brought us into the future. It brought us into the current. And, you know, we were given the, you know, almost the challenge, like, hey, step up to the plate. Like, y'all showing a lot of love to former, but don't you support the current? And, it was like, yeah, we do, man. So, you know, we started doing them. And actually, in that list, Cleve, I think Cleve was the first one. He was the first one that stepped up and did it. He was in season 3. And then in season 4, we got Rocky, we got Smokey, and Raiden Rush, all in season 4. And then, of course, HC the Chemist was our most recent actual sit-down interview. So yeah, man, it's been great, and those were great interviews. I think it's time. Let's drop it. Best current affiliate interview. 140 votes went into this.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, which one of the awards had the biggest vote total?
I'll have to look, but out of the 140 votes, 44% voted for Smokey the Bandit of Flesh and Bone Global. Shout out to Smokey the Bandit, man. One of my favorite fucking interviews I've ever done in my life. I'm so happy to see the people recognize what a great interview that was. HC the Chemist hauling in 37% for second place, but Smokey the Bandit taking best current affiliate interview. So proud of Smokey the Bandit, man. One of my favorites, bro. I love that fucking interview. Y'all know behind the scenes, like, I boast on that interview. Like John and Matt have to hear me brag about that interview so much.
Yeah, that's I think that one's probably your favorite interview that you've conducted. You did a gazillion pieces of background research. That was your Nardwuar moment right there with Smokey
Killing
the
it.
Bennett. In fact, Smokey's a perfect candidate. If Smokey, if you're out there listening, I don't know if you heard the pitch I've been given, but if you want to drop us 3 minutes a month to showcase all that you're doing and all your whole camp's doing, we would be glad to share it with the Beyond the Harmony audience. So props to Smokey for taking this one home and
I
for
love that
having a great interview.
man. Yeah, the thing is that it's like we got a lot of foundation, right, for some of the interviews we do, right? You have a Graveyard Shift member on or Poetica. It's like we got a lot of foundation, right? The shit we've wanted to know for 20 years. But like Smokey, I was like, okay, I gotta reinvent the wheel a little bit. Like I gotta go at this a little differently. I gotta treat it a little differently. And I just remember being in that moment and it being amazing and me feeling like, yo, I'm really killing this right now. Like I'm really killing this shit right now, bro. And yeah, man, I'm happy to see that one win because, dude, I remember in the moment. I remember in the moment, dude. That shout out to Smokey the Bandit winning Beyond the Harmony 2024 Best Current Affiliate interview.
Yeah, man. Props to Smokey, and be great to see the award show. Him with the trophy when he gets it.
Bro, yo, I know. I hope they all do it, dude. We're only through 3 fucking awards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
well,
of us have to work tomorrow.
I took the day off, but yeah. So to keep the pace, probably to get the pace up a bit because I know at 11 is the big drawing. Why don't we go into another award just to keep it going?
Back awards?
Yeah, I think we need to just to keep it.
Hey, I'm with it, man. I'm with it because I'm gonna work on getting acceptance speeches from all of them. Once they get it, once they get the actual award, and I love this next award. This is actually one of my favorites because all these interviews I talk about a lot. And I feel like, maybe they didn't get their just due. The next award that we're doing is for the most underrated interview. This is for the interview that was really hitting. It had the information. It was everything that it should have been. And we felt like it didn't either get the plays or the support or the comments or the love or just, exactly what it should have got. Because the interview was like a 5-star and it's underrated. And every one of these you should go back and check out if you haven't checked them out. If you're only here for the big ones and you haven't checked out like some of these ones, you don't know what you're missing out on. Your nominees are Bruce Hathcock, Bone Thugs Records, Unique Entertainment. You remember him from, the BoneThugRecords.com time. So many of those CDs that he's on are super collectible. Again, Cairo Wolf with an amazing interview. We talked about Cairo Wolf earlier in the night. Incredible interview in season 2. Shout out to our boy Cairo Wolf. Love him. Freaky G season 3. Mo Thugs 3. But he's been around a lot longer than that, And Freaky G gave us an incredible interview. And, I think that one went under the radar. And he really, man, he's a personality. He was enjoyable to interview. He had an incredible story. And you want to check that one out in season 3. Bobby Jones, Mo Thug producer Bobby Jones. We talked about Bobby a little bit earlier. Bobby produced on Mo Thug 1. He produced on Mo Thug 2. He produced for Flesh and Bone for the Thugs album. Bobby Jones had an excellent interview. He stayed a friend of the show for so long. He's helped me along the way with so many questions that I had. So shout out to Bobby Jones. And of course, we got Diego Black. Management for Bone Enterprise. Ahead at Stony Brook Records with Kermit. He was instrumental in Bone's early success. In fact, he put the show together that Eazy-E was on in Cleveland. He was part of the team, and when Bone went back from California to Cleveland and they talk about getting backstage with Eazy-E, Diego Black is who made that happen. Not only that, but Diego is who was responsible for the massive distribution of Bone Enterprise all over not only the country but the world. So he had an incredible interview. If you want to know more about Bone Enterprise, if you want to know more about the early Bone story and the bus tickets and all that, you want to check out Diego Black. So these 5, man, I love these nominees. I love these interviews. This is an important award for Beyond the Harmony.
Bro, just on everything you just said, everything you said, we discovered through the show, right? Amazing interviews, all 5 of them, including Diego Black. I mean, you just said it right there. This is Diego Black is another one of those so beyond the harmony. This guy is so pivotal to the storyline, and he's left out most of the, like, in the early articles that RC Thuxta gave us, Diego Black is like a mainstay in those early local Cleveland newsletters with Kermit.
Yeah.
And
very
and he's
important.
kind of like left out of the story, but he's a huge part of it. And obviously Bobby Jones, incredible. Freaky G, what a fun time. And if Freaky G's listening, if you want to do the 3 minutes a month, your personality is so awesome that I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
And Freaky G has his own podcast and show as well. If you don't subscribe to Freaky G, check out his show. He goes live all the time, man, and he's so entertaining and enjoyable to listen to.
And Bruce's interview, man, it felt like we've known him our whole life. Like, I think of all the people we interviewed when it was Bruce, I was just like, yo, I feel like I've been in class with this guy. Like I went to high school with him or middle school. Like I felt I knew him my whole life.
Not only that, but he lives in fucking Australia, and for him to be a guest, he had to come on while he was at work. It was like 7 or 8 in the morning there, and he made it happen for us. So shout out to Bruce Hathcock. I see Smokey the Bandit is in the chat. He missed Best Current Affiliate, where Smokey the Bandit won Best Current Affiliate. He just showed up. You just missed it, Smokey. You won Best Current Affiliate. Congratulations. Let's fill the chat up with that smoke emoji for Smokey the Bandit winning Best Current Affiliate. Smokey, I'm going to be hitting you up for your address. You got an actual real award coming in the mail to you real soon, brother. Congratulations on your win. But we are currently doing Most Underrated. Again, your nominees: Bruce Hathcock, Cairo Wolf, Freaky G, Bobby Jones, and Diego Black. 106 people voted in this one for Most Underrated. And your winner was 61% of the votes. Bruce Hathcock, Bone Thugs Records, Unique Entertainment, man. Shout out to Bruce Hathcock. I absolutely agree. Out of these, I feel that is the most underrated. If you look at the views on that interview, it is nowhere near where the fuck it should be. That's one of the best interviews we've ever fucking done on this show, man. Bruce Hathcock, Bobby Jones in second place for that one. But Bruce Hathcock with a demanding 61%. I'm so happy to see, the fans recognize that. But if you haven't heard that Bruce Hathcock interview season 3, man, you got to go back, check that motherfucker out.
Yeah, and all 5 of those are all killer. Those are all stellar. You'll walk away from all 5 of those feeling like you know these guys and learning things you hadn't known about. And as far as Bruce goes, he's still making music. It's evolved. And I don't remember. I think he told the story on our channel, but like his life story of moving from the United States to Australia is so phenomenal. Like there's a part of me that thinks about that every single day. And he wrote a song. It's called All Right Now. And both versions of it are so beautiful and impactful. Like it's like emotional, these songs. Just the fact that it's a true story. And when with the interview, when you think of the enormity of it, it's to me, it's his most important song he's ever made.
Yeah, not only that, but Killer Mike just won 3 fucking Grammys, man. And he was just on his page. Bruce was talking about how he's got a record with Killer Mike. He's obviously got records with everybody in Bone Thugs and Harmony. Bruce, he was around during a really odd time in Bone, the BoneThugRecords.com era. You know what I'm saying? And his interview is really good. Like, he tells us so many things that I don't think you guys know, because it was kind of like a lull at that time. It was kind of like a strange like downtime. So if you haven't checked out Bruce Hathcock, you want to check that out. That's in the season 3 playlist. Shout out to Bruce Hathcock. We're gonna send a Beyond the Harmony award all the way to fucking Australia for Bruce Hathcock, man.
I love that.
Yeah,
he deserves that one for sure.
He does.
This one, I couldn't decide on this one. Like each one has hidden gems in it that like
it does.
I don't think based on the views, like strictly I'm talking based on views right now, right? There's so much information in all those that they're definitely worth your time to listen to.
Yeah. No, it is true. Like those are all good. I'm happy to see when I was voting because we all got a vote. Of course, we all came up with the nominees, but then each one of us went and voted individually. So we all got one vote the same way y'all got one vote. And I'll say it. Bruce was my vote. Bruce was my fucking vote, and I'm happy to see him win. Again, I see Smokey the Bandit doing his victory laugh in the chat with everybody. Shout out to Smokey the Bandit, Best Current Affiliate Award. And we're in full swing at the Beyond the Harmony Awards. We are about 30 minutes out from picking our winner from tonight's sponsor, Beatbox LLC. They're going to be giving away one of their level 1 Busybone and Sons packages from the Busybone and Sons collection. It includes a Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt. It also includes a signed copy of I'm Busy signed by Lil Busy and YBL Sinatra. And of course the ultra rare Carbon Monoxide Gold Edition signed by Busybone. We're less than 30 minutes. We're about 30 minutes out from picking that. And it's only about 20 people right now. If you want to be part of that, you still got time. All you got to do is join the Skull and Crossroads Society. You can join it for as little as $2.99 a month. So right now you could get in there for $2.99. In addition to being entered into this, there's tons of other giveaways we're gonna be doing just for Skull and Crossroads Society members. You guys get early access to the fucking videos before we put them out. You get exclusives. There's a whole emoji set. If any of my Skull and Crossroads Society members are in here, drop some of those exclusive emojis. There's emojis that only Skull and Crossroads Society members get. So there's a lot of benefits that you get out of it. But tonight, the big benefit is you're going to be entered in to win Beatbox LLC's Busybone and Sons Collection Level 1 package. And we're about 30 minutes out from picking that. So make sure you get in and you join Skull and Crossroads Society while you still got time.
Yeah, and while I see Smokey still in the comments, just to shout out and to say, hey Smokey, if you wanted to drop 3 minutes a month, letting Beyond the Harmony know what's going on with you and your camp and all the stuff you're doing, we would love to have it. If not, that's cool too.
I love this.
Just throwing the idea out there. Hey man,
John
I gotta
hard,
pitch my
baby.
thing, bro.
Hell yeah.
I seen him show up, so I was like, hey, he's actually here. Let's do this.
Yeah, fucking
So,
A. Yeah, man.
yeah.
Shout out to Smokey, bro. He always shows love. I be hitting Smokey up a lot, and I be asking Smokey a lot of questions, and he always helps me to the most of his ability. And him and I had such a great interview. The way him and I interacted together, you know what I'm saying? It's like when we talk about best interview, and this kind of counts for them all. It's like I don't think of just the interview and what they're talking about. I don't think of just the person being interviewed. I think of the whole thing, right? I think of how good did that person interview? How good was the story that they told? Were they boring to listen to? Were they fun to listen to? What was their, what was the rapport like between us and them? It's the whole package, man. And the Smokey the Bandit interview, it had it all. So check that one out. That's from season 4. He also has a mini interview from the season 3 grand finale before he came on and was with us for a full length interview. So yeah, bro, we're in full swing. We got about 5 awards down. I feel like
Well, what I think we should transition to here is that, we covered our little origin story with Hate Nation 2010, 2015, the trip out to California, Brother Clay, all that stuff. But there's a Matt Weaver origin story as well. I want to make sure we get that one in.
Okay.
that during that COVID, we did a COVID episode, middle of COVID lockdown. Cecil West, John Lippy did it. Say, hey man, y'all call in. We just, everybody's locked in our houses right now. Figured we'd do some Beyond the Harmony. Matt
Yeah,
Weaver
and I think
jumps
we were
in.
kind of in like a lull at that time too. Like I don't think we were doing a bunch of Beyond the Harmony, but it was like everybody was locked down. It was like fuck it, let's go live.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we're still starting to kind of get in the swing of things. I'm not sure if we had fully established the whole live thing. I don't know if
Yeah,
did
nah.
season 3. Yeah, we're experimenting. And and real quick before we get to the Matt thing, I also want to point out the whole Cecil extraordinary thing. Each season that we do, it's always got to go up an extra level. So when you look at the evolution of Beyond the Harmony from season 1, we were on Talk Shoe, this like low bit rate radio sound and real audio, real media for you guys back in the day, like low fidelity audio, finding a way to connect people together to what we're doing now. Look at this display we got. We're live streaming on multiple platforms. There's so much going on that picture. We got the live chat on the left. We got Matt, John, and Cecil in the center. We have the tonight's sponsored Beatboxaholic 50th episode. So we've come a long way, and that's from that desire to challenge themselves, to always take it to the next step, take it to the next level. That's one of the big things I learned over these 6 years is just to embrace challenge and to always challenge yourself. Because if you're not doing that, you're just wading in the water. Cecil likes to swim on waterfalls, and so props to you on that, man.
Yeah, well, one of those things was we started to kind of play with the live during season 2. Of course, season 3 we had a huge live finale, but that was the only time we went live. We went live twice during season 2. We were figuring it out. Season 3, but between 2 and 3, we did the COVID. So yeah, live was really new to us, and we were saying, hey, everybody, call in. Let's talk. Call in. And Matt Weaver, man, Matt Weaver was the only one that fucking called in, and we ended up having Matt on for I don't know how long, man. I mean, Matt was on there for, it felt like he was on there the whole episode, but I know he must have been on there for like an hour or so.
I think it was the whole episode, basically. I think it was definitely mid-season. It was between seasons, whatever you want to call it. And so it was like, people like me that like were hanging on every episode were like, oh man, it's gonna be a year before I get more of this. At the time, that's really how it felt. You know what I mean? So I would have stopped whatever I was doing at the time. Well, almost anything to be able to tune in live. You know what I mean? Because I just liked how you guys interacted, and I liked your outlook and approach. Basically, it was all about your approach to, upholding the legacy of Bone Thugs and Harmony, which is why we're all here, right? So, but yeah, man, and that kind of just cemented it because we all just got along. Like, I mean, in a way, when you guys become internet personalities or whatever, I knew kind of how you guys talked. I knew kind of what you guys would say, but like to you guys, I was a total stranger at that time. Like, recognize my name in the chat or whatever, but bridging that gap. But that didn't cross my mind at the time. Like it didn't, like for 1 second, I didn't think, what if I was on the show? That was not even in any parallel universe for me at the time. I was just glad it existed.
Yeah.
And I just was just happy to be even in the stands watching and listening. You know what I mean? But yeah, and I didn't, once it was over, I probably just had to pee really bad. That's probably why we ended it. And so from there, that was fun. Like, and also during COVID, yeah, I know you guys know, we were looking for any little glimmer of like getting our life back, like,
right.
Looking for something to do, you know what I mean? And so that Beyond the Harmony glimmer of hope was like, just, I remember that being a lot of fun at that time. So, but I didn't really think about it. And I feel like maybe like a week later, I want to say, roundabout there, I remember you messaged me from the Beyond the Harmony account, and I guess I just assumed it was Cecil. Maybe you said it was Cecil. I don't remember, but You
Beating
just
around the
really
bush a little bit.
just ultra mega professional. Like, yeah, we might be looking into possibly extending our reach and the staff and see what else is out there. And I'm sure I just wrote back something like count me in, or I would love to, or something like that. Like very firm, like very much, even though you were being really professional and open, I was very much yes.
Yeah, I remember us doing the COVID episode, and John and I talking after, and I was like, bro, I was like, did you feel like that guy Matt? Did he just click? Was he just like, because me and John are real polar opposites sometimes, and it was just like, bro, he just kind of helped round it out, like the three of us are different, but it's so like different between John and I sometimes that it's like you were like during the conversation, I was like, wow, he's kind of like the middle ground almost between us. It's like the full thing, and John and I were just like, bro, he fits, he the personality, the way he talks, the way he looks at things, and it was like, bro, do we try to get him in? And I remember we had Ty Wise, shout out to Ty Wise. Ty Wise was with us, and I remember this is a lot. People don't realize it's a lot being part of this show. Like we put hours and hours and hours and fucking hours into this. And it's like, it's hard to give up that amount of time. And it was really hard for Ty to do that. He's a teacher. He's a car show enthusiast. So it was like, this was just so much extra for Ty that when Ty couldn't do it anymore, I remember John and I saying, hey, do we try to take Matt on? I don't want somebody else that's not going to be able to do it. Shout out to Jordan Corey. Jordan Corey joining the Skull and Crossroads Society at the buzzer. You guys can join the Skull and Crossroads Society as well and get yourself in for that beatboxllc.com level 1 drawing. But yeah, it was like, do we take somebody else on? I don't want to take somebody else on and kind of acclimate him. And we put Matt, when he was like, yeah, come on, I was like, all right, well, let's give him a sideshow, right? So we'll have him go right back to doing Ty's thing, and he's gonna do the fucking news. And you want to talk about being an intern? Like nothing defines being a fucking intern like the first year of Matt's life at Beyond the Harmony, where it was like, yeah, man, just keep track of every fucking thing that's happening with Bone and then do a news recap. And we slowly worked him in. Like first it was just audio, and he would just do the audio and we would edit it, and over time it evolved and he became more and more and more. And then we started bringing him into the questions of the day, and we started bringing him on to the show, and he was still doing the news. And then after about a year of the news, we were like, all right, you've passed the test. Like you did this for a fucking year solid, bro. You're one of us. And here we are. I couldn't even picture the show without Matt. In fact, the time that Matt wasn't with the show, so seasons 1 and 2, you were with us in season 3, right? Majesty, all that shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I joined. We had solidified it between 2 and 3,
right?
And we spent a lot of time talking on Voxer before season 3 started.
Right.
So like I felt pretty full-fledged by the time this season. So that your guys' timing on it was really good. And I think maybe adding me was maybe part of the spark to get something going for season 3. And when is it too soon to come back at quote unquote come back after pandemic and stuff like that?
Right. Yeah, man. So I couldn't. It's hard to imagine the show without you. It's like I think of seasons 1 and 2, and I was like, wow, Matt's not there. And I remember at first you kind of just being like, the background guy. A lot of times you didn't even know, that you were necessarily there, especially because we didn't show you guys at all in the 3rd season. We didn't start doing that till season 4. Shout out to Frank DNA Level C joining the Skull and Crossroads Society at the apprentice level. That also unlocks Jordan Corey and him both just unlocked that emoji set. Jordan unlocked a few extra things. They're both going to be entered here in the next 20 minutes to win that Beatbox LLC package.
And here's something that I don't think we've ever even discussed before, but think about how bringing Matt into the Voxer modified like you and I's discourse, right? Like, because now there was a third person in the family, right? It was almost like having like somebody new moving in, and because like the Vox was like our house, and so Matt being in it modified like our discourse, and just it changed. It's kind of cool how it's grown, and also having RC Thugster part of it too is just the dynamic of the behind the scenes as well as on the scene. Matt's presence just changed the whole thing for the better and kept the show going. Like I doubt we were here if we didn't have Matt joining the team
Yeah,
and having
well,
all those awesome those news things that year.
he added a new layer that was missing, because like me and John had talked about, we even though we'd only 2 seasons in at that point, we had done fucking been doing this, you know. So it was like, even though it was like new, you know, only a couple seasons old to some of y'all, like it was old to us, you know.
That's a great point. I could even because I was hanging on you guys every word in season 1 and 2. I noticed that. Like I remember, like you know how at the end of episodes in 1 and 2, you guys would cut it up maybe a little bit more, a little bit longer. Interviews, some of the interviews weren't as long, maybe. And I could tell you guys have been talking about this for years, and I really could tell that you guys kind of felt like you got what you came for.
Oh
And I was like,
yeah.
oh no, they're gonna quit. Oh man, I was terrified you guys were gonna quit at the time. But I was like, yes, I'll help.
Yeah, well, you know, in season 1, right? It's like we really came into this for Faces of Death. So it was like season 1, we kind of like, you know, we learned everything we needed to learn, really. So it's like, yeah, we were kind of done, you know, after season 1, you know, and then it was like we expanded to season 2, but it was definitely like, yo, after this, like, what the fuck are we doing? So it's like every season we talk about how somebody came in and kind of helped evolve the show, and you know, this season RC Thugsta, but definitely season 3, man, it was Matt. And Matt has been a staple in the team since then.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
with
it's
when,
weird going back seeing the questions of the day before Matt. Like it's like,
right.
wow. So yeah, and you know, shout out, is Ty Wise making a surprise appearance tonight? Did we actually?
I don't know, man. Ty was supposed to be in. I'm not sure if he will. We'll try to reach out here in a little bit. Maybe we can get him on.
Because I thought Ty was going to be around for the long haul, man, and
It's a lot though.
was,
Like I said, I
yeah.
mean, this is it's no fucking joke. Like,
Yeah,
this is way more than just us going live.
you got to deal with 2 nut jobs.
Oh, and that's what I was gonna say. Not only is he in our Voxer fucking group, but it's like he had to like succumb to, oh, we're not just gonna talk about bone in here, huh? We're gonna fucking, you guys just get going on whatever crazy shit, you know?
Sometimes I just let it ride, and sometimes I think that's also what really works is sometimes I completely agree with one of you, and sometimes I just can't wait to tell you both you could not be more wrong.
Yo,
I think that's what's
Ryzin,
good.
Feenics Ryzin in the chat
Hey, Feenics Ryzin.
tonight. 6th anniversary.
Five seasons, Feenics. 6 years. 6 years ago, you made this theme music. 6 years ago. 5 seasons, 50 official episodes, over 700 uploads to the channel. Feenics Ryzin's, you know, theme music can be heard on probably 70+% of those uploads. Shout out to Feenics Ryzin. We talked about you a lot early in the show, Feenics. We're so appreciative of you and you being part of this show and what you've done for us. And she also did the top 10 of the month theme. And I always say that, Feenics, I'm hitting you up for more theme music real soon. So, you know, shout out to Feenics Ryzin in the chat, one of the OGs, the original supporters.
We're gonna try to get more top 10 of the months under the belt. It's just, you know, we trying to do it all.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. It's really, this is way more than just going live. You know what I mean? Like it really is. Like if y'all knew the hours and hours of time that goes into this, it's crazy. It really is crazy.
Yeah, you guys are being modest. They don't like once I joined and saw the other side. I mean, I knew making a show was a ton of work, but you guys have no idea how much time that they put in.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot, man. But I'm happy to do it. Something keeps pulling us back for 6 fucking years. Something has kept pulling us back in.
Every
So.
time I try to leave, they pull me back.
It's true.
And actually, this particular time, though, the time away made perfection. Being a witness is like it's not a tooting the own horn, but being away for 2 years, it left a void, I think, in the Bone community. And I think at that point, it was finally recognized. Crazy Bone says, I'm waiting on the day when everybody would just recognize. And then I realized, well, we're not waiting for never. Not only for everybody else, but even ourselves, we realized like, the game needs Beyond the Harmony needs to be here. So that time away made perfection. The time away, Cecil and I were talking like, we gotta
Mr.
bring this thing back.
Mr. V joining at the buzzer, Skull and Crossroads.
Nice. Oh yeah, man. This drawing is going down what in 13?
About 13 minutes. So listen, I want to bring on our friends from Beatbox LLC. Let's bring them in so we can talk. I want to talk to them real quick. Kind of just talk a little bit about the show, about their company, and everything. And we'll bring them in. If you guys want to be part of the drawing, you got a couple more minutes. Skull and Crossroads Society. You should be able to join it right on your screen, or you can join it at beyondtheharmony.com. You can join even the $3 tier, and it will enter you in the next few minutes to be part of the magic wheel. It's the Wheel of Destiny. And we're gonna bring the giveaways back. We were talking about the giveaways from season 1. We're fixing to bring them back, but they're gonna be exclusive, man, to our Skull and Crossroads Society members.
Yet another benefit of being in the Skull and Crossroads Society. The giveaways, the exclusives, the before they drop videos. So Skull and Crossroads Society gets it before everybody else, and they get things nobody else will get. And we're going to keep adding to it. So I forgot who suggested the Discord.
Jay Smooth joining the Skull and Crossroads Society. I believe we got Christina and family in the house. What's happening, Beatbox LLC?
What is happening?
Thanks for coming on, joining us, sponsoring the big show. I see Crazy Life just joined Skull and Crossroads. Everyone's joining at the last minute to be a part of our drawing for Beatbox LLC's Level 1 Busy Bone and Sons package. We're so honored to have you be a part of it. And before we did the drawing, we just wanted to bring y'all on and talk a little bit about the company, what you're doing, and how you got here. You guys kind of came out of nowhere, and it took me by surprise, and I was like, I got to know more about them.
Yeah, not a problem. Okay, so basically, as a music lover, my entire existence, because it resides within your soul, within your heartbeat, and every motion you take in life. And when you hear bone, it just resonates so deep within your core that I knew that one day I had to be a part of something bone. But when I created the company just this year, everything turned very, very digital download. And I was like, no, we Bone fans and hardcore music fans love our hard copies. And I love my LPs, I love my CDs. And so really that's kind of where Beatbox came in. It was taking a beat and just following it, beating to your own drum in life. It's just following that dream no matter where it takes you. And Bone is a prime example of that.
And can you just tell, like, I mean, I know the answer outside of here, but tell everybody kind of about the company and everybody that's involved.
Oh gosh, yeah. So we're just a little mom and pop company, just regular folks that have an online business, and we just basically sell hard copies of CDs and LPs. We make sure it stays within the family, so my son steps in and he's my graphics work and my social networking, and his name is Alexander, and I'll let him say hi here.
Hello, I am Alexander Klein.
Alexander responsible for all that artwork. I always appreciate looking at all his artwork. You know, I do a lot of artwork over here, so it's always nice to have another art nerd to talk to.
By the way, the website, it's incredible work you guys put through of listing all those items. It looked like a lot of effort put in.
Thank you. Thank you. It was, and we realized how much it was, you know, going to actually fund on, you know, having professionals do it. And we respect that, but we YouTubed it, we did it ourselves, and we grounded hard, you know, because we were like, if we're going to build this company, we want to know all of it, ins and outs. You know, if you're going to build something, you got to build it with true love, just love for all of it. Even the hard times, you got to love them.
Now tonight we're giving away. There's a lot of different things that y'all have for sale with Beatbox LLC, but one of the specific things that you
bundles, our Busy Bone and Sons bundles are our favorite, though.
Yeah, and we're gonna be giving one of those away. But you know, I think it's a really cool story. You know, how did the Busy Bone and Sons collection come about?
Oh gosh. Okay, so when I created Beatbox, I was like, all right, I gotta get Bone. Who am I gonna get? Who am I getting? I was like, it's got to be Busy Bone. You got to get the goat. You got to get busy. So weird part is that all I did is I Instagrammed him. Here I am, an average Joe. I have no ties to anyone, no affiliations to anyone. I'm just a regular lady. Messaged him and told him my story, told him what I wanted to do, that I wanted to basically present people with something that they don't get anymore, and really got it more into detail. But he just fell in love with it. He literally got on the phone with Demetrius Reynolds, who is a VP of operations for him. They did a meeting with me over the phone, and we all just fell in love with each other's business ideas. He is an absolute treat to work with. It was an honor.
And then from there, you decided to put the collections together and start to offer them in different tiers. And you know, one of the big things is you guys got that gold carbon monoxide.
Yes. And oh my gosh, the story behind that is kind of funny. If you have just a moment, I'll try to make it quick.
This is your time.
So we literally asked just for the carbon monoxide, because I was like, oh my God, this is out of print. And I loved this album so much, but I couldn't get it. I missed it. It was just by a little bit, and they sold out. I was like, dang. So talked to him about that one. He was like, yeah. You know, I'm going to hook you up. You know, Demetrius and I are going to take care of you, you know. And I was like, okay. And not much longer, bing bong at my door, I have a delivery, and it's from Busy, but it's all the gold carbon monoxides. And he signed them for us as well.
Wow.
So there was a lot of love that he put into that as well. His dedication to his music, his art, and everything, to his fans. When I brought up how much this was for the fans, he was just, oh my God, yes.
Yeah,
he loves his fans.
And you guys had no idea that the gold edition was coming, and it's so rare. Like you can't go on and just buy that gold edition right now. So it's like Beatbox LLC is one of your only places to get it. And I will say as well, like, not only you guys selling something that's rare, that's unique, but the price that you guys are doing things at is great. I haven't done the video yet, but I'll tell you, you guys ship things with love. The personalized letters to your customers, and everything's packed very nicely and wrapped up beautifully in the red paper, and you can tell that you guys really care.
We do, and we find that the customers that buy from us not only love the music, but they love their groups, they love their artists just as much as we do. And their opinions and their hard-earned money matters just as our opinions and our hard-earned money that we do. And the love is just a bone community. All I can say is our love is very unique. We love each other. We look out for each other, that's for sure. And that's why I keep our prices low. I did originally have them, at 150 for the highest leveled one tier, but it was seeing a lot of these eBay prices. I was like, you know what? I don't want to get rich. I want people to be rich in music. That's really about what it is. And Busy saw that. And so we started working together on that. And then he was like, you know what? Why don't we do something with some shirts? And I was like, you know what? Yeah, why don't we do something with some shirts? I was like, surprise me. He's like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, surprise me. You pick out the logo, you pick out the shirt. I gave him literally free reins. And he goes, I want to give you the best. I want to give you Bone. I don't want to give you Busy. I want to give you Bone Thugs and Harmony, the genuine authentics, the ones that are even harder to find on our sites. And I was like, oh my God, are you serious? Yes.
Yeah, and I will say when I got the package in the mail, I was very impressed with like the quality of the shirt. I thought the shirt itself was like very high quality. It doesn't feel cheap. It's really nice.
No, so ladies, I know you're gonna want to take them. So men, watch out for your shirts. That might become your girl's best friend shirt.
Well, I think it's time. I think we should pick. I'm gonna bring up. So the way we're gonna do this is I basically put everybody's name on this wheel, and I removed. John and I are members of the Skull and Crossroads Society. Shout out to everybody that recently joined here. Let me just make sure that it got all our new people in.
Also, congratulations on 6 years, guys.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you.
It's been
Yes, huge congratulations.
Is that the beatbox logo on the center of that?
Oh yeah.
That's glorious.
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
Above and beyond.
The level of detail.
Oh yeah. You know how
Look
I
at
do.
this.
All right.
Cecil just blows minds with some of the stuff he could do. I'm just like, oh my God.
Wow.
I just want to make sure that we got all our new members, everybody that just came in at the buzzer here.
But this is the big moment of the night. I mean, we had other big moments, but this is probably the biggest one, the beatbox giveaway.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I see some people that just joined and they're not in this, so give me just a moment, y'all. I just want to make sure we get everybody that joined at the buzzer in. So let me just enter everyone in here.
By the way, I wanted to also give you props for that commercial you made for this. So that thing was pretty awesome. It was a short, YouTube short, showcasing that we would be doing this giveaway. Also, it showcased Beatbox, their offerings and all that. So that was amazing that you put that together. I didn't even know you were working on it. All of a sudden, boom, commercial. And like, yo, when did you do this?
Just while I'm updating the memberships as well, I want to point out that it's not, and this was like the big surprise for me was that, in addition to the Busy Bones and Sons collection, right? Mm-hmm. You guys sell, old, new inventory. Like you guys have a Bone Thugs and Harmony.
New old stock.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I thought that was really cool too. Like you guys have some classic Bone stuff there.
Yes.
I saw there's like a Vibe or a double XL or something that you got of Bone, and I thought the price on that was great.
There was, but that did sell.
Somebody got that.
Yep, somebody snagged that up there. Oh, they were so pleased. Bless their hearts.
Hey, I thought the price on that was really good, and I think that's what's so cool about what y'all are doing is that, like, the price on these things is really good. You're not You're not like, trying to like you said, that sometimes the stuff on eBay, right? The top dollar on eBay is insane sometimes. All right, there we go. There's all our new members. Okay. Sorry
Do we have a
about
count? Do we have a count on how many?
So right now, when I take John and I out, it'd be 22. So we got a 1 in 22 chance right now. Let's put everybody in. You should be able to see my screen. I'm just re-entering. Yeah, okay. And let's take me out. And let's take John out.
Take me out the game. Take me out the game.
And now I want to let y'all know that
No.
they sent me a package, which I'm so appreciative of, and I'm not giving up my carbon monoxide, and I'm not giving up my sign I'm busy. However,
As soon as you said that slipped through your fingers, I was like, oh, honey, I know how that one feels.
listen, but I am, because I love the fans. We're going to spin first. The first spin we do, they're going to get the entire level 1 package. Then we're going to spin again, and on the second spin, they're going to get my t-shirt from my package. So we're going to pick 2 winners tonight.
Ooh, 2 winners.
Yay.
So we're going to pick 2 winners. So here we go. This is the big one. You can see we got everybody on here. All the names are spinning. Shout out to everyone that you see on that list is part of our Skull and Crossroads Society team. Let's give it a spin.
Round and round and go. Round and round and go. Oh, there it is.
And the winner is
Oh, what do we got?
Look at it go.
Kyle
Ooh.
Rickett. Kyle Rickett with the big win.
Boom.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
Boom.
Shout out to Kyle Rickett.
Congratulations, Kyle Rickett.
Kyle,
Very cool,
Beyond
Kyle.
the Harmony 99 at Gmail, or I think you got me on Facebook. Hit me, send me your address. We're going to make sure we get you out this Beatbox LLC Level 1 Busy Bone and Sons package.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you for being a supporter of Beyond the Harmony and of Beatbox LLC. Kyle,
Absolutely, thank you.
you can't win twice though, Kyle, so you're coming out, okay?
We got the Gemini rule here.
That's right. So now let's spin for our runner-up, the t-shirt.
Ooh, and the t-shirt goes
A twofer. Well, we gotta take a screenshot of that wheel there, because that's the Skull and Crossroads Society wheel right there. Those are the early adopters. This is cool, man. Hey, what a benefit.
Oh, the fucking line! Jeremiah Williams. Shout out to Jeremiah Williams. Jeremiah getting that second place.
Congratulations, Jeremiah Williams.
Hey,
Yay.
thank you for everyone that joined Skull and Crossroads. We're going to be doing a lot more giveaways for our Skull and Crossroads Society members. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you to Beatbox LLC for coming on the show, for
You are very
showing
welcome.
love and sponsoring it. And I see we've talked a lot, Beatbox LLC and Beyond the Harmony, and I see a lot more things that are coming. We got some great things coming in the future. And
Oh, yes.
yeah, man, we appreciate you. We appreciate the whole family for being our guest and sponsoring the 50th episode.
Oh, well, thank you. And we appreciate you guys as well. Happy 6 years and 50th episode anniversary.
Thanks,
Yay,
y'all.
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beatbox LLC. Thanks, y'all.
Happy 6 years.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Man. No, that
was
wheel
fun.
is awesome. I hope you still have it on your screen on the side. If you could just take a screenshot of that, Cecil, I want to keep that in our little archive.
Yeah, I closed it, but I mean I got it. It stays. It stays, and that's what we're going to be using for future giveaways. So again, make sure that y'all hit me. Send me your addresses, Kyle and Jeremiah, and we'll get you out some stuff, man. So congratulations to our winners, and welcome to all of our, new Skull and Crossroads Society members. We got more giveaways we're going to give. Thank you guys for joining, for supporting, and shout out to everybody that's just been, showing love tonight. You see, we exceeded our super chat goal of $500. So thank you guys for that. You can still super chat. You can cash app us Beyond the Harmony $19.99. We get 100% of your cash apps. You can join Skull and Crossroads Society. There's a ton of ways to support. Shout out to Beatbox LLC sponsoring the 50th episode, man. I love what they're doing, and I love that they're a little family company doing that.
Yep. Yeah, but Bone should partner. Every group needs an outlet store, right? And what a perfect way to have leverage that as your official Bone merch store, or to release albums through a store like that. That'd be great. So if y'all haven't checked out beatboxllc.com, check the site out. There's so much detail to what they put in there. It's a great website.
Let's jump in. Let's do another award. Spin the Block Award.
Spin the block.
Spin the block. So 5 nominees, and there's only 5 people that are eligible for this. To do this, to be nominated for this, you had to come on the show more than once for a full-length interview. So we've had 5 people that have come on more than once for a full-length interview for the Spin the Block, and this is who you thought combined their 2 interviews were better than the rest. Your nominees for Spin the Block: Mo Hart, Poetic Hustlers. He came on in season 1, and in season 2 he came on for a live. Soulja Boy, same situation. Mo Thug original season 1, came back in season 2 for a live. I got a great story about his live, by the way, that I hate. Archie Blaine, looks like I spelled his name wrong on the thing. Archina Blaine, Archie Blaine, Too True, Mo Thug. He came on in season 1 and most recently came back in season 5 for our Too True special with, of course, Jazz. Jazz made her Beyond the Harmony debut in season 3, came back with Archie in season 5 for the new breed of female listening party. And of course, we got Blaze. Shout out to our man Blaze. Blaze came on in season 1 before Carbon Monoxide, when it was just YNTG. He had one song with Busy Bone, and he had a dream and a vision, and we said there's something special about this guy. We got to have him on the show. We had him on the show. He came back in season 3. By then, he was working with Busy, churning out projects, and it was amazing to have Blaze on early. Before anything ever happened, before any of the albums happened, we had Blaze on, and he's actually been on a few times on little side quests, and he's helped us a lot along the way. So shout out to Blaze, who has been on the show twice. But these are all your nominees for the Spin the Block Award, and all of them appeared here twice, 2 different times.
Can't wait to see the winner, because man, I don't know who I'd pick. All 5 of them feel like family members at this point.
Yeah. They've all helped in their own, in their own way. They contributed a lot to the show. A bunch of them early on. I still, every one of these people that you're seeing here, I've talked to in the last 30 days or less. So everybody here I've talked to recently. 112 votes went into the Spin the Block Award. Remember, the people winning these awards are going to get these awards in the mail. This is a real award show. And these awards are based on the interviews and their contributions to the show, not, what we think of their music, anything like that. So again, Mo Hart, Soulja Boy, Archie Blaine, Jazz, and Blaze, the Spin the Block best 2 combined interviews, 112 votes. And you're a winner with 59% of the voting power. Soulja Boy, Mo Thug Original, winning the Spin the Block Award. Much love to Soulja Boy, who was one of our very early interviews. And his interviews, dude, they chart so high in views. I think he's got the number 1 most played interview in Beyond the Harmony history.
King Gemma.
And not only that, but like his follow-up is in like the top fucking either 5 or top 10. I know it's at least top 10. It might be top 5 or top 6. So his follow-up is in the top as well.
But when we got King Jam or Soldier Boy on, I was like, yo, I can't believe this is real life right now. We actually got Soldier Boy on the mic with us. That was amazing. And he came on multiple times. Also, I want to point out something I think everybody missed, and I even forget about time to time. Mo Hart provided us a music video for a song he made. A lot of times in the comments, I see like, "Oh, yo, Poetic Hustlers, where they been? They got to make a comeback." Mo Hart dropped a video, like we dropped a Mo Hart video on this channel. We also Tony Tone from Poetic Hustlers also dropped "I Want My City to Win," and we did an ad for his book. So for all the Poetic Hustler fans out there, if you forgot or missed it, check out the Mo Hart single on our channel. Check out the Tony Tone single. And by the way, the Mo Hart, I think that might second to Skin and Bones. Skin and Bones, I did the most research for because he had a gazillion albums and I didn't know anything about him. But Mo Hart, I wanted to make sure that interview was solid, and I did a lot of Poetic Hustlers research. And that all five of those interviews were awesome, life changing, game changing, narrative changing, understanding changing. Props to the king. And one more thing, Soldier Boy's dropped like 6 albums, it seems, over the last 3-4 years. So if you love Soldier Boy, Mo Thug era, and you've been wondering and you haven't checked out his albums, go check them out. There's like each album has amazing tracks on it. The Soil, I did a review of The Soil on the channel. When I heard it on a long drive home. The album was slamming front to back. All of his other ones are good too. And he made a lot of music videos. And I just don't know if everybody used to say Soldier Boy used to always rank as everybody's favorite Mo Thug of all time. Everyone's like, yo, this guy's so talented. Where's his album? Well, he just dropped 6 of them. So in case you guys missed it, go check out King Jam and Soldier Boy. All of those albums are dope. He's got videos and he's still the king. So I love King Jam. Props to him for winning. Also, hey, I don't know if you dropped off, Cecil, but we got some secret Archie Blaine news. We're gonna hold on to that for a minute, or is there anything? I think we. Hey, Cecil, you still there? Uh-oh, did we lose our host?
While figuring out Cecil, I was remember, like, I'm trying to think back. I remember what sparked this for me is, I don't remember what you said just now exactly, but something like not starstruck, but like Soldier Boy's major news, right? And so I remember it felt very different than a lot of the other episodes as a viewer. I just still as a viewer at that time, right? And so it's like, okay, if John's this excited about Soldier Boy coming on, I need to get with it. So I remember at the time, like, listening to all the Soldier Boy stuff. Oh, Cecil's back. Anyway, that's definitely the award for that's definitely where that award belongs for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I had to step away for just a second because Mrs. West just got home, and when she gets home, Diesel West, my dog, gets very excited, and I had to take care of that. And then I decided I would pee. John, I don't know how you haven't taken a bathroom break, but if you need a bathroom break,
I'm good.
I can't. Matt and I have done it, baby.
Iron Man.
Yes, sir.
I need to take a page for the Book of John.
Lemon in the water. Ever since before I knew about the lemon, I was going like 10 times a day. Now it's cut in half. So
I changed my diet recently, and every time I do that, I'm just it's a madman. So we still got a lot of awards. So even though we just did Spin the Block, shout out to Soldier Boy, and I just wanted to add, I caught what you were saying, and his interview came so early on that it was like, we need this. We were still chasing clout at that time. See, people know us and they're used to us getting these interviews and doing these things. But back then we had no clout yet. And it was like, we need something that booms. I think K-Chill had happened, but you got to remember, even though K-Chill was like ground, breaking, it was like, a lot of people didn't know of him or his contributions yet. And so we needed something that was like, this is legit. And when we got Soldier Boy, it was like, oh, these motherfuckers are really doing it. So, that was a big one. So
And also just want to, since we're doing history, I want to just remind ourselves at the contributions Mo Hart made early on. Like he was kind of like your go-to guy for information for a period of time there. And so props to Mo Hart
for
for
sure.
all that he did in the early days.
Helped with the Notorious Thugs decoding video as well. His interview dropped some bombs. We found out how he got his name. Check out the Mo Hart interviews. The Soulja Boy interviews are incredible. Everybody that was just nominated for that Spin the Block. I mean, it was so good they came back twice. Jazz, Archie's interview was fucking incredible. I already told you how great it was that like we literally called our shot with Blaze. We were like, there's something special about this guy when he had one song with Busy Bone, and now look at where the fuck we went with it. Literally giving away a gold copy of Carbon Monoxide tonight. So shout out to Blaze. I think we got to knock out a couple other awards so that we pace this thing right. The next one I want to do, this one's actually ultra special to me, man. This is what we call the Beyond Affiliated Award. Earlier we did the Current Affiliate Award, and that was for people that we had interviewed that are currently affiliated with Bone. But this is the Beyond Affiliated Award, and what this means is this is for somebody that when you think of them or you think of us, that's the vice versa. You think of them, you think of Beyond the Harmony. When you think of Beyond the Harmony, you think of them. They became more than an interview. They became a contributor. They became somebody that we go to for information, that helps out with the show, that constantly shows us love. They really kind of became like staff and part of the family. And those nominees, you remember from earlier, of course, season 1, our boy Capone, and Capone has played a part in every single season thus far in some way. Shout out Capone. Brother Clay, we spent a lot of time talking about Brother Clay, the Misery Project. Who the fuck knows if there'd even be a Beyond the Harmony without Brother Clay and him setting up that trip, and John going out on that trip and spending all that time with Brother Clay, Excel Beats, Frank Nitti, who's also a nominee for very similar reasons. Frank Nitti was on in season 1. He came back and showed love in season 3, and he's always been a contact for us. He's always shown love. He's always talked about the show. So Brother Clay and Frank Nitti, imperative pieces of the Beyond the Harmony puzzle early on, man. I don't know what we would have without them. Frank Nitti was the wrap up of season 1. Incredible interview with him. And Clay, Clay's never been on for an actual official interview, but he's come on impromptu on a bunch of different lives, and his contributions here have been, if you guys haven't gone through the content and seen what Brother Clay has brought to the table for us, Misery, we're the ones that we have the Misery OG edition, with just Busy Bone and the Busy Bone chorus, so that we got the pre-release version of Misery on our channel. We got the All I'll Ever Know video. We got the April Love. What the fuck is the name of that one, John?
Smoke to the Last, Paper is Gone.
Yeah, we got that from Brother Clay. Brother Clay, we dropped you'd have to dig deep in the live archives, but we dropped an exclusive Busy Bone track that nobody fucking has, and we dropped that because of Brother Clay.
And the documentary. Brother Clay dropped like a couple like full-length documentaries on the channel.
Plus his own music. He's dropped his own music as well. And then, of course, we just talked about Blaze. Blaze has contributed so much. I think that Blaze saw that we were pouring into him, and so Blaze poured into us. He's done a lot for us, right down to like the AI technique that I'm using. Blaze made me hip to that this season. So a lot of this AI that you're seeing, he's who made me hip to that and taught me the techniques and where that I should do it. So of course we got Blaze in there. So shout out to Blaze, man. We love Blaze. And then our homie Skin and Bones season 1. And he's like he is like the Seventh Sign historian, man. He got affiliated with Seventh Sign later on, but that's somebody that he wanted to know every piece of it. And you want to talk to a guy that knows so much about, I'm not saying Busy Bone, I'm saying Seventh Sign. Like, he knows so much about it, the members and the levels to it, and the different, just the different generations. Like, they call it generations, and it's like, it's bigger than music. Seventh Sign isn't even a music thing, and he explains it so well. He's part of the Boneyard with Dre Ghost. So really, really incredible guy, and he continues to work with Beyond the Harmony. We're working on some new merch with him as well that'll be available in the shop. So shout out to Skin and Bones. Actually, Skin and Bones, his first interview, because he's come on a bunch and done some little impromptu things, but his first interview in season 1, the only times that John and I have not had a co-host was me with Bobby Jones and him with Skin and Bones. John did the entire Skin and Bones interview himself, and I did the entire Bobby Jones interview myself, and they happened like a week apart or some shit.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And luckily for myself with Skin and Bones, I had spent like every day that week going through his catalog. I can't imagine how big his catalog is now, but at the time, this dude's got albums upon albums upon albums, and then he's even got this like a rock band that he's in as well. So Skin and Bones, definitely, he's got a big catalog. I'm glad things worked out the way it was tragic the way things worked out, but it worked out good for both of us. I was sad I missed the Bobby Jones interview when it happened, but I was glad to go back and listen. That interview was amazing with Bobby Jones, by the way. Too bad I got called out for my work, like in the middle of the beginning of the show. So, but yeah, excellent set of guys right there. And also with Frank Nitti with the Busy Bone book, he's the one that got that one going. And 5 awesome dudes, beyond affiliated, made the show what it is.
135 people voted into this. This is the closest that 2 people came together. We've Mitch, you'll have to ask Bone how come they've never come on the show, bro. We've tried. Go DM somebody from Bone and ask.
Well, actually, with Mitch, we got a Busy Bone interview. It was one of the before season 1. It's on the channel.
Yeah, if
Syndicated
you go to the channel,
Sunday.
Go to Syndicated Sunday playlist, and you'll see we got Busy Bone interviews. And I've heard rumblings that Lazy Bone's gonna come on. We'll see how true that is or not. I don't get my hopes up, but hopefully we see Lazy Bone here in the future. But this right here is the closest. We had people that, were first, and somebody that, was within 8%, 9%. This is the closest. We had 2 people. Your winner with 45% of the vote, Capone Bone, season 1. Our boy Capone taking the Beyond Affiliated Award, nipping at his heels with 44%. Blaze. Wow. 44%, 45%. They're literally separated by like 1 fucking vote. One more vote, they would have been tied. It would have taken 2 votes for Blaze to overtake. 1 more would have tied him up. This is the closest thing that we had. Capone taking the Beyond Affiliated award. So it's been an all-star night for Capone, but definitely, man, Blaze, very deserving as well. All those guys, man, we love all those guys. If there's any award that the people that were nominated for it, these guys have all given more than an interview to us. They really gave us a lot more than an interview. They helped make the show. And, Skin and Bones, for instance, I wouldn't have been able to do the Thugs Cry decoding the way I did if it wasn't for Skin and Bones. We already explained the contributions of Brother Clay and Frank Nitti and Capone and Blaze, but it's like, again, those were all great examples of how this wasn't possible without them. And there's one. We talked about how proud I am of that Thugs Cry video, and Skin and Bones just gave me so much information in history. It wouldn't have been possible without him.
Yeah, and you know, if we had, this is like a just a not even a nomination, but the chemistry that we had with Blaze in that interview when we were just talking bone with Blaze, you know, first we did the interview about his career and everything that he had done, and then we just kind of talked bone with Blaze, and the chemistry there was awesome. Like Blaze was able to talk bone with us like the way we wanted to do it, and like that actually is also probably like a top 10 favorite moment was just chopping game with Blaze in that episode with the interview. I was just like, yo, this guy is perfect for Beyond the
Like his
Harmony.
first one.
Yeah, the first,
Yeah,
remember, like at the end, we just talked bone. We
yeah.
didn't talk
Well,
any,
he was he was like, he's evolved now, right? So he's like a Busy Bone affiliate and made Busy Bone albums and everything. But at that time, he
yeah,
was a true just Bone fan. Had that one feature with Busy and the video, and I loved that song so much. I'm an actual fan of Blaze's music. Like I like his music, even the non Busy Bone shit. Like
oh yeah,
I really love his music, and I remember hearing YNTG, and I was like, bro, this guy is dope. And there was a lot of Busy Bone features at that time, and I think you know this about me, John, but I actually fucking hate most features.
right.
I'm one of those guys that I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. It takes someone special for me to be like, yeah, I like this, and I like the guy on it as well. And Blaze
Yeah.
was ultra impressive.
Oh yeah. When I saw YNTG, I was like, yo, and not only that, there's two Blaze songs I love. One of them is like, I feel like I control the world, especially that it happened. And much appreciation to these guys. Blaze and Excel Beats made a track together called "The World Belongs to Us," and I swear to God, they made it for me and me only. It's so up my alley. The everything, even the graphic that Excel, I don't know if Excel or Blaze did it, but there's a visualization that comes with it. The colors they used, the purple and the blue, all that went with it. The concept, what they're talking about in the song, the upbeat to the tempo. So if you never heard "The World Belongs to Us," Excel Beats and Blaze, that song is perfect for John Lippy. It ain't for everybody. But another one, my favorite Blaze track outside of YNTG is "Go Hard." Everything about that is like
I love that
I felt
song
like
too.
Blaze wrote it for me too, because what he's talking about is like Cecil West grind, and the music he used, it's got like some computer love in it. It's got some Zapp and Roger to it. It's funky, it's chilling. So yeah, Go Hard. The World Belongs to Us, obviously YNTG, and all of his other tracks too. But those are the ones that definitely stand out. Blaze his journey like paralleled ours, right? As we came up, Krypton to come up, Blaze definitely came up. He deserves everything he got. He's awesome, and I'm just happy we got the chop game with him before he was a big deal.
I don't know what my favorite is. I really love Go Hard. In fact, I remember like I would listen to that going into the gym to pump myself up. The codeine Jolene
yeah.
flip.
Bro, that one.
Boy, that
Yeah.
shit got so much replay. Got so much replay, man.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, no. I think when that one came out, yeah, I think you were playing that one
Oh
nonstop.
my god,
And
non fucking stop, bro.
the fact that he made that video for it, I think he like said he shot the video in like a day and like wrote the song, did the video, and like that was see that's Blaze being like crazy Cecil West, like just totally immersion, blocking the whole world out. So yeah, now the spirit of the alchemist. If you guys read the book, there's a spirit that goes through people, and you don't get to possess it forever. You only get to possess it while you're worthy. And that period of time, man, Blaze was worthy of the spirit went through him, and I'm glad he took it as far as it could go to the point where his health was being destroyed. But bro, we all should celebrate Blaze. Blaze is that moment in time for Blaze. That was a crazy period of time, bro. We got the best of Busy at the time, and Blaze himself was shining with the beats. It's like the whole Bone thing came back with Blaze and Excel Beats doing all I'll ever know. And Frank Nitty back in the day, helping Busy out. So everybody contributes, but that period and Blaze's rise was glorious to watch. So
and he brought us.
I got a question for you guys. Well, first I will point something out, then I have a question for you guys. So a lot of the time we talk about how when the show started, we were really looking for the history. We were trying, you were decoding Faces of Death, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, it kind of evolved and evolved and evolved. And I remember, like, I don't know, season 3, season 4, we did start to get a lot more comments like, why don't you interview anyone what we would call current, right? Or not, you can't uncover history forever, right? But let's pause because Blaze was season 1,
2.
2, season 2. That's still really early.
Blaze was in season 1.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
And then he
Really?
made his return in season 3.
Okay. So, but when you really think about it, that is as current as it gets in season 1, because that was pre Blaze era, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to point that out because we pretty much always ironclad say, yeah, the beginning was just uncovering, going through the crates, you know what I mean? But remind me how you found Blaze, or did Blaze find Beyond the Harmony?
So literally that song YNTG, it probably got posted on BTNH board or Facebook or something, and I heard it and I was like, bro, this song is really fucking good. Like not just Busy's part, like the guy doing the chorus, like this is really fucking good. And of course Blaze is very intelligent, so he knew that he should talk about the song, and so he's doing the promo for it and talking about, there was a behind the scenes. He's got a whole behind the scenes with the video and talking about producing it and making sure that it was something that Busy fit on, and so he did a lot of intelligent stuff with the song, and I was like, bro, I want to talk to this guy more. And of course, I think at that point he wasn't being flooded the way he is, because he just kind of had a feature with Busy, so it's like, not to say that that's not special, but like a lot of people have that, so there was no real link there yet, but I was like, nah, there's something more to this guy. This guy is fucking smart. And I can't remember exactly how I made contact, but I made contact, and he starts telling me like, bro, I got these ideas for a Bone album, and I've made all these demos, and I have demos, y'all, from the Carbon Monoxide album a fucking year before it existed. Before he even knew if Busy was going to do it, he made these demos that I have. And he's like, dude, these are my ideas. And I was like, holy shit, like this is incredible, and you fast forward by season 3, he premiered season 3. And by then, I believe we had Carbon Monoxide and Mantra was either coming or had just come out or something. And yeah, man, it's wild that type of connection, that he was what he was when we first had him on. For all intents and purposes, we had a glorified fan on who became so relevant to the culture.
Yeah. Yeah. And as a la carte, one of us, Blaze was definitely that level that he understood everything, total package, the grind, and everything else he does, man. That dude is worth celebrating, man.
Well, I think we keep it moving. I don't want to blow them all out the box, but we spent a lot of time.
Before you get to the next one, you had a Soulja Boy story. I think you said you wanted to bring up.
It's just a quick one. We were talking about the second. Okay, we're talking about the second episodes and just learning the lives. And when he did his live, it was so new to us that I didn't know enough about it, and I was so fucking sick that it was incredible that I was even out of bed, never mind doing a show. And what I didn't know is that I had 2 mutes. And the best way I can explain this is, when everybody hears you guys coming from the Zoom, they hear you as a channel called Zoom, but they actually hear my audio from my own microphone. And so I'm so sick and I'm coughing and dying, but I'm making sure, and I keep muting myself, boom, 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 in the fucking, at that time, talk shoe. So Soulja Boy's not hearing any of this, and I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, nobody knows how fucking sick I am. I'm just dying, but nobody knows. Well, I'm not muting myself in OBS. And so even though Soulja Boy isn't being exposed to me coughing and hacking like a maniac, all of the listeners are hearing me dying. Dying. But I don't know this is happening. No one's even saying it in the chat. Everyone's listening to me die. And meanwhile, I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, no one fucking knows how fucking sick I am. Everybody knew. It was a learning experience. I learned a lot that night about I have 2 mutes. The other thing is that was early on. I had like the basic snowball mic. There was no mute. Like my current microphone has a mute right on it. Mine didn't back then, or I would have used that and that wouldn't have happened. But yeah, I learned a lot in that, and it was like I had no idea and no one said anything. And I was, like I said, I was so proud. Soulja Boy had no idea. I kept muting myself in talk shoe, just fucking dying. And it's been a learning experience, and there's a great fucking example. And I always feel so bad about that interview. This is a great interview, and I didn't know that everyone was listening to me fucking die. So that is the Soulja Boy live learning experience, man. Yeah, God, everyone's like, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, I wish someone would have been like, stop. And not only that, but I was dying, and so when I would mute, I would like ultra like push the cough out to try to be ready. So it's like it wasn't even a normal cough. I'm like like trying to get this out before I had to unmute. So yeah, that's poor Soulja Boy's interview.
Hey, how many awards do we have left? Because I also have another topic that might derail you.
Too many. Let's do this one, and then you can give me it, and then we'll have.
Yep.
After we do that one, we'll have. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're not blowing them out, Cecil.
Yeah,
we've been on for 3.5 hours, and we're not halfway.
Yeah. Okay.
It's classic Beyond the Harmony. John took the day off tomorrow.
Let's
like, what does that say?
I told him, I was like, listen, I remember the season 3. You just may want to do this, John. This is for the best producer interview. I want to stress that this is not about what producer is the best, whose music you like the best, none of that. This is out of these guys who came on and gave us the best fucking interview. And I'll tell you, this was hard to even narrow this down, that we have other producers that were part of this running as well. We just talked about one of them, Blaze. It was hard. This was one of the harder ones for the 3 of us to pick these 5 nominees. This process of us coming up with these 5 and narrowing it down to these 5, it was one of the harder ones.
Bro, I'm just looking at this list right now. I can't believe it's like, yo, we had all these guys on the show. This is phenomenal. Look at that. Demiza. Can you believe it? Didn't see. Can you believe it? Romeo and
I don't know how we picked these 5. Like, I don't know. Let alone, I don't know how people voted. I know how I voted, but I mean, how did we settle on all these people have been on the show? It's
incredible.
Yeah,
you know, and like we talked about earlier, Archie's been on twice. Your nominees, in case you can't see them, or if you're just listening on another platform and you're not visually seeing it: Archie Blaine, Too True, Mo Thug, season 1 and season 5. Archie's been on. Thin C, Mo Thug Family, Lazy Bone, just on season 5. Even though he's a new interview, one of the fucking best interviews in Beyond the Harmony history, especially when you get to the end and you find out what's going on in his life. It's like this had everything that you wanted. It had the information, it had the rise, it had the smiles, it had the drama, it had the heartfelt moment. Thin C's interview from season 5, incredible, and it kicked off season 5. Of course, the legendary Romeo Antonio interview that we are still to this fucking day releasing clips of. It was an 8-hour journey for me. John started with me and had to bow the fuck out, and I'm still releasing pieces of it to this day. In fact, the most recent one is available to the Skull and Crossroads Society members. If you haven't heard part 5 and you just joined Skull and Crossroads Society, after this, you can check out the newest part of Romeo. The next part will also be exclusive to Skull and Crossroads Society members. He gave us legendary legendary information and stories, including my favorite, the origins of Heated Heavy and Shoot the Club Up, to which I've even done animated videos. We talked in depth earlier about our boy Bobby Jones. Shout out to Bobby Jones, man. Love Bobby Jones. His interview, fucking underrated. I think it was a nominee for underrated because it's so damn good. Bobby Jones on in season 1. And then Demiza, who I think Demiza was the finale of season 2. And John was so excited for Demiza. And Demiza was another, like, you know, he's Bone affiliated, but like, I'm not going to say he's bigger than Bone, but it's like he equally has things outside of Bone that are fucking huge. So it's like, will this guy even come the fuck on our show? I don't know. And when we landed having Demiza on there, it was amazing. And it was right around like the More Than Thugs time frame, I think, or shortly after. So it was like a holy shit moment, and he added significant clout to the show.
Yeah, and I think he really put Michael Peters on the map for us as well. You know, just hearing his stuff. So that was, I mean, not that we had been talking with Michael Peters from way back when, and Matt props to Michael Peters if he's out there. But hey, this interview, like I said, his book, Guilty by Association. If you're not a reader, if you're not into reading books, if you read the Miz's book, it's everything you ever wanted to see in a book. It's bananas, man. So if anybody in the chat's ever read it, let us know. And if you haven't, find a way to read it. It is bonkers, bro. One of the most craziest books I've ever read.
Yeah. His interview was phenomenal, man. And I loved John's excitement as well. I loved John's Demiza excitement when we had him on.
Yeah, my bad, everybody. I derailed the whole interview, but if you read that book, you would have derailed it too. And because there's the best stories, Demiza, man, amazing,
great interview. All 5 of these incredible interviews, man. All fucking 5 of these. These are 5 of the best interviews that exist on the show. 123 people voted in this one, and with an astounding 63% of the votes, Romeo Antonio, season 1, Mo Thug, GYS producer, 63% of the vote. Romeo taking it home, best producer interview. And I gotta say, even though the other 4 are epic interviews, they're amazing. I wasn't surprised by this, because when you give 8 hours of fucking epic interview the way that Romeo did, you know, how can it not be?
Bro, Romeo is the greatest storyteller. I'm still not bored of it. Like, it could just play forever. It's 8 hours. Yeah. I had to go to bed because I had a big day at work the next day. So that's why I had to tap out after 5 of the hours. I couldn't believe when I woke up the next day, I found out from Cecil that he went 8 hours. I'm like, yo, you ain't even talked to me for 8 hours straight. No, like you talked to like, I was like jealous of Romeo. I'm like, yo, man, Cecil talking to Romeo for 8 hours, bro, man. But yeah, actually, I guess technically you and I have talked for 9 hours straight on the grand finale on season 3. So I one-upped you, Romeo. I got 9 hours with Cecil West.
Yeah,
that Romeo interview, man, it's just been the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, man. Hey, and like I said, season 5 is out right now, exclusive for Skull and Crossroads Society members. I'm gonna drop episode part 6 soon. So that's a 6-year-old interview, and you know, you might see a Romeo appearance sooner than later. Who the fuck knows? But shout out to Romeo, an incredible 63% of the fucking vote here. That's a massive. I mean, that is massive. The people have spoken in that situation. 63% of the people said this is the one.
I think this might be our most landslide.
That one really.
Hey, Joe Cal in the comments, he said he quoted Romeo. He said, "You turned my masterpiece into a song about murder." Prince to Romeo. Yeah. And hey, you know what? That part of Romeo's interview too was like an eye opener. I always wondered, like, yo, why didn't Murder Me make it onto any album? And Romeo's like, yeah, we went to Prince. We Busy already had When Doves Cry, When Thugs Cry, and Prince is like, yo, I already gave you one of my classics. Now you want to turn my ultimate classic, Purple Rain, into a song about murder? Nah, you ain't doing it.
You know what made me happy in that Romeo interview was I had always said Murder May was meant for Mo Thugs Volume 2, and that is a fucking hill I was ready to die on. And he confirmed, he was going to try to do something, because he hadn't done any Mo Thug stuff, and that's why he says, Family Scriptures Volume 2 or whatever the fuck he says at the beginning. And so can you imagine that Busy Bone song, he would have had a solo on and how does that think of that song and think of Mo Thugs Volume 2 and just think of that song being in that lineup.
Just think about that song being an official song of history, how that one track changes a lot of perception. It makes that argument of Mo Thug 1 versus Mo Thug 2, you start to say, I don't know, man, this Mo Thug 2, it's got Ghetto Cowboy, it's got All Good, and it's got Murder Me. So that song, if it was official, would change a lot of rankings. Around.
You're going to have somebody in here saying you're wrong. It's called Murder May, John. He said so. Murder May.
Murder May.
Murder
well,
May.
Hey, I was calling Twista Twister in our question of the week the other day. I know his name's Twista, but I'm gonna say Twister just to do it. Murder May. Murder May.
I'm changing Wikipedia right now.
I mean, hey, it was spelled M-E. If it was M-A-Y, I could see you. Murder May. Murder May. Man, yeah. Finding that out was definitely important, though.
I was told by Matt that we're not blowing them right down, so we're gonna do another one because we spend so much time doing everything else. I've had a lot of fun, but I want to make sure that we get through these because they're important. Most informational interview, and I'll just explain what we meant by this, which is basically there's some great interviews out there. There's some great stories out there. Great, rapport between us and some of the interviews, but this is the interview that you walked away knowing a lot more. Like they brought a wealth of info, new info, and just, more than just stories, like legitimate information they brought to the table. This was so fucking hard for us to pick 5 nominees for. It was incredible. Like this was really this is one of the ones that we went back and forth and the amount of come on, John, it's your favorite fucking thing to say.
The preposterous thing, the level of plethora.
No, the amount of people that are runners up, not runners up, but come on, you were busting my balls about this.
Yeah, I'm losing my train. Run it back.
Nah, just the amount of people that were not nominees, that were still just like honorable mentions. There we go.
Honorable mentions. Yes,
that's the amount of honorable mentions in this motherfucker are insane because this was so hard because we had so many quality people bring really great information, but for one reason or another, these 5 are the ones that the 3 of us finally could settle on. Everybody here, I think, with the exception of Sin, has already been nominated, I believe. Yeah, I believe everybody here has been nominated. Of course, you got Julio, season 1, who's already won an award tonight. Fucking K Chill. I don't know if K Chill's been nominated. Was K Chill nominated?
Yeah, this is the first time I remember seeing him.
This is K Chill's first nomination, actually. Shout out to K Chill. The show, we explained in the history earlier, the fucking show is not possible without him, and he really brought the pain early on. K Chill season 1, he is why this show exists. Mo Hart, we've talked about Mo Hart, Bobby Jones as well. All these guys, man, great stories, great information. And Sin of the Graveyard Shift, season 2. I think he was the season 2 premiere, and he just told us so much. And in fact, he unlocked so many things about GYS. And we'd heard some of the stuff before, but like not really confirmed. And you know, Sin really, especially in the land of GYS, man, that there's so much info in that Sin interview. And you guys know we've announced that next week we got Ken Dog. We finally locked down Ken Dog. Ken Dog will be on next week, and the following week, Sin will make his return to be on the Harmony. So we're going to get another great Sin interview, and we're going to get that Ken Dog interview. We're going to end strong. But these are your 5 nominees for most informational interview on Beyond the Harmony: Julio Costanzo, K Chill, Mo Hart, Bobby Jones, and Sin of the Graveyard Shift.
That's a good 5. And, you know, I think if had the Sin interview had higher quality, I think we probably would have seen him on every single one of these nominees, because, you know, content-wise, that Sin interview was groundbreaking.
Yeah, and that goes to show you the fucking, again, the evolution. We were still using TalkShoe back then. We hadn't evolved yet, you know, so we were using very primitive shit, and it shows you in that interview. That's why I'm excited to have him back.
I also wonder... My bad.
No, go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I almost wonder, had like some of these interviews gone in opposite orders, you know, how that would have changed our understandings of things as well. But and also I wanted to say that,
right, because some people dropped information and there was the wow factor of we'd never heard this before, and then other people dropped the information, but it's like we'd already had somebody or 2 people on that had already kind of told us those things, so it wasn't as wow. But it's like if we would have had them before, they would have got the fucking wow factor of being the first one, you know.
Or even worse or better, depending how you look at it, it set you up to know to ask the right question later on down the line of someone else that may have not come up organically.
So true. Like doing the interviews over time and learning what we've learned has like set me up to be able to interview better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The evolution of the interview has, man, it's come a long way.
Yeah.
I almost, if I could have a 6th person on here, but I know he's already won so much. I also think the Romeo interview, just from the sheer length of it, but I think it kind of like disqualified him. It's like, 'cause if we talked to any of these guys for 8 hours, they would have been the most informational as well. So honorable mention to Romeo's 8-hour marathon of the quantity. But all 5 of these are like pivotal beyond. If you take out any of these, the Beyond the Harmony storyline is it doesn't make sense.
No, like you said, these are literal foundation interviews. Every single one of these laid a solid foundation, and Julio, K-Chill, Mo Hart, Bobby Jones, all season 1, Sin season 2. So like very fucking early on. And again, maybe if some of these guys came later, you know, maybe their information wouldn't have hit as heavy, but they came early on. They all took the gamble early on, and they really brought the heat. 129 of you voted in this one. 46% of the vote went to K-Chill, baby. Most informational interview award, followed very closely by Sin of the Graveyard Shift. So even with that lackluster audio issue we had, Sin took 33%. So, you know, not as close as like the Blaze and Capone vote, but those are pretty fucking close. Those are, you know, within 10% of each other. And I remember watching this for a while, and Sin was like, they were neck and neck for a minute, and then K-Chill kind of broke out. But K-Chill taking his first nomination and his first win here at Beyond the Harmony.
Yeah, props to K-Chill on the win. I think the 3, this is just me personally, but K-Chill, Julio, and Romeo, like that's my, well, I guess I'd have a 4th for Mount Rushmore, but the 3 most informational that creates like the whole Beyond the Harmony storyline of everything we know is from those 3. And 2 of them are on here, like K-Chill, Julio. In fact, when we did the K-Chill, I was like, well, there goes Faces of Death. We know everything we need to know. Little did I know Cecil would find all these other people with Faces of Death. But after the Julio, I was like, I'm done, bro. That was season 1. I was like, I came when I got what I came for.
I remember John being like, what the fuck else you want to talk about?
Yeah.
That's what I meant when I was scared. That right
Yeah.
there. That's the part I meant. I was like, oh man, they're gonna quit.
Yeah, no, I got my Faces of Death answers, and I got my East 1999 Eternal album cover answers. Everything else is icing on the cake. I'm glad we kept going. Here we are, season 5. But after season 1, it was a wrap for me. It was like, we got it, I found out. Little did I know everything else that we would learn along the way. So I'm glad we kept it. But
Yeah.
those three are to me my top 3 most pivotal. And I throw Mo Hart on there for the 4th because getting the Knight Riders closure between Sin gave us some Knight Riders info, Soldier Boy gave us some Knight Riders info.
Yeah.
I think somebody else did, but Mo Hart gave us like a 17-18 minute piece describing like the whole entire storyline of Knight Riders. And that was something I always wondered about, like, yo, what was going on with that? And he gave us the full storyline. So those 4, that's my Mount Rushmore of of what I needed to know.
I can't wait to send these guys these awards in real life and for them to hold the fucking award in their hand.
That'll be like the season 5 montage, like the highlight reel of season 5, man. That with Capone, man.
If
History in the making.
if y'all forgot what the award looks like, it's on your screen. It's on your screen right now, man. They're all going to be engraved to each one of them, and you know it's got a little bit of corn to it. It's a little corny, it's a little fun, but it's also very fitting. And I can't wait, man. I can't wait to give them those.
No, that award right now, it's at the beginning. I remember I was like, but it's like becoming iconic already. Like that is the perfect award right there. That is good find. Good find. I can't believe that even exists.
Yeah,
like,
man.
how did you find this, man? It's
what
crazy.
would that be for? Yeah.
Cody Hillier and I are talking, and we find like the same website at like almost the exact same time. And I'm looking through the fucking awards, and Cody goes, "Yo, you need this one." And he was like, "Oh, check this website out." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm there right now, actually." And I forget which one I was gonna do. And then he's like, "You need this one," and he sends me that, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Like, how'd you find that shit?" And I was like, "Oh, that's the one we're gonna go with." So all of these winners tonight are gonna receive that in the mail. Hopefully, we can get them all to do an acceptance speech, and we'll chop this up. We'll chop this episode up, and we'll take the pieces of them winning and then put it with their acceptance speech, hopefully. So we'll move right along though, and get a few more of these knocked out. This is the Replay Factor Award. This is a similar idea to another one that we have, but this one is basically like their interview was so fucking good that it had to be played more than once, right? This was like, it kind of had it all. It had the info. It was fun to listen to. You were intrigued. The person being interviewed was really good. It was kind of everything. It's just kind of like when you've seen a movie, but the movie's so good you watch it more than once. Like some movies are great, but you watch them one time. But then there's other movies that you're like, yo, even though I know what the fuck is going to happen, it's so good, I got to watch it again. And that's what the Replay Factor Award is. A few of them have been, actually, no, a lot of these are brand new nominees. 101 of The Graveyard Shift. He was our season 4 premiere. He came in fucking dropping bombs. It is currently the highest rated live interview that we have. 101 of The Graveyard Shift. He's become a huge affiliate of the show, has helped me out tremendously. So shout out to 101. We got Julio in there again. His interview's phenomenal. Romeo, of course. We know how good his interview is. Dude, he holds the award for the most Mo Mondays ever, So Romeo, Mr. Majesty, season 3. We briefly talked about Mr. Majesty and how he found his way on the show. He has a fucking incredible interview. Came back at the end of season 3 as well for the live and did a mini interview. But dude, the Mr. Majesty interview, so fucking good. And then Tony Tone, also from season 3, he seemed like one of the ones that I wasn't gonna get. He's you know, he's got businesses. He's got a massive fucking family. You know, he works in his own church. It's like this guy doesn't have time to talk about Bone. He's so far fucking removed from this. And somehow we locked down Tony Tone as well. And his interview is so good. And it's one of the highest rated interviews that we have.
You muted, John.
I'm like, did I lose the guys?
My bad. Yeah, that the 101 and that Tony Tone and the Majesty, like all three of those brought everything back once again. When we had that Majesty one, I was like, yo, I can't believe first off that it was like the universe was rewarding you for, you know, your Notorious Thugs thing kind of got ripped off and spread around, but it was like, yo, we got Majesty out of this. So,
yeah.
You know, whatever happened there didn't matter. What a gift to get Majesty on, and just to have, I was like, yo, I can't believe this is Beyond the Harmony has Mr. Majesty on.
And he's one of those ones that it's like, you know Tony Tone exists. Like, sure, maybe the interview's hard, but it's like, you know he exists, right? But Majesty is similar to, like, you know, Gates.
Yeah.
Where it's like elusive, like unreachable, elusive situation, right? And when we got him, and not only did we get him, but very intelligent, well-spoken, great to talk to. His interview was really fucking good. And yeah, it totally
legendary interview.
It made getting fucked over in the Thugs Cry video, or
Notorious
the Notorious Thugs video, completely worth it. Kyle Rickett said 101 did the first freestyle Beyond the Harmony. You're welcome for bugging y'all to ask him. Sorry, Kyle. You are wrong, buddy. You better rewind all the way back to season 1 with Capone. Was rapping in season 1.
I think Soldier Boy did too.
Oh, maybe Soldier Boy did too. Yeah.
Yeah, I know for sure. I think Soldier Boy did like twice, and maybe even,
I remember Soldier.
Yeah, for sure Soldier, for sure Capone, maybe even Mo Hart, but I don't know. And so yeah, I mean,
hey, Kyle,
but hey, props to Kyle for getting this.
Just so you know, Kyle, he said 101 would be awesome to have back. If you guys remember, in season 4, he was episode 1. Episode 2 was supposed to be Thug Queen. We had the mini interview with Thug Queen at the end of season 3. She was supposed to come on for a full length in season 4. She kind of just stood us up, left us hanging, and I hit 101 real quick, and I was like, bro, would you jump back on and come back on the show? I was like, I'm sorry it's last minute, but you know, if you can come back on, I had a cancellation. And he said, yeah. So there's actually a mini 101 interview at the end of season 4, episode 2, if you guys want a little more 101. We might have cut that up into its own thing as well, but yeah, at the end of episode 2 in season 4, there is a little mini 101 interview.
And
How about that?
And also the shots to the double Glock combo between, well, one, Sin is the one that kind of hyped us to the 101 existing. Tony Tone gave a little recap of the shots to the double Glock, and the way you put it all together was pretty good. It felt like that was a long lasting question out there. Like, what was the official lineup of shots to the double Glock?
People still go read the fucking comments. People argue it, you know, still. And I'm like, bro, there's no argument here. You know, it's not Gates, it's not Mo Hart, it's not Busy Bone. Like, here's the guys on the song telling you, you know, so that.
How much more official can you get when you have Tony Tone and Sin giving you the lineup and people are still denying it? And it's like, who else do you want us to ask?
Nah, you know, that you know what it is, man. And actually, Tony Tone in his interview dropped the bomb of. And I do know that Mo Hart told us how he wasn't originally in Poetic Hustlers, but I don't think he got into the D-Lo conversation because I don't think he knew him. He just knew that, you know, he came after him. And Tony Tone is who really dug in and told us about Doug, D-Lo, and his existence and who he was, and then told us where to go back and look for him, and you know what videos we could find him in. So yeah, all of these real big, lots of replay factor to all of this. Every nominee, 138 of you voted, 52%. So over half of the votes went to Mr. Majesty for the replay factor. This one blew my fucking mind, because even though, like, that's actually where my vote went, was for Majesty, I didn't think he was going to take it. I thought Romeo was going to take this one. I thought Romeo was going to take this one in a big way. Romeo took 29%, so he was in second, but Mr. Majesty with 52% of the fucking votes on this one.
Yeah. Yeah. So it felt like we had a hip hop legend with Majesty. I mean, everything about that interview was just classic material. That dude's a pro. That dude's a pro. And also, I don't want 101's impact on the show is definitely been there since we got in contact with him on the show.
Oh yeah,
and 101's been in the mix ever since.
He's the homie, bro. He's like 101 and I, like, don't get it twisted. Like, I count 101 as a friend. Like, 101 has been in my car and we've driven around and just talked. So it's like 101 is the fucking the homie, man. He is beyond affiliated as well. Like at this point, if you think 101 or you think Beyond the Harmony, like, again, vice versa, right? You got to think of the other one as well.
Yeah. Oh, and 101's presence, I think, if you think of like who had the most commanding presence, if that was a category, 101's presence was just commanding. It was that dude, he was amazing. Like when I think of that, I just think of like, yo, I was just sitting there listening to that guy. And same with Majesty. The two of them, that season, especially if Thug Queen had come through on that season, that would have been an epic season. And also having Tony Tone, you're just sitting there with legendary Tony Tone from Poetic Hustlers was phenomenal. Like everything that's happened is just like, can you believe this? That's what this celebration is tonight. Is this? Can you believe this, bro?
Yeah,
it's happened
every time we nail a big one. You know, it's like, yo, I can't believe. I can't believe we got it, you know. And somebody had said, hey, you know, how come you guys haven't interviewed Bone or whatever? And obviously, like, we've tried, and you know, it'd be great to have him on, but it's like the show has almost evolved into, yeah, it'd be great, but there's lots of Bone interviews out there. But you can't find no Mr. Majesty interview. You can't find no fucking 101 interview. You can't find no fucking Gates interview. That's only here.
True.
You know, so it's like, yeah, I'd love, and I think that I would give any member of Bone the best interview they've had. Mine, Court Dog's interview
Court
is
Dog
fucking good, because you could tell he's a fan, like, as well. But if I didn't beat Court, I'd be a close second. You know,
actually, recently, Art of Dialogue's done some good interviews.
Fuck that guy's interviews. Fuck his interviews.
All right, I like him, but okay.
He be throwing his transitions suck. From he's just like, oh, all right. So actually, I was thinking to tell me about Notorious stuff. He sucks. Fuck his interviews. Fuck Art of Dialogue. Fuck him.
I think I would rather.
I like Art of Dialogue. Cecil doesn't speak for John Lippy. John Lippy checks out Art of Dialogue all the time.
Yeah, I watch his
go ahead
interviews.
and insert myself.
You know,
I would take another 101 or another Majesty interview before I, you know, would want to hear another Bone member interview. That might be a hot take for everyone in the chat, but they have so much to say, and we're their only outlet because they came to Beyond the Harmony.
Yeah, I mean, I like. I think of it like a sports team, right? Homegrown talent, you know. It's like I like some of the people that we've built and the stories we've built, and you know, all that. Yeah, look, his transitions do suck. Nah, I don't like his interviews. He's like fucking Walmart Vlad, okay? He's just not, you know, fuck his interviews, man. They're just not great to me.
Don't you love seeing Napoleon show up all the time?
No, I do. Like I like all
control
his
for
guests,
Tupac?
and they're very quality. Like they look quality, and he's got good questions. Like the questions are good, but I just don't like the way he interviews. Like it just feels like he doesn't really care about the answer, and he's just waiting for you to finish so he can ask his next unlinked question.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. Yeah,
I work goddamn fucking hard at what I do, motherfucker. I tell a fucking story. I'm just, all right. So why don't you tell me about this next? Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Shout out to Joe Cal with another $25 super chat, man. You're incredible. You're too much, bro. You're too much.
He's got like shares in the company at this point.
I know, right? A fucking guy, bro. Shit. We are sitting at $614, 123% of our goal to meet $500.
I would quote the great Capone and say, a whole blessing.
A whole blessing, motherfucker. A whole blessing. Yeah, man. What did we do? We did the Replay Factor Award. This is a similar one, but in its own way. And in some ways, I'll say that this is even though this isn't like the best award, best interview award, this one is for the biggest bomb drop. And in a lot of ways, this could be the biggest, award, because this is about whose single story or whose single one-liner was just like, oh my fuck. And we've talked a lot about the order in which interviews happen. And so it's like, this also, when they came on and what they said obviously plays a factor. Perez, it's not personal. I don't know the fucking guy. It's not that serious. Just fuck him. You know what I mean? This is like, and I've said a bunch like how hard the nominees were, but this one was fucking ridiculous because it's like every interview you can pick up for the most part. In every interview you can pick like a bomb drop, right? That's like, oh my fuck. So this one was difficult, extremely difficult. The nominees, you can see their names, but let me give you the actual what their bomb drop was. So you got Julio, and we talked about this earlier, how this is just kind of like a duh, no shit. But when he said it 6 years ago, this was like, oh my God. Julio telling us how Bone had absolutely no input on the artwork at all, but then he did say, you know what, Busy Bone was kind of interested. So Busy Bone pushes it way off, but he was the only one that was kind of interested in the artwork. But Julio dropped on us that Bone had absolutely no involvement, didn't know about it, and he was even the one that was saying like, hey, they were very, God-fearing guys. K Chill with the only one member's only been kicked out of Bone, and I kicked him out of Bone. His name was Fishbone, the Fishbone story. And that was the first trailer I ever made for Beyond the Harmony, and it rocked the fucking world. And it did exactly what a trailer was supposed to do when I put that out. And it really
yeah, that one that still is my favorite. All of the Capone one's a close second, but I remember when that one dropped, that turned a lot of heads, man. That got people's attention. And the Fishbone saga, bro.
Yeah.
That was like the controversy for a minute there.
Yeah.
and I think somebody tonight still said, hey man, it contradicts what Busy said. And it's like, it's four against one.
Man.
Four against one.
I love when people are like, well, Busy Bone said, I love that the most when I'll have 3, 4, 5 different guests all confirm something, and then they'll be like, well, that's not what this guy in Bone said, so obviously. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess they were the only people that were there, so they're the only ones that would remember. But yeah, the Fishbone thing is like, that was so incredible. Thin C, this is a more recent one. This was actually, I pushed hard for this nomination, and even though you could argue that there are bigger bombs than this, this was like a holy shit for me, which was Thin C produced Voices in My Head from Busy Bone's second album, The Gift. And Tony C's always got all the credit for all that production, and to find out that Thin C, and that's such a fan favorite, when it was like, no, Thin C did that was like, holy fucking shit. So even though it wasn't like a bomb drop that like changed the whole landscape the way some of these other ones were, I thought that was huge, just because it was like no one saw that coming. Going into that interview, absolutely nobody saw that coming.
Right, yeah.
That was like, and if it was some minor song or whatever that didn't matter as much, like what the fuck ever, but like Voices in My Head, that's
And he was so humble. He was like, "Oh, yeah, I produced that one too."
yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, when you look at Thin C's catalog, I mean, that one's just like a footnote on it. Because as long as we had the Thin C interview, we didn't even cover the entirety of his. Because I don't even think he knew. Like, it's so enormous. Actually, he knew. He had a way to keep track of it. But yeah, Thin C's contributions to the game is unknown. It's so big.
Then we had Silky Fine. Silky Fine with her first nomination here tonight. Silky Fine giving us the full-blown story behind Thug Love. We'd heard a lot of different people talk about it. We'd heard Busy's take on it. We've heard all of Bones' take on it. Silky had touched on it a little bit in other interviews, but she'd never been on a show that was so focused on Bone that it was like, no, let's deep dive into this. So we got the deep dive version of Silky Fine's story behind the Thug Love track, and it was a big fucking deal. She dropped some major bombs. So season 3, if you haven't heard Silky Fine, you want to go listen to that interview. It was really good. It was a step outside of the Bone, because even though we got to talk Bone, we got to talk Eazy-E and Ruthless and Snoop Dogg, and I know that was a pinnacle moment for John as far as being a host, was us getting Silky Fine.
Yeah, and there's kind of like a link, a Silky Fine K Chill bomb drop link. So someone had reminded us in the comments that Silky Fine also, in addition to Thug Love, let us know Chain Gang remaining the same. When Lazy Bone says Chain Gang on Thuggish Ruggish Bone and a couple other tracks, Silky Fine explained the story behind that.
Fucking A. Yeah.
So we got the scoop on Chain Gang, and then I'll connect that to K Chill, that we totally forgot that he let us know that on Thuggish Ruggish Bone, chill, better bring your weapon when stepping. That now we understood the chill to that song.
Yeah. I put that in the second K Chill trailer, which is probably my favorite trailer of all time. I don't know. That should have been its own fucking award probably. But yeah, when he dropped that chill, those years, of us just thinking like him saying chill, like chill out or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you better chill. But instead we find out that Lazy Bone is sending a direct shot at K Chill in that song, chill, better bring your weapon when stepping. Like, that was like, holy shit.
And to connect it back to 101, thugging with 101 and definitely got my back. So like we were getting insights into all these tracks. Additionally, this year, season 5, in the RC Thugsta articles he found, we got the scoop behind the original Crossroad, talking about on 123rd dead there living in how, so like the lyrics, the Crossroad was actually telling the actual details to the death of was it Boo? That song's about Boo, right? Wait, it's late in the night at this point, but Crossroad, the original Crossroad, not the Crossroads, but that article.
That one's Wally and stuff.
Wally, Wally, yeah, Wally. Even though you're gone, all right. So he's telling the story of Wally, and it happened on 123rd Ave, and it just, that part of the song just kind of always just went over my head. But after seeing the article, reading not the obituary but the news report, it's like, yo, okay, Crossroad makes so much more sense. This song is an actual like news story, which it's obvious it always was, but seeing the details in the article it brought the song to life more. So that's kind of been a neat thing along the seasons, is bringing the lyrics to the early albums, especially Eternal and Creeping on a Come Up, to life to understand like these little nuanced things that are being said that we just heard. Like, chill, better bring your weapon. You just think Lazy's saying that, but now you're like, oh wait, K-Chill, better bring your weapon. Chain Gang, Silky Fine saying, yeah, that's a real thing. It's not just something Lazy Bones pulling out of thin air. I wonder if we'll find out what the wind blew in. Maybe there's a secret message to what the wind blew in means. And better check my manuscript. Maybe there's something to that too.
And then, of course,
we'll find out someday.
We talked about Sin, and we even talked about this moment, and it was Sin dropping on us the true lineup for shots to the double Glock. When he did that, that was a fucking big moment as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but that was a really big moment. Tony Tone came through and backed it up in season 3, but Sin did it at the beginning of season 2, and that was really like a big fucking deal for us. He even dropped on us that Poetic Hustlers were not called Poetic Hustlers at that time. And if you guys remember, they talked about how Shots to the Double Glock was one of the first songs done for Eternal. And they say Poetic Hustlers on First of the Month, but First of the Month was like the last song done for Eternal. So between the very beginning and the end, Poetic Hustlers became the Poetic Hustlers. So he dropped for us that Shots to the Double Glock story. 162 of you voted into this. So some big votes went into the biggest bomb drop. And again, there were so many that could have been nominated, honorable mentions for days. I thought this one was going to be closer, but 46% of the vote went to K-Chill and the Fishbone story and how he kicked him out of fucking Bone. And I was excited to see this one win, man.
Wow. K-Chill beat out Julio. Wow. Julio's down to 7. Dog, just let you know, man, the Julio thing, that's my biggest bomb drop. Like, damn, Santa Claus is dead. But Fishbone was definitely, that put us on the map. That Fishbone story put Beyond the Harmony on the map.
But I think that's the most Beyond the Harmony fan answer for sure. And you can tell by how many people voted on this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because it really did seem to change the culture and the landscape. And, you know, I think that if the guy's name was anything but Fishbone, right, I think that it wouldn't seem as like corny and laughable, right? You know, but his name kind of made it like almost jokeable, you know. But it's like, I remember when it happened, that build up to the interview and finding out, you know, the member and, you know, the whole shit. It was like you said, that is such a Beyond the Harmony moment. And we knew that the K-Chill thing was going to be like, the K-Chill interview came to rock the world, and it did. And that is, for all intents and purposes, that's the biggest takeaway there. Like, that is the big bomb from that one, is like, there's this whole other member that no one talks about. And everyone always says, oh no, Busy Bones said it was Meech, he wasn't a rapper. Or other people are like, oh, they're talking about this guy, they're talking about that guy. And multiple people, Diego Black, Bobby Jones, K-Chill, Archie, multiple people have confirmed this other guy. Whether it's Meech, whether it's not, who the fuck knows, right? But that was the big bomb drop, and I'm happy to see that, you know, that's what our listeners thought as well. Again, it all goes back to, we've really built our own culture here.
Yeah. K-Chill. K-Chill. Man, that you know, that K-Chill interview changed the game. That changed not just our game, but it changed the whole whole thing. Like, I see people talk about K-Chill nowadays like he's been there forever.
Right.
And he has been there forever, but he hasn't been part of the narrative forever.
Exactly. And I've said that a bunch tonight, which is, there are things that just seem like like Bible to people today, that I'm like, dude, when this happened on our show, it wasn't Bible. In fact, half of you fucking didn't believe it. A bunch of you doubted it. Not just the K-Chill thing. Like, this has repeatedly happened on this show. So K-Chill, it's just like, oh yeah, no shit. And not that he'd never been mentioned before. You know, you can find him in Machetes Dipped in Rum. Bone had briefly mentioned him, but there had never been anything in depth like this. and the in-depth nature of that interview. We literally wouldn't be here without K Chill. And that moment was like, that is the most Beyond the Harmony fucking bomb drop ever.
Yep. Props to K Chill.
I can't wait to send K Chill a fucking award.
But isn't he gonna get a special one down the line here?
I mean, I don't know. Was he nominated for something else? I think he was nominated for something else. Oh, he won most informational as well.
No, but I think, isn't there a grand finale tonight about something?
Relax.
Okay.
The fuck? Man, you must have sucked at Christmas, huh?
I sucked at Christmas.
Fuck, man.
John killed Santa.
Oh, shit. Next up, we're doing the Best Season Award. This is another internal kind of thing, not necessarily for a guest. But
I mean, it might be. I mean, how did you explain it? Can you talk a little bit more about that to really clear that up?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically just for based on the fan vote, what you guys thought overall the best season was, the best body of work. Best can mean so many things, right? I mean, best can be what had the best interviews, or it's like, what's better? Is Creeping on a Come Up better, or is Eternal better? Is Art of War better, or is Eternal better? It's like, it's like there's so many factors that go into somebody's decision. What made what, the best here? We're obviously partway through season 5, so season 5 is kind of at a disadvantage comparatively. I also always think of season 1 as like the last season of Sopranos. Sopranos season 6 was like 6 part 1 and 6 part 2. Season 1 is the longest fucking season in Beyond the Harmony history. It's 18 or 20 episodes or some shit. It was before we even decided. I remember one day I was just like, John, we got to pull the plug at some point. Like, we got to call this a season or something and back out. And he was like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm like, dude, I'm not going to stop if we don't find a reason to stop. We need to do something immediately or I'm going to die. And so, season 1's ultra long. Season 5's at a disadvantage. These are all kind of different. Season 1 and 2 are similar, but season 2 premiered the live. Season 3 was the very highly edited. I spent so much time editing each episode, and it had the commercials and all the fucking drops in it and stuff. Of course, season 4 premiered the live, and here we are in season 5 doing award shows and listening parties. So each one's kind of had its own thing, and 105 people voted in this one. I was glad to see every award had over 100 people voting.
Yeah.
Made me happy. So 105 people voted. Matt, did that kind of help clear up the best season question?
Yeah, I really like this question, but I had my own version in my head.
What is it? Lay it on me.
I think it's because some people, the show has evolved so much that I think hands down, season 5 is the best season. But does that mean that it outweighs the content that you guys unearthed in season 1?
Right.
No. But which episode, like, if aliens came down and said, show me your best season now, or we're going to kill Santa Claus, would you show them season 1 or season 5?
Right. Is it a content or is it a quality thing? I always think that season 3 is phenomenal because of the editing that went into it. And like I said, the commercials and the different shout outs from people. And
oh man, the jump. Like, I group season 1 and 2 together.
Yeah.
The jump from 2 to 3 is astronomical, in my opinion, from 3 to 4 or 4 to 5.
Right.
The quality of the production of the show, or like, if someone's like, hey, we want you to come on the show, and you showed them an episode of season 3, like, whoa, this is like produced legit. Like, this is,
It was also us trying a new format. If you remember, like season 1 and 2, it was like, okay, we got an interview. It's long. We're going to cut it up in 3 or 4 parts and we'll just release it at random. Whereas season 3, we were like, we got to try a different format. let's try for shorter interviews. And we're gonna release the first one, and it's gonna be 30 minutes. They ended up being longer than that, but the thought process was the first part will go out. It'll be 30 minutes on Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday we're gonna release 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, or whatever. So we were trying this brand new format. Also during season 3, we released a fucking video every single day. You know, so it is, and even though they were not live episodes, the way that it was edited had that live feeling to it.
Yeah.
And it had the 9-hour grand finale.
Yeah. That 9-hour grand finale, man.
That was a long.
Yeah.
I never told you guys this before, but I've mentioned before in the past that I used to really be into fasting. I still am, but not as much, nowhere near as much. And I didn't want to tell you guys at the time, of course, because I didn't want to ruin or jinx anything. I finished a 7-day fast at the start of that 8 or 9 hour.
Oh no.
And I knew I couldn't fast through it because, like I said it, whenever I used to fast really long back then, I would set an end goal of when I would break it, and it was usually a family function or a dinner I couldn't get out of or something I needed to really focus on, like a live episode, right? And so the first food I had eaten in a week or so was like right before that episode started.
Wow.
But like saying, hey guys, I haven't eaten in a week, it freaks people out.
Did you make it through this?
So.
Yeah, man.
I stayed the whole time. I wasn't like, I'm really bad at quitting.
Yeah, he made it. I was surprised. I thought Matt was gonna make it. I was surprised you made it.
No. I mean, I might have made it, but I didn't make it. I made it. I physically.
You were there the whole time.
Yeah, I was there,
Physically.
but I'm pretty sure I tapped out at some point.
I could not believe it. I could not believe it, and I could not believe Mrs. Lippy allowed that monstrous shit to happen.
That is I bet that's a story that, yeah, okay.
You know?
Yeah, I think I prepped her for it. Yeah.
You're like, you know how Cecil rolls. This is gonna be stupid.
Yeah. All 5 seasons, like I said, the way Matt framed it is like, which one is it? And it's like it's really hard to tell because season 1 broke all the new ground.
Right.
And
But it sounds like shit. There's nothing special about it. It's just audio. It literally defined what it is to be a podcast. It was just audio, and the audio sounded like shit. You know, but it's got the nuggets. Whereas like season 4 and here we are in season 5, it's like, dude, the way it looks, the way it feels, wow. You know, so
the quantity of season 5 rivals season 3, if not exceeds it.
Yeah, and you know, we got more to come, of course. Next week, Ken Dog, and then we're gonna finish it off with Sin Part 2. So, you know, this season you got Thin C, you got HC the Chemist, you got Tyree Dillahay continuing our art. We got the Two True Listening Party, which was the first time we had 2 guests on. Not only did we have 2 guests on, but we listened to a whole album and went track for track. We're doing the award 50th episode right now. And then we're going to get Ken Dog, who I thought was elusive, that we would never get. And we got Sin. So season 5, though, in the middle of it, at a disadvantage, 105 people voted for this. 64% said season 1 is the fucking season to beat.
Wow.
So it doesn't matter that it looked like shit, that it sounded like shit. That's the one that came out swinging. And again, the other seasons are kind of at a disadvantage because that one is so long. So many people were part of that one. You know, so many people. Aaron, Mo Hart, Soldier Boy, Julio, Frank Nitti, you know, even people you forget. Skin and Bones was season 1. Capone was season 1. Shutterboy was season 1. And then like Matt said, I don't think people really realize the difference between season 1 and 2. And I think in people's minds, a bunch of those season 2 interviews are part of season 1 as well. So
well, to prove it, like earlier today, I thought Blaze was part of season 2 and it was season 1.
Right. That's his initial.
Yeah. No, this season one was a problem, bro. This season one, I could see why it won by so much because I mean this set the tone for everything going forward.
Yeah, and it was
And I
dropping
would say,
the
looking
big
back,
bombs.
I think it went a while before I realized this wasn't going on eternity. Like, I knew it in the back of my head. I was like, this is a massive workload. How are these guys doing? These guys not have jobs? And so, but yeah, when you said it was a season, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It makes me
It
sad, but it
wasn't
makes
at
sense.
first, and you know what's
Yeah.
crazy is here's how John and I were doing that. People don't realize, but John and I were recording 1 to 3 interviews a week, sometimes back to back to back. And then it was like, okay, well, now we got content for the next X amount of fucking time, you know? So it was like we would thug it out for a few days and just like back to back to back to back fucking interviews. And then we had weeks and weeks of fucking content. And that was the only way we were able to do it because it was like, you know, and that's why now we got to do it once a week because the rate that we were doing it in season 1, I was like, bro, I need a life. And it was nice because we would do it and then we could take a few weeks off and not have to do anything and still have content coming out. Whereas with this one, it's like, you know, we're live. We obviously got to be here together every single week to do this or it doesn't happen. So, you know, that was.
And the live is what made that season 4 possible because we're like,
done.
yo, after 3, it's like, yo, this is too much. And then you hit me up, you're like, yo, what if we just do it live? We don't have to edit anything. Everything that happens just happens. And that's what made that season 4 happen.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't be here if we wouldn't have gone live. But I never wanted to go live because I wanted to protect certain parts, and I was like, hey, if I let certain people have a live mic, they may say some fucking crazy shit, and there's no going back. And then finally, I was like, you know what? Fuck it, fuck it. It's not my fucking problem. Fuck it. Season 4 and 5, and I'll never pre-record anything the fuck again. So
Who was the last interview of season 3? Or actually season 2, my bad.
the last interview of season 2?
It must have been Demiza then, right? Because Jazz was on camera.
Yeah, Jazz wasn't it. Let's see.
So Diego Black was season 2. I see my
was
mind.
Cairo.
He's season 1. Cairo kicked off season 2.
Okay. So I'm looking at your sheet here, and I'm seeing Diego Black.
The last interview of season 2 was Mohart Live, and then the last sit down was Demiza.
Wow. And then Jazz begins the videos. Did we start season 3 with Jazz?
Kicked season 3 off with Blaze.
With Blaze.
Blaze.
Wait, I thought. Oh yeah, that's right. Blaze was on camera. Okay.
Yeah.
So, it's all coming back to me.
And then season 3 ended with Majesty before, of course, the big finale. So he was the grand surprise. Was like, oh, we're fucking Mr. Majesty fucking coming on for season 3.
Wow.
And he came back for the live for a short bit, right? Or am I misremembering?
Yeah. So he spun the block during the finale.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That finale roster of interviews, you know, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I put that thing together, thinking I was going to have some sort of control over this, but Smokey the Bandit, Frank Nitty, Thug Queen, K-Chill, Mr. Majesty, Capone, Black Caesar from Seventh Sign, Shutter, and Skin and Bones, in addition to, of course, us and just callers, all ended season 3.
Bro, that epic K-Chill on the live with his kids. Yeah. That was crazy. That was awesome. So 101 showed up on the 9-hour thing? I don't even remember him being on that.
No.
Oh, okay.
Not 101.
Looking at this like side episode interviews. Oh, I see why that's included. He was on the when Thug Queen wasn't there. Okay.
Yeah.
That was solid, man. 101 came through in like last minute understudy.
Kyle Rickett says, y'all put in so much work. I missed some episodes like the Capone one. Forgot to go back and watch it. You already put in serious work. Tried to keep. Yeah, man. Hey, it's been a passion, and it's been all love. And, you know, I see at the top right now $614 in super chats. And, you know, I say it all the time. None of us get a piece of that. We don't break that up. You know, the three of us aren't about to walk away with a couple $100 a piece. We're going to dump that $614 right back into the show. This has literally been a labor of love. I think John and I were just talking how we may just be coming into the break even right now after 6 years, after all the money that's been dumped into it. And I'm sure if we actually thought real hard about it, we're not, but we're basically just at the break even right now. You know, so, but that's all right. It's never been about the money. It's been about what we've done for 6 years and 50 episodes.
Also, what we left out too is we did that interview with Houdini Black and Skin and Bones for their channel.
Yeah.
Like that's the one like mystery side episode.
That is a mystery side episode. And I'm on camera in that. You guys are always asking what I look like. If you want to look at me draped in bandanas from all over and you can only see my eyes, you can go watch us on Vigilante Radio.
Yeah, that was that. That's one I forget about. Like it's side missions. You know, people say, "Hey, side missions in your life." Hey, we were on Houdini Black and Skin and Bones. I think some other people were in the interview with us too, but I just remember them too.
Dude, maybe there's only like 20 people left. Maybe I'll fucking go on camera tonight.
That'll get the viewers up.
You know, woke up this morning and got myself a gun, dude. You know, I said season 1 was like Sopranos, you know. Best interview. We want to do best interview. We're coming into the last one, baby. The best interview.
Like, I feel like before you jump in at Cecil, I feel to me these last three, because we've got what, 12 total, 13 total.
We got 13 total, so we're coming into the last two.
So I feel like everything so far has been about like one singular interview, but this last one, best interview or best season, obviously it's about a whole season, but like this one now, best interview, which one could stand alone, and then we have like a closeout award. I feel like these three are more like higher level, not like meta, but like overarching. Like all the other stuff was like almost about either one moment or one interview,
right?
Whereas these last ones are more like what has been the biggest impact on the show. So like,
and they'll never be like this again. Like if we do this again next year, it'll be based on a year, but like, you know, it'll be the best interview of 2024 or whatever. But you know, this is the best interview in a 6-year, 50 episode history.
Yeah. So I don't want us to lose like our steam or our mojo on these last two that we have left. It's like, to me, this was the build up to the show. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but I got like really like combative when we got to organizing the episodes, or not organizing the episodes, organizing the order of the questions. And like it's really important that we build up and have like a pinnacle or like
that's the part people don't even know what you just said. You know, it's like right down to what order we did these in is talked about and debated, and we have multiple meetings that y'all are not privy to outside of Voxer. We jump on fucking Zoom and go over the whole thing. And yeah, even the order we did these in was important. And Matt is right. He was like, you know, we got to really treat some of these like they're more important than the others. Obviously, all the winners are important, but you know, we're talking about, like he said, the best interview. Right now, we're about to say this person had the best interview in Beyond the Harmony history up until right now.
Wow. Crescendo to the climax.
Yep. Let's jump in, man.
And the nominees.
Your nominees for the best interview in Beyond the Harmony history. Soulja Boy making his third nomination. He's been in here a few times. We know he won the Spin the Block. Julio, who won the Best Graphic Artist. We got Romeo in here. Romeo's won a few times. Mr. Majesty in here. Mr. Majesty's won as well. And then we got Sin. So everybody here has been nominated. Sin is the only one that hasn't taken a win. Everybody else has taken a win. All 5 of these, there's an argument for every fucking one of them to be the best. And in fact, like, so many honorable mentions, like, it, after talking about K-Chill the way we have, it's almost like mind fucking that, like, K-Chill isn't on here, for instance. You know, so there's an argument for so many people. I mean, there's an argument for Mo Hart, you know, to be in here. There was an argument for Mo Hart to be, even though he's got a lot of plays, there's an argument for Mo Hart that he should have been nominated for most underrated. So
I think one of the years when we kind of did like a reflection, I think I had voted Mo Hart as the best interview at one point in time.
Oh yeah, he was in. Well, you know, I told everybody, like, when we came up with these 5 nominations, that had to be split down from the 3 of us having 5 individual nominations, and then we had to agree. So it's like, just because you don't see them on here in these 5, don't think that motherfuckers weren't in our list. It was just the 3 of us had to battle and then agree on the 5 that you see. You know, so it's like Mo Hart and K-Chill and all these guys were very well on the nomination, and you know, the 3 of us having to agree and come up with a list is like that's a trial and tribulation all on its own.
And the winner is
169 voters went into this. Fantastic.
Wow.
169 voters. 44% voted Soulja Boy as the very best Beyond the Harmony interview of all time. He has more plays on his interview than anybody else.
Wow.
His first part and his second part are in the top 5 most played interviews that we have. His live, I think, is in the top 10. I mean, the guy, he brings the pain, and the plays show it, and the people support him, and his interviews are fantastic. And it would be great to have him back now, 6 years after. Incredible. Congratulations to Soulja Boy taking best Beyond the Harmony interview of all time. I mean,
wow.
It is very deserving, if you think about it in a lot of ways. Like, he really does. And like I said, he was the closest thing to having Bone that we could have had at that time. Like, he was our big clout pull. It was like, oh fuck, we got Soulja Boy.
Yeah, no, that was like, I was like, yo, we got a bona fide star on this thing. Like, this dude, man. And he, at the time, he was always winning. People, I would always see polls on the BTNH board of people saying, all right, who's the best Mo Thug artist of them all? And Soulja Boy would always be at the top. Thug Queen usually would be like number 2. Sin would be 3. Or sometimes Sin would be above, or Tombstone would be above Thug Queen sometimes, but Soulja Boy would always be number 1. And the thing is, like I said earlier in the show, it's like, yo, this guy's got like 6 new albums. I just don't see people pushing it or promoting it or being excited about it. And it's good. Like, his albums are good. Good production, good performance.
Yeah.
So
yeah, man, he's a fan favorite. He's a favorite over here.
I think out of all, well, I don't know. I was really happy that he won because it lines up with the views. Like,
Right.
It means the views make sense, right? And so I would have been a little weirded out, or maybe had something to say to, like, I don't know who of these has the least views. And he has 2 interviews, so maybe that's stacked in his favor. But like, the person with the lowest views got voted, I would be questioning the voters at that point. But it makes total sense.
Well, you know what's interesting is, like, a lot of times in season 1 and 2, because they're broken up in 2 to 3 parts, you know, someone's first part would hit really heavy, and then we would see a dramatic fall off. You know, it's like, let's say their first part got 1,000, their second part may only have 300, 400. Like, it's substantial drop off. But his, like, part 1 and 2, like I said, they're like number 1 and like either 5 or 6 most played interviews. And then his live is in the top 10 as well. So it's like you're absolutely right. Like the plays really add up. He's the only one that's part 2 sits so closely to his part 1.
Yeah, I think at the time we were thinking like, all right, Soldier Boy and Mo Hart, they're almost feeling like staples of the show. Maybe this becomes the Mo Thug radio show, you know.
Yeah, man. Hey,
So
congratulations to
Soldier Boy's
Boy.
won. Man, he deserves it for sure. He's won twice now.
Yep.
Right?
And what did he get? He got the Spin the Block. So not only are people saying that he had the best interview, but they're saying, hey, his combined interviews are the best. So it's like that also lines up with what you're saying. Like that also backs up exactly what you're saying, which is, you know, the plays make sense with this.
That's pretty prestigious. Like those 2 awards combined, I think might be an accolade that we didn't even consider or think about when we were debating on who to put in the nominee slots for sure.
Right. It was like, well, who's gonna, who's gonna win that, right? So yeah, man, those are your winners. I just want to recap for you guys real quick. Best art interview went to Julio. Best side content went to the Eternal Ouija map. Best current affiliate, Smokey the Bandit. Most underrated interview went to Bruce Hathcock. The Spin the Block Award to Soulja Boy. Beyond affiliated to Capone. Best producer interview to Romeo. Most informational to K-Chill. The Replay Factor Award to Mr. Majesty. Biggest bomb drop went to K-Chill for the Fishbone Story. Best Season Award went to Season 1. And Best Interview of All Time on Beyond the Harmony went to Soulja Boy. And those were all the awards that we allowed people to vote on. I appreciate everybody. Like I said, every single one had 100 to almost 200 votes on each one. There is a very, very special one that we have, though. And this is something I look forward to being able to give out every single year. If there was even a reason to do the awards every single year, it would be this right here, which is our 2024 Lifetime Achievement Award. This is the only one that we didn't allow the listeners to vote on. This was something that the 3 of us internally really had to talk about and come to a decision and say this is somebody that they deserve it all. The recognition, what they brought to the table for our show, what they did in their career, what they did after. This is more than the interview. I've said so much about the interview. This is the entire everything that they embody. And that is our Lifetime Achievement Award. And I look forward to this being a tradition that we can continue for much longer.
And the winner is.
That's it. You got nothing. I was leaving you to be able to talk about Lifetime Achievement, but we can go right to the winner.
Well, I didn't. I already ruined. I'm just playing it cool, man. I'm just trying to play it cool. But yes, Lifetime Lifetime Achievement Award. Beyond the Harmony.
I love that.
Who embodies Beyond the Harmony the success the most?
I loved that. I don't know which one of you came up with this idea. I'm guessing it was you, Cecil, but because it was like, yeah, I can vote. But we came up with the nominees, but I really liked that we had our own thing. What's it called? Is it at the Oscars? I don't know what I'm talking about, but what is it when like the award where the people don't get to vote and the Academy just gives it? Like that's what we're emulating, right?
This, yeah, and
right.
And it adds up. John kind of said it, and I dropped it while Matt was talking, but the 2024 Lifetime Achievement Award winner, as selected by Matt, John, and myself, K-Chill, who we absolutely would not have this show without K-Chill. We went through a bunch of different nominees, a bunch of different, this person should have it, that person should have it. Soulja Boy was part of that conversation. Capone. There's a lot of arguments that could be made, but at the end of the day, we said, hey, this show, we wouldn't have done this. If I wouldn't have been flipping through Faces of Death, if I wouldn't have said, who the fuck is this K Chill guy and why? Who knows, man? Who really knows if we would have this show? And that is absolutely why K Chill deserves to this Lifetime Achievement Award.
If it wasn't for K Chill, our show would have been about bone collectors and bone websites and people showing off their collections, and that's about it. And talking about Mo Thug's greatest hits. The K Chill thing brought it to a whole nother level. We're like, yo, the interview might be where it's at. The interview, this is impactful. So yeah, the K Chill changed the game. It was like a 3-hour interview, and especially at the beginning, to like go that long without really having established a cadence, a vibe to it. I think like you and I were exchanging questions, and yeah, man, the K Chill thing, and just the fact that there was a 2-year buildup, maybe a 3-year buildup from 2015 to 2018. So something was being developed behind the scenes. Just seeing that Bone Enterprise DAT tape, like that, I think at the time I was like, this, for all the things that people try to collect, whether it's the swords from Art of War, the Ouija board, the original Bone Enterprise DAT tape, just seeing that, it's like, yo, what bigger relic is there? This has got to be the ultimate relic of them all. K Chill's in possession of it. K Chill just discovering that, that they stayed at his house, recorded the tracks with him, and Kermit having K Chill keep Busy Bone in the group. And just, yeah, man, K Chill. Still to this day, we're talking K Chill.
Hey, he's the man. He brought a lot to the table, and it expands. So, think about this, right? Like in his story, it's like, hey, Bone probably would have still turned out to be Bone, but not in the way that we know them if it wasn't for K Chill's involvement. I mean, this guy embodies what it means to have a Lifetime Achievement Award on more levels than just, just Beyond the Harmony. This guy he's a great man. He's done a lot for us, and I'm very, very proud to say the 2024 Lifetime Achievement Award winner from Beyond the Harmony, K Chill. So that is your full lineup of winners on the Beyond the Harmony Awards. The amount of graphics that I had to have loaded in to my computer to pull this off. My computer is just starting to like me again because I've been able to remove these awards as we've gone. K Chill's Lifetime Achievement Award actually looks a little bit different. I don't have a picture of it, but I'll make sure to get a picture of it. His Lifetime Achievement Award is a little bit different. So, everybody's going to get that. We'll be reaching out. Everybody's going to get their hands on a real award here. I know we were going to take some calls. We were going to do that, but man, we really got wrapped up in Beatbox LLC and Capone and just the whole history. And I think this was the fitting way to do it.
Yeah. We've been on for 5 hours. Like taking calls is not a priority.
Nah, I can't.
And welcome to the West Side. Maybe Cecil takes calls during that.
I've tried. Motherfuckers don't want to call,
Really? I catch, like 10, 15 minutes of each one, like while I'm working or whatever. I would be all over that if I was just, you know what I mean? I'll call in and I'll put on my alter ego.
Get the party started.
Hey, we really, it's been incredible. I mean, 5 hours. I knew it was going to go here. I know everybody's tired. The three of us worked today. We did everything we came to do. We, again, shout out to Beatbox LLC, who sponsored the show, and they gave away a bunch of different things tonight. you know, we met our super chat goal, $614.98. The goal was $500, $614.98. We had a bunch of new members join the Skull and Crossroads Society. So welcome to all the new members of the Skull and Crossroads Society. You can always drop super chats. It's never too late. You can drop a super chat now. It's never too late to join Skull and Crossroads Society. Skull and Crossroads. You can either go right to the join on the screen, or you can go to beyondtheharmony.com, click on Skull and Crossroads Society. Bunch of different ways.
And to the new members, take a look around. There's some, exclusive content that only the Skull and Crossroads Society members can see. So take a look around. There should be some new stuff for you guys in there.
And more coming.
Oh, yeah.
And I have I have something massive coming that everybody's going to be able to watch, but only Skull and Crossroad members are going to be able to be in the live chat. And I promise, I've been working on this thing for years. This is the best version of it we're going to get. And when you hear this announcement, everyone's going to want to be Skull and Crossroads Society. Everyone. So, I'm excited. We got Ken Dog coming up. We got Sin coming up. Tonight was beautiful. Fucking 50 episodes, man. 50 actual full-length episodes, 6 years.
And 100 questions of the day.
100 plus questions of the day. Over 700 video uploads. Crazy.
And bro, we're not even close to being out of content. I mean, that's the crazy. You would think, how much more can you talk about Bone and Mo Thugs? And it's like, bro, we're not even close. 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 Not even. This could go on for another 6 years, another 10 years probably. So we're going to continue evolving with you guys. And bro, this is the other part too, is with the Skull and Crossroads Society thing is, this is evolving and it's going to continue growing, and we're going to continue bringing more value to it. And we hope that all of you guys, when you see those logos, just know that that's a fellow Skull and Crossroads Society brother of yours. That means they're a super fan, because, Beyond the Harmony, it's not for the regular Bone fan. That lets you know that it's almost like a sign. It's like, yo, I am super duper Bone fan. So make sure you guys mingle amongst yourselves. You don't need Cecil, Matt, and John to let you guys communicate. This is our social network. This is a fraternity. So make sure y'all reach out to each other, do your things. Also, to recap, for the 50th time tonight, I'm trying to put together this new show. So if any of you guys are interested, 3 minutes a month, lay it on me, guys. I'll put it together, and I think that'll help you guys put a face to some of you guys, and who knows what'll come out of it. And I also would say that early adopters, because I think as this goes on, it's going to get bigger and bigger with like bigger names. So get in on the ground floor, because eventually, you might get pushed out. Who knows who might join in later on.
Competition's fierce.
Yeah. So, hey, one of the things Cecil and I had at the beginning was we wanted to create the Beyond the Harmony network. And each year we kept putting the feelers out. Not too much response from it, because, I guess you guys see what we go through to make it happen. And you're like, I don't know if I could commit to that. That's why I'm trying to start with just 3 minutes a month. and you'll be surprised at how things blossom out once you dip your feet in the water. So if you want to give it a try, if you want to be part of the Beyond the Harmony network, that's one way to do it. 3 minutes a month. Represent your camp.
I love that you have pushed for this.
I'm sold, episode. John. You sold me, man.
Well, hey, man, you were the early adopter. Beyond the Harmony News with Matt Weaver.
I think, if it's, I haven't been to a Bone show since Versus, and we won't get into that, but that would have been a really cool segment, like reporting live from the barrier at the Bone Thugs and Harmony show. that would have been, so if I do go, that would be a fun thing to add in there for sure.
Well, actually, you were our live reporter at the Verses, and you
Yeah.
provided us tons of off-season content that like kept the show going. So you did do some on-site, and you did some correspondence. You met up with Blaze, and I think Cold Blooded said he met you there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you
Yep.
you rep for Beyond the Harmony at the biggest bone event of them all.
We I'm not tooting, well, maybe I am, but I have a steady hand, John. And I was at the barrier, and our footage blows away
Yeah.
a lot of what's out there. I mean, there's some good wide angle from the back or whatever, but there was no, like, the pro cameras that I saw didn't. I don't know where that footage is.
Yeah. And that footage helped haul in a lot of subscribers, and still to this day it
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, and I bet you some of that footage is probably around in other people's reporting. Although I guess everybody else is probably using their own footage. But yeah, that was excellent footage. What a good camera, and great location you had. So yeah, props to that.
Front and center for sure. I think I know we're exhausted, but like, did you guys have a takeaway from tonight, or a surprise, or maybe at least just a favorite question that you were really looking forward to? Or not question, man, I'm tired too. Award.
Well, you guys got to give your favorite Beyond the Harmony moment, right? Wasn't that the question of the night?
I think
I
mine
thought that's how
happened
we were going to
tonight.
end it.
Yeah, I thought mine
Okay.
happened tonight with I think
Oh, with
mine happened
Capone.
tonight with Capone. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
moments that I love, and bombs dropped, and blah 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 blah, and all this shit. But my favorite moment it had to happen tonight, man. Seeing Capone open that, and the real joy, and like appreciate, the way he appreciated it, and yeah, man. That's got to be it for me.
What about you, Matt? Do you have one?
Is this from all of Beyond the Harmony legacy?
Whatever you want, bro.
Your favorite
Oh,
Beyond the Harmony moment?
favorite Beyond the Harmony moment. I didn't want to pull a John Lippy and turn the question into my version of the question.
I mean, feel free if you'd like
Completely
to.
railroad the question of the week into my own fantasy. Um, I thought a lot about it. For a while, it was probably when we did the thing for Feenics Ryzin,
That's a good
and
one.
how many fans came together, and like, like, I won't shut up about the legacy that we've left now, and the history that when, like, someone's grandkid finds Bone Thugs and Harmony, they're gonna have all this content, right? But like, we're telling the whole story. But that moment was like all the people that donated. It was huge, and like, I feel like that chat might have been when our chat was blowing up the most, maybe that night, maybe, or at least in my interpretation, it was anyway. For a long time, it was that, but I think when I felt the most this was meant to be, or besides being invited to join the show, but like, my most special time, when like I felt like the universe was like aligning, or I feel like I'm really channeling John Lippy again now with like my spirituality stuff. I feel like I've been watching too much John Lippy YouTube channel. You should go subscribe to John Lippy's YouTube channel, by the way. It is that really specific time era in season 3, when 101 and Majesty approached the show. Like, those were not, no one could have, if there was there isn't a competitor, but pretend there was one, or another rap show, they couldn't have procured that. They couldn't have sought that out. Those people were not in the public eye, and for all we knew, we didn't know, were they even around. And so, having the legacy that the show has left, to have people of that caliber approach the show, told me everything.
Yeah, I agree with that. we've been a safe place, you know, to share a personal story. You know, Archie was like, I'd never done an interview in over 20 years. Not only has he done it once now, but he did it once and did it again 6 years later. You know, we have been a safe, established piece of media that people trust, and that has been incredible. And we've built great relationships with people. So yeah, man. There's so many moments. There's so many highlights. So many highlights. John?
Yeah, and I think the best is still yet to come. And for me, you know, obviously the Phoenix Ryzin thing was cool. Capone tonight, epic. I think just for me personally, some of my favorite moments though were like after the show, hitting you up on Voxer, walking around the block to get some fresh air after, you know, being inside for however many longs, and us just being in that peak moment of like, yo, can you believe this just happened? What are the eternal ramifications of this? Like, just feeling to be part of creating history as it was happening, just living in these moments and just being like, yo, I'm trying to wake up. Is this happening? Like, how this is crazy. So just those, like the overall sense of history making, leaving something behind that as not only us, we've even heard other people say this lives on beyond us, right? Beyond it lives on after us. And what we're doing right now, yeah, it's fun, but we're basically creating Wikipedia footnotes as reference points. We're creating like actual primary research essentially. And so yeah, just the Voxer convos afterwards, even though that's not on camera, it's like, yo, that's not the show, John, but it was part of our show, like our thing on the behind the scenes. I love waking up in the morning, you know, to a Voxer message, because like all the stuff that we do behind the scenes is what ends up happening here. So the whole process, you got to love the process. And but I'll go like, dude, Capone tonight. Actually, you know what? K Chill with his kids was glorious. That was a great moment too. But yeah, K Chill, Capone, Phoenix Ryzin, all those, the Voxers with us behind the scenes. Loving RC Thugster being part of the team, and Jordan Corey.
Yeah.
Jordan Corey. So
oh man, we wouldn't be here with that. Yeah, at this level without them. No doubt.
Hey, the views and subscribers have jumped up by the thousands in the last, you know, month, and a lot of that is Jordan Corey contribution. Everybody's playing a part. Everybody's helping. Yeah.
Oh, and I got to give a shout out to my guy Therese. All right, I don't know if Therese is still out there, but Therese on the side always provides me good commentary, and he is a frequent contributor to the show. He's always there to call in. So, you know, I always got eternal love for my man Therese, who goes by many different names in the chat there.
Shout out to Cold Blooded as well. He said, you guys being able to enjoy the work you've done sounds great. I hope you guys know we truly appreciate this. Absolutely. We appreciate all y'all. There's many times where we haven't been doing this that I'm like, you know, I don't really care about talking about Bone or anything like that, but I miss the three of us talking, and I miss our fan base, and I'm like, and I guess to get those two things, we got to talk about some fucking Bone. So let's do that.
Let me throw in, actually, my favorite moment was our 25 years of Bone or whatever it was that we killed Ty Wise on. But that was like thank you, Ty Wise, and thank you, Cecil West, for indulging. Like, that felt like a John Lippy indulging. Like, doing that was my kind of thing. And it took a while to get you to want to do it. It was almost like, if we drag Ty Wise into this, I'll do it. All right, cool. So that was, for me, that was like a thorough 3-hour indulge all of Johnny's requests. And so I thank you guys for that. That was an enjoyable time for me.
It's been a long ride. 6 years, 50 episodes, over 700 videos, an award show, you name it. I see Kyle Rickett saying, look, let me explain, okay? there was a bunch of reasons at the beginning I never showed my face. Okay. But as time went on, and there were many times I was going to do it, you know, it almost became like, you know, you can't do it now. Like, it's gone on too long, Oz, you know? So it's like the reasons I originally had to not do it, they kind of went away, and it really just became like, you've been the great and powerful Oz for so long, that you can't now. And, you know, the most recent would be just that I'm very busy during the show, you know. But yeah, man, Kyle Rickett says he wants to know. It's 50 episodes. It's 50 episodes, and the closest we ever got was on Vigilante Radio when I wore a bunch of stuff on my face. So it's 50 episodes. We're down to 12 people. I doubt anybody on the replays and even fucking even sees this. So it'll be 12 people.
I would just tell them that you guys seen them. You don't even know you did.
Oh, you guys have seen me multiple times and have no fucking idea that you were looking at me, y'all. Multiple
That would be
times.
my answer.
Multiple times, you know, multiple times.
But Cecil, just one. I don't want to steal. I'm going to put you up on a pedestal, not steal your thunder. So 50 episodes, yes, but didn't just earlier today you tell me that we reached 600 videos?
700.
700. Come on now.
That's with all those shorts as well, and
yeah, but those still take work.
are we almost 1 million views just this month, John, or some shit?
750,000. I think by the end of, like, this is a rolling 28-day cycle. I think once we cycle, because with Jordan Corey's help, like, this is just escalated things. He's brought the fertilizer, you know, some good spirits or something from Jordan Corey ever since he came on board has just been going up. It's a rolling 28, so we still haven't had we still haven't had a full 28 with Jordan Corey.
Don't stop believing, John. Trying to
no, we're gonna get to that million. Like,
I still believe.
Between the wizardry of RC Thuxta and the positive fertile soil from Jordan Corey, we're hitting that million in a 28-day roller.
That's what I'm saying, man. Journey told us don't stop believing. I think we can get that million, and fuck, we got more subscribers than we would have ever thought of fucking having right now at 17,000, dude.
Yeah, and you know, I feel shame that I didn't do a video with Kyra Wolf when we had 3 days together, but I was taking it in, and at that time that might have been a Cecil West on-air moment if it had it happened that way. But I don't know why I didn't film anything, but I didn't.
Live in the moment, man. I didn't film anything with when I was with 101, you know, just what it is. So
and bro, the combos, and I wish I taped. Well, the combos Cairo and I had about Bone were epic. Like, it's a shame that, you know, you had to do all the things you had to do, but you would have loved them. Cairo was definitely awesome for talking Bone. Yeah,
man. Well, I think, you know what do we got? 13 people and one lonely person on fucking Twitch, dude. Unless Kyle Rickett decides to cut this little piece out of this, no one's gonna know except for Jordan Corey and Kyle Rickett and fucking Cold Blooded. And I said earlier, I said I'll fucking do it, dude.
If it ain't The Sopranos, I hope it's a music video.
There's no coming back, man.
Fucking.
Is this your curtain?
I don't even fucking know how to. I haven't used the camera in so long. Let me see if I can fucking. I gotta plug it into this hub.
Dun, 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 dun. Got yourself a gun. You got yourself a gun. Got yourself a gun. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.